Hello, everyone. Blaine Austin here with Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to our fourth annual Hoop Fest. And man, we hope that y'all are ready to go today. We have got a great show for you this week, and super excited about all the guests that we have coming on this week and all the products. We have an unbelievable lineup for you. But first, I got to thank our sponsors that we have as partner with us on this. If it wasn't for our sponsors, we would not be able to put Hoop Fest on. Our platinum sponsors this year, Baby Lock and Brother. Our gold sponsors, Janome, Dime, SWF, RNK. And our silver sponsor is Durkee Hoops.
Thank you.
So we got a big shout out to them. And not only are we going to have great products on there today with great demonstrations, we're going to have some really good educational sessions, and we're going to have 2 educational sessions per day. And so basically you'll see those when they come up, but on today we have monogramming baby items with Carly Bell, and we have coloring inside stitches with Lisa Knight. So that'll be today. On Tuesday, it's going to be continuous lace embroidery with Zandra Shaw. Everybody loves Zandra. And then we're going to have embroidery tattoos. That's going to be pretty cool with Angela Wolf. And then on Wednesday, we have embroidery sweatshirts with Melinda Bigley and making patches with Reen Wilcoxon. Everybody loves Reen. And then on Thursday, we have an In the Hoop project with Carly Bell. And then essential embroidery appliques with Joanne Banco. And then finally, Friday, In the Hoop flag bag with Mary Nisei. And then using HTV and sublimation with your embroidery with Stephanie Young. So that's going to be cool. Got Kennedy and Kyle in here this morning. Say hello to them. They're over here running the console. And we have Melinda and Rhonda are going to be running the live chat on Facebook and YouTube. And then we have our whole chat team on the website standing by this morning. We have all the salespeople on the phones and customer service agents on manning the phones this week. And our warehouse crew, we have a full staff of 7 guys, and they are ready to go to get all the products out this week. And our goal is if you order a product today by 3 p.m. Pacific time, it'll ship same day.
Amazing.
That's our goal. We may not make it, but that's their goal. They're hoping if they can still get it out if you order it by 3 p.m., which what's crazy about that, that's 6 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
So think about that. If you order at 6 p.m. Eastern time, it'll ship the same day.
Yeah, you'll get tracking the same day.
That's pretty awesome. So got to talk to y'all a little bit about what Hoop Fest is kind of about. Hoop Fest is, we're celebrating all the embroidery, and part of that celebration is the contest that we have. So you were able to enter 2 projects, embroidery projects, and all that entry is over with. And we've had over 100 entries. So really good participation. Thank the SMP Nation out there for entering all your projects. And now voting is open. You can go look at them on the product page. Just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top, you'll see events. Or actually, that we have a banner right now. I'm sorry. We have a banner on the home page. It says Hoop Fest. You just click that link. It'll take you right to the product page. And you can go up where it says Gallery at the top. And you can see all the projects that were entered. And then just go vote on your favorite one. You can do 2 votes per day. And basically just vote on the one you like. We are going to give prizes for the top 3 vote getters, basically. And then we're having professional judges going to judge the best of show. And all 4 places, Kennedy, they get stuff.
Yes.
They get lots of good stuff. So we're going to give prizes. And the first place with the People's Choice and the first place in the judges, they're both going to get that golden scissors trophy that we always give away. So that'll be cool with ribbons and everything to put on their projects. And then second, third place on the People's Choice will get a ribbon. And prize package, really nice prize package put together. Then guess what? we're going to give a $25,000 dream studio to one of you out there watching right now. What do you think about that? Every day we're going to pick a finalist, and you get in the finals. And on Friday, we're going to draw a name out. Kennedy's going to do it live on air.
Yes.
She's going to pull. You're going to get to see her put every name in the hat. She's going to, shake it up and pull it out live on air. We're going to pick a winner that wins the $25,000 Dream Studio giveaway. But if you even get in the top 5, Kennedy, you get something regardless.
Yes.
So all the 4 runner-ups will also get prize packages. So it's a pretty awesome time this week. And we are going to give away over $75,000 worth of goodies on the whole show.
Woo.
So a lot of stuff given away this week. And but thanks to you for watching, and because y'all make it happen, and we sure do appreciate it. And we're going to have some really good pricing today and all week on the show. Now, if there's something out there that you don't see on our show, go ahead and give us a call and ask them if it's on the Hoop Fest special, because we just have a limited number of spots that we can show product on, but that doesn't mean there's something else that may not be on the special. So you can call in and ask them, hey, is this on the Hoop Fest special? I didn't see it on the show, and they'll let you know whether it is or not. And but they can always kind of work with you. It may not be the hoop pricing, right? Hoop Fest pricing, but they can probably give you a discount and help you out somehow. So just make sure that if there's anything you want, give us a call. All right, we are going to get going. Are y'all ready to get started this morning?
Yes.
I am so excited. And guys, I got to tell you about my co-host. So everybody loves her. She is a 2-time Emmy award-winning TV host. She is a radio host. She is a spokesperson for Brother. She's been on HSN. She's been on Good Morning America. She's been on the Today Show. The Energizer battery company wants to hire her
To be the bunny.
because she has got so much energy and she is so much fun, and we love her, and I know SMP Nation loves her. Y'all welcome my co-host to the show, Miss Jane Klaus.
Woo! Yes. Oh, good morning, everybody. You really wound me up with that whole intro, Blaine. I do have a lot of energy.
Well, I was going to FedEx you a Mountain Dew to get you fired up, but I was like, she doesn't need getting fired up. She's always fired up.
I am so excited. I'm excited every morning when I open my eyes because it's sunshine and it's happy and it's a new day. But I'm especially excited today because it is Hoop Fest. Who doesn't want to talk about embroidery and all the fun things we can do, Blaine? I'm so excited about the contest, about the prizes. It's crazy.
Think about this for a minute. You and we hosted in March Quilt Fest, right?
Yes.
We've been talking the very next day we started talking about Hoop Fest. So we've been talking about Hoop Fest since March.
I think we've been talking about Hoop Fest since March. It's funny. I was looking back at my notes and I pulled something up from March. I'm like, oh, that was in March. And I thought it was for this week because I save all my notes and I kind of look back and forth. But I'm like, wait, what happened to March? And here we are in June already. But you work on these things all year long, Blaine. So we love that because you're always working ahead. You're probably
right now. It's so funny you said that. This morning, I was talking to Kennedy and Kyle. We were here working, getting ready for the show. And I said, I've kind of just for a second, I was kind of like, I kind of forgot some things about Hoop Fest because I'm already working on SewFest. Right. It's in September. I'm kind of in SewFest mode. And then all of a sudden I had to like regroup myself and go, okay, hold on. We got to get back into Hoop Fest. And so, we're working way ahead of time for all these shows. But hey, we are so excited about today. And one thing we're going to do today too, Jane, we're launching the brand new 7-needle embroidery machine. And I'm not going to tell you the company it's coming from yet, but I guess I could because it's probably already on the schedule, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably already on the schedule.
SWF we're launching the world premiere of their brand new 7-needle on this show today. Wow. First time anybody's ever seen it. And we have been chomping at the bit to talk about it, but we can talk about it today and this week. Great addition. Everybody loves their 12-needle, but now they've got that 7-needle. and wait till y'all see the prices. It
You're
is
always
awesome.
bringing us the newest innovations in sewing and embroidery machines and any way to be creative, Blaine. So of course, we get it here. This is what we do. Can
Yes, and we've been working on this machine for, is it 3 years, Kyle?
It's been
About 3 years we've been working on this machine with the factory, SWF, and we're super excited, because we're getting to be the first ones to show it. And we've worked
Amazing.
with them and, basically tried to give them information about what customers want. And so we're super excited today, get to show that. Plus all the other things that we have, Jane, is just incredible.
I think what's the Dream Studio prize? Like, that's amazing. I was just looking at the website because I voted the other day. You get 2 times the vote. And then I was like getting deep into the rabbit hole of prizes. I'm like, wow, Blaine, come on. And then of course I was looking at the schedule. Like, we get the schedule in advance, but seeing it online, it's kind of like hearing your favorite song on the radio. Like, you can play it all you want, but when you see it and you hear it on the radio, you get more excited. So I see the schedule, but when I see it posted online, I get really excited about what's coming up today.
Oh, it gets you excited. And today we may have a little bit of problem our first educational session. Just want to let everybody know. Carly Bell texted me at 5:30 this morning, and her internet is out in Louisiana.
Oh.
And they told her it went out yesterday, and they said that it would be up running at 3 a.m. this morning. It's still not up. So she's trying to scramble and maybe even just video her session and then send us the video. We're figuring out what we're going to do. But right now she doesn't have internet to be live. So
well, everybody throw your internet good vibes. Just throw them towards Carly's way. Just think good vibes internet for Carly so we can see her live.
So Jane, be prepared. You and I may have to tell jokes for 30 minutes.
That's fine. We love that. We'll figure something out, Blaine. I am absolutely certain of that. But I feel good about Carly's segment. I feel like they're going to work it out. I feel like she's
figure it out. Yeah, I think Carly's pretty creative. So
she'll
come up with something. But
Blaine,
anyway, I told she may have to go to. What was that?
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
No. Oh, Kennedy was pointing at me, so I didn't know what you were pointing at. So anyway, Carly may have to go into New Orleans and use her phone.
Well, it would be great scenery, right?
Oh yeah, it would. Well, hey, you know what? We're ready to get this thing kicked off, Jane. And I know you've got a special guest coming up with a special machine.
I do.
And I'm super excited about it. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
I want to tell you something, Blaine, because I think you're going to like this. And this is a great way to start off the day and kick things off because I got 30 seconds. But on this date, June 10th, in 1752, our friend Benjamin Franklin flew his kite in the thunderstorm and he discovered electricity. So this is what I want to say. Cheers to Ben Franklin so he could power all of our sewing and embroidery machines. That's one. And number 2, here's to learning and discovering something new about embroidery this week.
That's true. Yeah. You never know. You may see something that you've never seen before, and you can take notes and try it yourself.
That's just never know. That's what I'm talking about. I like to go back in history. This time we're going to the 1700s. We got it.
All right, Jane.
Sewing machines back then. Yeah, I'll take it away. It's good.
All right. I'll see you back 30 minutes, Jane.
All right. Yes, everybody, just a little bit of history for you today on Monday, June 10th. Super excited to be here with you on Hoop Fest. Thank you, Sewing Machines Plus. All right, let's kick things off with our first session of the day. And we are talking to my friend, Colleen Sweatman. She is a brother educator. So let me tell you a little bit about Colleen. We love her. You know you love her. In the mid-1990s, she became fascinated with machine embroidery. Literally love at first sight. We've all been there. She loves every aspect of embroidery, from digitizing to seeing the design all stitched out on the finished project. We love that. She started with the earliest version of embroidery software and loves and enjoys many of the new advanced features and the ease of use that are available in software today. I love the innovation as well and the technology. And of course, for Colleen, if in anything, an item, anything can be embroidered, she's probably embroidered on it. Ugh, I got to find out how she does that. She just puts it in there and goes with it. So put your hands together and say hi to Colleen Sweatman. Hi, Colleen. Hi, Colleen.
Good morning. It's nice to see you this morning.
It's wonderful to see you. You look fantastic. Are you ready to go?
Thank you. I am. And I have a few samples I'm going to show you first, and then we're going to walk over to my beautiful machine. This fantastic machine has some very special tension on it that allows you to do some things that are a little more challenging. And because it goes from color to color without me, it makes me more efficient. So let me show you the first thing, because this one really impressed me. This is the tension on this machine has the capability to take those nasty, let me try to get this up high enough for you to see it. Those nasty, slippery polyesters that are just so challenging to do. And look at the perfect tension on that little soccer ball. There's no puckers, there's no nothing, and it just handled it perfectly. That's something that's amazing in this machine. So I wanted to share that. Isn't that cool? I just love that guy. Now, here's another thing that it can do, because sometimes we're having to do designs on a shirt or a pocket or a stripe or someplace, and it has to have perfect positioning. And do you see how perfectly straight my road grader is, or whatever that is, that digger is? That's because I'm that good. Oh, wait, never mind. It's because the machine has the ability to use a crosshair and make it perfect, even if you hoop stupid crooked. And I'm going to show you that, because I've got a piece that I hooped stupid crooked, and it's going to come out absolutely perfect. You'll be impressed with how simple this is. Now, this guy is another fun thing, and he's patches. So I can turn any design into a patch or a badge. So this is a design on the machine, and then with the click of a button, it can become a patch. And I can resize it. I think it's only got about 25 or so different shapes. But maybe that's really a lot, huh? And of course, I can distort them and change them and resize them and do all kinds of fun things. So that's really fun to make a patch. I do a lot of patches. When my kiddos were in Boy Scouts, it seems like they always needed patches for something, and you can do a whole bunch at a time. You can just put in one, and then there's a trick on the machine, and you can just ask it to fill it in with as many as you can fit. So you can, with these little patches, you can put in a lot. So we're going to do that. And then this guy's my last. Let me hold him way up here. And what we can do here is we can change colors and we can delete colors. So I started over here with the design as it is on the machine. And then I changed some colors so that it would look like it was fall. And then the bottom one is I just dropped out all those colors and made them go away. And I think that's so much fun, because you can take a design and you can make it be anything that you want, just by a little bit of changing around. I'm laughing because my husband is my cameraman, and he's sitting behind me, and he goes like this to tell me to look at the camera. So laugh with me about that, okay? Let me show you one more thing, and then we're going to go to the machine. So the machine comes with a toolkit that's really cool, and it comes with 4 hoops. So it comes with a little bitty guy. I think he's a little under 2 by 3, the 4 by 4, the 5 by 7, and the big one here is almost 8 by 12. And the thing about these is it doesn't matter which way you put them in. And of course, there's a zillion more hoops and things that you can get, but these are the ones that are coming with it in the package. And then I'm going to step over here to the machine and show you some things on the screen. So another thing that we can do here is we have a toolkit, and I'm just going to go through this screen really quickly, because I want you to see this super cool feature. And I think it's on about page 9, and there's all kinds of features and adjustment. So the machine can do anything that you want it to do. But one of my favorites, oh, right here, this is an admin lock, and I don't know if you can see it clearly enough on your screen, but it allows me to only let certain people use my machine. So if I'm using it as a business or even at home, and one of my older kids can use the machine, but the little ones can't, I can authorize just the older child to have access to the machine. Really a super cool feature in many settings, not only at home, but at work. So I think that's a pretty cool thing. And it has all kinds of changes and things that you can do on the control, but you're probably a whole lot more interested in playing with the machine. So it is a 6-needle machine. Like I said, it has some kind of magical tension to make those slippery things come out perfectly. It does have its own needle threader, so of course it will thread its own needle. And we are going to get started. Let's see, what do I want to show you first? Let's see. Let's go, where'd it go? Two USB ports here, and I can put in anything that I want. So I have to figure out where that one is. Here I can put in a dragonfly, and then I can put in another dragonfly. There's the tree. And so you can just see that I can set it, and then I can change colors or delete. So that's kind of a cool thing. I can also resize, and I'm going to choose, well, I'll just resize this one. So this is resizing with calculation of stitches. So if you do the one that doesn't have stitches in it, it doesn't change the stitch count. But if you choose the one that has stitches in it and it asks you this question, is it okay? Yes, it is. Now what I can do is I want to make it smaller. So right now it's about almost 5 inches. How little could I make it? Okay, I took it down to 3 inches, 2.95. So that was a big change. Now let's see if I go up. What can I do? I'm going to run out of space because of my hoop size here. It would actually go bigger, but it's up to 7 7/8. So just with that quick touch, the stitch count changes. So the density looks the same. That's a key. That's really, really, really important. So let's go out of there. I mentioned the ability to do patches, and I'm going to get rid of that design. I mentioned the ability to do patches, so let's choose something small for a patch. Let's choose the lion, and we're just going to put him right over here like this. And then I'm going to say, hey, I want you to make me some more of those. I want you to do it vertically, and you can just plus. And I don't have to show you that to just go horizontally. You already figured this out. And I could have put a lot in there, and I can space them apart or pull them closer together, whatever I need to do. But this is what I can do when I was talking about making a bunch of icons for things. That's what you can do. Now, one of my favorite things to do, and where did I put that? Oh, I know where it is. It is, let's see. Where is this favorite little fella? Always hiding from me. There he is. This guy right here, I showed you as a patch on a shirt, and that's a really, really stretchy, textured shirt. So what'll happen when you sew on texture like that is your stitches want to tend to fall into the nap, and they don't look as pretty. So what I do here is I just chose this fella, and I'm going to set him, and I'm going to create him as a patch. Now this is how difficult this is. I touch the patch icon, and I have all of these different shapes. So I have a ton. In this case, I really just want the circle, and it's way too big, and so that would look stupid, but we know what these little icons right here do, and they'll just take it right down to a pleasing size. Now I'm going to touch set, and I have a patch. And if I go to OK, what it's going to do is it's actually going to show you all the steps of the colors. And then I'm going to just go through this real fast. You can see the 3 applique steps. So the first one is placement. So you know where to put it. The second one is tack down. And then the third one is that final finishing so that it looks beautiful. But you can see how quick and easy that is. I did a million things like that. One that really paid off was my kiddo was traveling with on a charter flight that had 150 boys with 150 matching identical black bags. And I made patches for theirs with their troop logo on it. So it was super, super simple to find those when they came off the carousel. It was really a handy thing to do. Another thing that we can do is we can go in here and we can choose different fonts and different designs for a patch. So there's some different ones in here. Let's choose this guy, and we're going to set him. And then we're going to go to add, and we're going to add text. Now there's 3 different types of text. I can add the 3-letter monogram, the 2-letter monogram, or just 3 letters in a row. And the way that you do this is really straightforward. I'm going to do my initials. So C, A, oops, that was wrong. Let me just go back. Let me just go back because I did it wrong. The A comes from the middle tab and the S comes from the last tab. And the reason that it does that is that it fits perfectly into my space. So you can see how quick and easy that is to do a classic monogram with just no work at all. So I thought that was pretty fascinating. Now let's see, what else did I have to show you? Showed you how to leave out colors, right? I didn't show you that, did I? Let's go to the tree. Where'd the tree go? There's my patch. There's my tree. So what I can do with my tree is I can just change colors. So when I touch set, and I can come in here and I can change any color that I want to change. So I'm going to leave the first green one, but I think I'll change the second green one to orange. And then I think I don't want it to stitch. What do I want it to not stitch? No, I just want to leave it like that. Isn't that cool? I can just quickly change the colors. Now, if I wanted to, I can also delete those colors and have them not stitch. So that's kind of a cool thing to be able to do, I think, but that's fun. Now I'm going to show you, where'd it go? Oh, I'm going to show you how to line things up because that's always one of the most challenging things. And I want to get a picture. I'm going to have my cameraman go to another shot so you can see. This is a free arm machine. And free arm means that I can do your sleeves, I can do shoes, I can do pant legs, I can do shorts, and I can do all those not so much fun things to do without taking them apart. And that's really, really, really important for me because it makes me efficient. It's also wonderful for hats. All right, so let's go back and let's go to oh, I know I was going to show you the kitty cats. So there's the kitty cats and they're sitting on a straight line and they're really cute and they're really simple. So I'm going to set the kitty cats. Now, here's the problem. When I was hooping, I failed hooping 101. Didn't I? I mean, that's really pathetic. I know. And I can hear Jane laughing right now in the studio. She's probably going, nobody's that dumb, Colleen. But I am. And sometimes it's not just that you're dumb or lazy. Sometimes it's that you're using an item that's just too small. It might be a child's shirt or some of those things. And you just literally cannot put the hoop in. So you get the hoop a little crooked. And now you have the thing on, but then your design will be crooked. And that's definitely not what we wanted. So how do I fix this problem? You saw this. I just looked like I was crazy and my hooping's all terrible, but it's okay because I have a way to fix it. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to come to the magic icon right here. This is a magic icon because it has a little crosshair which shows you alignment, and then it also has a little box around it. So we're going to touch that fella, and I can choose any of these points for where I want my alignment. I can choose the alignment to be the center. I could choose it to be the left-hand side. A lot of times I'll choose that if I'm doing a pocket and I need it to be beside the pocket. I'll use my alignment here on that left-hand side. Today, I'm going to use it as the bottom point because I want the bottom point to sit on my line because obviously I failed line 101. Now I'm going to touch next. And it says, well, what do you want the bottom to be? Do you want it to go to the left or do you want it to go to the right? Well, in my case, I want it to go to the right because that's the way I've hooped my bag. So I'm going to touch next again. Now I'm going to have him switch to where you can see my beautiful crosshair. And it's really crisp on the screen. Unfortunately, my camera isn't showing it quite as crisp as it is, but it is super crisp and easy to see. And I'm just going to touch this up arrow, and I can go small, slow, medium, or super fast. And I tend to just want to go medium. And I'm going to come up here till my crosshair sits on the line, and I can get it perfect. And if I'm there, that is absolutely perfect. Now I'm going to go to the next crosshair. And again, because I hoop stupid crooked, it's not right. But that's okay because I can do it again. I'm just going to bring that right up on that crosshair line, and I'm going to set this. And now when it's set, I want you to look at my screen. And my kitties are crooked, but they're perfect crooked. They exactly, perfectly, precisely match my lines. So all I have to do now is touch embroidery. And it says, let me just take care of that for you. So I have black on color number 1, which is where I want it. And I don't have red on there. Red is on 4, so we'll just change that. That's not a big deal. We'll just change this one to 4 and touch OK. And she's ready to go. Now I've set her at the slowest speed, and I'm going to start her, but I probably won't finish her just because the microphone picks up the machine, the noise from the machine. So, but I do want you to see her get started. So she's going to tie a 3-stitch knot. And then off she goes. Now I have her going at a slower speed. See how the underlay went in there? So the underlay gives it body and lets it not fall into the cracks. I think that's super cool and perfect. And I'm going to let it finish the head, and then I'll probably stop it so I can show you something else that it can do. Okay, I'm going to stop that because I don't think you want to just sit here for the entirety of that and watch it stitch. But let's talk about a few other things that this fella can do because he's got some other tricks. So I'm going to cross over here, and I'm going to pull up these guys. Now, I always like to show hats because hats are wonderful. Everybody seems to love hats, and boy, will they. If you're using this for a gift, they love you forever. And if you're using it to make money, they love you forever because you can do such a beautiful job. Now, this is a flat brim cap frame, so this was the style, and I don't follow the styles, but this was just the hottest rage in the world fairly recently. And I can do this so simply with my hat. With my hat driver, which is, I'm standing right in front of it, so you can't see it, but I'll show it to you in a minute. You can buy these kind of caps. I know a lot of us just go for the cheap ones because they're quick and easy. And that's true, but look at the difference that this has. I did these for a soccer team. They were the Lightning. But it was fun to see them show up at a game with these on, and you can see who the team members are and who's affiliated with the team and all that. So it's beautiful, it's exciting, it's fun to wear, and it keeps you dry in the rain. This was another one, same thing. This one is referee. And my husband and I and our kids used to referee a lot of soccer. And sometimes people don't behave well at sport games. But if you have somebody walking around with a referee cap on, they seem to know how to behave a little bit better because they know you have the power to throw them out. So that was really a fun thing. I did that because we had an issue. And then this last one I did just because I wanted you to see the field. This is not quite the whole field, but it's close. So you can see you have, really good width and really, really good height to do it. And I'm holding it crooked, sorry, to do a big logo if you wanted something, or if you wanted big letters or initials. And remember the initial thing that I showed you with the monogramming? Those are really fun. People love that look. Now I hear a little noise outside. So if you hear noise at the door and it sounds like someone's pounding on the door, it's my cat. And she typically supervises my sewing from the ironing board or the table where I cut and things like that. So she's in here about 99% of the time when I'm working. And right now she's having a really hard time figuring out why I'm in here working and she isn't. So I actually had to put a door stop in because if you hear the pounding on the door, that's who it is. So, we have lever handles, so she can open the door and let herself in. So that's, I've actually thought about putting a round handle on my sewing room door for these times, but anyway, it is what it is. So Jane, have we had any questions pop up about anything that we've talked about today? Were there any questions coming in, or do you have any questions for me?
I'm here. Hi, Colleen. I am here, and I was laughing at you, of course, when you said you were. What did you say? You hooped it. I was laughing at you with your hooping 101 and hooping it crooked. But I love the magic icon makes it perfectly crooked, and I love that feature. I love this machine. For me, and Blaine knows this, it's like my favorite machine that we have, that brother has. So it's literally my favorite. A couple of questions that came up. Did you show the threading? I know you didn't show us how to thread, but maybe you can just point through the threading where it goes.
Normally I would, because there's a video and all you have to do is touch the video and it will absolutely walk you through this. But in this particular case, I have a prototype machine and it doesn't have the videos installed on it, but the video is right here. So it looks like a little film strip with a question mark in it. And that is video, and it will just come up and it will step you through it. And it's pause and play. So you can watch the whole thing, or you can let it do a little bit and you can stop it and catch up with it. So there is no way to fail because it literally holds your hand. And then the needle threader, I can show you that because it does do that. And I'll pull the hoop out of the way so that I think you can get a little bit better view of it. Because me and the needle threader are best friends. So all you have to do is touch the needle threader icon and the thread comes right out there. I have to lean back. I've got my head in the way. If my husband were allowed to speak, he would tell you that he could video right through my ears and it would still show, but that's why he doesn't have a mic. I don't want him to make fun of me. But the little needle threader comes right out here. You can see it beside it, and then you come right through it and up and around and press it again the second time and it threads it. It's a never fail, a wonderful thing, because I don't think I would ever be able to see that down low. Now I have lights on the machine. I turned them off so they wouldn't interfere with the camera, but it does have really, really nice lighting so that it's right on the spot so you can see what you're doing. It has a lot of features. I think one of my favorite features that I was so impressed with was the tension, because again, to be able to work on this kind of stretchy, horribly stretchy, horribly. I mean, this is a polyester. It just feels so slimy. And it is absolutely perfect. And I have just one little layer of stabilizer below it. And you can see that's absolutely perfect. No puckers, no nothing. So I was truly impressed. And then, of course, this guy with the texture, you can see how beautifully that went down. And the way, remember I showed you how it had the 3 circles. So the first circle is placement. So you can see where it's going to go. The second circle that it stitches is the tack down. So you can make sure it's going to be right. And then the third one is that beautiful satin stitch. And I think it just did a gorgeous, gorgeous job. Now the upside of this also is that if the child outgrows it and loves the patch, you can take the patch off from the back and you can use it on another garment. And ask me how I know that, because I have a grandkid who went through probably 3 different sizes of shirts with the same patch. So I thought that was pretty funny. And then let's see, the stripe. This to me is the most impressive thing in the entire world, because just with 2 clicks of the button, I am absolutely perfectly aligned. There, I'm doing a little dance, but it is absolutely sitting right on that line. And these little shirts are really hard to hoop because they're small. When you get down into the baby onesies and things like that, it's very, very difficult to hoop if you want a big design, to get them straight because of the size of the shirt. I'm trying to hold it straight, but I'm not very good at this. So I think those are all some fun things. Like I said, probably my most favorite feature, I think one of them, that it goes to thread from thread to thread, but also the fact that it has this beautiful free arm, which allows me to do the shirt sleeves, the cuff, pocket. I can do all kinds of things because I have this little opening. So I can even do sleeves. I'm not going to hoop it, but I'll just show you. I have a hoop small enough that I could hoop that sleeve if I wanted to. That was that little bitty hoop, right? And all kinds of fun stuff. So, any other questions?
Yes, of course. For Crystal Harrell says, I'm sold. I'm sold. I love that. Me too. And you guys can leave me up, or just keep me live so I can talk back with Colleen. But somebody wants to see a brief glimpse of the lighting, even though it might be a little distracting. There's like a brief glimpse, if we can see that.
Let me see if I can.
Okay.
I had it.
I know. I'm going to be asking you to be
turned off
doing
so that it
backwards.
wouldn't. Where is the lighting? Why do I have it turned off? I have it turned off so it won't interfere with the camera, but I've got to find it. It's beautiful because these 2 lights shine right down on it.
Which is so great. Lighting is so important. And I know this because every week I get older and I realize how much I love lighting. Oh, look at that. It is nice. Thank you.
Okay, but that's the lowest. No, that's the lowest level.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
You can, I could sew in here in the pitch dark and you can really see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a couple questions because time is going and I want to make sure everybody can get their hands on this amazing machine, the PR680W. Deborah wants to know, when doing a patch, would you want the app to do the applique to sew that first? And can you reorder that on the machine? This is a straight off the chat question.
Okay. So yes, if I just wanted to choose a design, I'm going to choose something small. The bird's not too big. Oh yeah, he is. Oh well, never mind. Patch. That one's really huge. And see, that did an auto configure.
Sure.
And then I can just move him right over here, and I'm going to tell him to make another one. I'm going to go horizontally. So I can just put in, I can only have 2 because I chose a big design, but if I had chosen a small design, I could put in 20. And I also have a small hoop a smaller hoop, and the machine knows that. So it'll only let me go so far crazy. But that's how hard it is.
Yeah, that's really hard. This is great. I'm sold too. I love this machine. Let me one more quick question before I toss this over. Maribel Reyes says, she's a newbie here. What's the benefit? I'm gonna have you answer this. Quick benefit of having a multi-needle machine.
Oh,
so many.
Man,
so many.
That's my favorite question in the whole world. What's the benefit? It's like having a crock pot. In the old days when you had a crock pot in your kitchen and you can set it and forget it, you can turn it on and it just goes. Also, you have this lovely Freon that gives you all the space in the world where you can do the little things. You can do the caps. You can do, I literally could not live and survive without one of these machines. I love it. I love being able to do the patches. I love being able to do, when I set up a whole row of patches and it does the whole thing without me, I like that.
That's amazing.
This guy will do the whole bag without me. I just turned it off so that I could answer questions and interface with you, but it will go through. When I turn it back on, it'll go through and finish that whole design.
So many great reasons, Colleen. My favorite one is it's like having a crock pot. It can do so many things. You're the best. Thank you so much, everybody. Say thanks to Colleen. We will probably see you later on this week again. But let me
Yes.
tell everybody how they can get their hands on the Brother PR 680W. Colleen, thank you.
Thank you. I know they want one.
I know they want one. Everybody wants one. If you're a newbie, if you're an old bee, whatever you're a bee of, you want this machine. I'm telling you, it is the Brother PR 680W. Now, you see this. This is that Entrepreneur Pro 6-needle multi-embroidery machine. You're seeing the S&P live pricing right there. But oh, guess what? Because it is Hoop Fest, you're going to want to call for more information. You're going to want to call to get this machine to your house, to your craft room, to your sewing room. Just get it and just get started. Again, this is a fantastic machine. It's like having a crock pot. You can do anything with it. And again, Colleen was just showing us like some of the basic cool things that we can do, but think of all the fun things and all the creativity and all the inspiration and all of the things that you can do. Again, call 800-401-8151, or you can, of course, chat live to place your order. But again, you're going to need to call for more info on this machine if you want to take this one home today. I don't know. It's the first session of day one of Hoop Fest. I think this might be a really great way to start. If you've been thinking about this machine, now is the time, right, Blaine?
Well, you're right, Jane. And I've got to say a big hint, wink, wink out there to everybody when you talk about the price of this machine. That's all I'm going to say.
Wink, wink.
So,
right. I wasn't going to do the wink, wink, but it's just call for more info if you know what I mean.
And the reason I've got to say that, Jane, is, Hoop Fest is all about getting really good pricing for everybody out there. But because of manufacturers' restrictions with what they call MAP pricing, minimum advertised price, we can't show prices below that on air or say it on air. So when I say call in, you've got to call in.
Yes.
Simple as that. And because you know what Hoop Fest is all about, getting the best price. So just call us. Trust us on that.
And I mean, I think you kick off your week with this machine. It's a great way to start.
Well, I know this is your favorite machine. You've been looking at this up and down for a long time. So
it's so great. I love the 6-needle. Yeah, it's my favorite because it can do so many things. I love the magic crosshairs. I love the perfect crooked. I just love it all. I love the free arm. I love the six needle. There's nothing about this machine I don't love. I love the big LCD screen. I mean, I have a whole list of things. I didn't even tell you about it, but I'm telling you, I know it's day one and it's like the first hour or first 30 minutes, but this is what you're thinking about. Like Blaine, wink, wink, call for more info day.
Yes, it is. Okay. Well, speaking of free arms, Jane, we got another one coming up. So I'm going to take it away and I'll see you back here in just a little bit. Guys, we are going to talk all about Baby Lock, and one of their free arms is we're going to talk all about the new Capella. And I tell you what, you're in for a treat because we have Mike Johns from Baby Lock here. Now, Mike Johns. Remember, we used to do that. Mike Johns. There's the rap song out there that says Mike Jones, but we say Mike Johns. And so, but Mike, he grew up in a family of crafters. And he said he didn't become serious about sewing until he studied costume design and technology at Florida State University about 20 years ago. And he enjoys the unique creative process sewing provides. And he has been teaching nationwide at different things. We've had him out here in San Diego. We love working with Mike. And I think Patty Marty is there with him as well today. She's either going to be in front of the camera or working with the camera, but she's with him. And Patty has a passion for embroidery and sewing and quilting. And that kind of aided her in joining Baby Lock. And she's at the training team since 2012, and she runs their education department. I work very closely with Patty. We absolutely love these two together. And so y'all welcome to the show, Mike Johns and Patty Marty.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
So is Patty there with you, Mike?
Yeah, of course she is. We come as a team.
All right. I knew she would probably be there. She helps answer questions and things. So, hey, I know we're talking about one of your favorite machines because, this Capella is the newer machine, the single needle cylinder arm. And I know that's always been your favorite. So I'm going to let you take it away, Mike, and we'll come back here in about 30 minutes and tell them how they can get theirs.
That sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. So listening to Colleen, first of all, hey, Colleen, if you're still there, I haven't seen her in forever, but I love her to death. She's amazing. So she showed you the 6 needle, which the 6 needle is an amazing machine, but sometimes 6 needles and 10 needle machines, multi-needle machines can be a little bit intimidating just to look at. Now, first of all, I want to tell you, don't be intimidated. It doesn't matter if you're on a single needle 3-arm like this, or you're on the 6 needle or the 10 needle. They're all simple and easy to use. That's one of the things about these machines, is that they have great user interfaces and they just are simple to use. And if you've been in the Baby Lock family before, you know that once you learn an icon in Baby Lock speak, it's the same icon throughout the entire lineup of machines. So if you're already sitting down and you've got the wonderful Solaris, or maybe you still have the Destiny, or you've got one of our other flatbed machines, all of that technology that you learned from your flatbed machines, if that icon shows up on our free arm machines, it does the same thing. So you're not having to learn a brand new language, which I think is so fun, because it just makes that learning curve kind of just go away. And it makes it to where you can jump on that machine right off the bat and just start sewing. But maybe you're brand new to the Baby Lock family. Well, that's even better, because those are easy to learn too. We actually do everything very simple. Once you look at the machine, it all makes sense. You really don't have to sit there and kind of do that whole guess and wonder thing about what that actual feature is, or what that icon's going to do, or what that button's going to do. So I'm standing here next to the Capella. This is actually was introduced into our line last year. This is probably, like Blaine said, one of my favorite machines in our lineup. This actually replaced the Alliance, which was right before this. And the Alliance was my first free arm machine. And I think the reason that I fell in love with these machines is when you take and you look at all of the advantages of a free arm machine, like Colleen was saying, and then you say, okay, it's a free arm, but I only have to deal with 1 needle. So now you're not having to worry about having 6 or 10 needle take-up levers on the front of the machine. You're not having to worry about how do you thread that, which, by the way, threading 6 and 10 needles is easy to do as well. But if that kind of makes you feel a little bit nervous or anxious, here it is with just 1 single needle. Now, you may look at the machine and kind of go, hey, but there's 4 spools of thread here at the top. That's nothing more than a staging area. Now, if you're like me and Patty and you've got a flatbed machine, you probably already use the top of your machine to stage all of your threads, right? You've got your whole color list kind of laid out so that as you get to sew, you just go up there and pick the color. Well, that's kind of what this is doing for me here. It's actually letting me go ahead and put my 4 colors that I'm going to be using first up here. And then as I progress through my design, because I can sew with more than 4 colors, I can sew with more than 20 colors on this, however many you want to do. But as I go through my designs, I can replace the spools up here, because the way you actually change your thread on this is I'm not going to sit here and follow this threading path every single time. I'm going to do it one time and one time only, because once I get it threaded, which by the way is super simple, I'm just going to go from my thread stand down through a couple of tensioning discs and clamps down into my take-up lever for my needle, and then I have an automatic needle threader down here. So once I get to the bottom, there's no trying to fish for that little needle eye. And if you're like me, as we get older, our eyesights kind of go with us and things. I kind of have to laugh. Blaine said 20 years ago, FSU. I wish it was 20 years ago. It's a little bit more than that now, but that's okay. I'll take 20 years. We'll pretend. I'll live in my fantasy world there, but I appreciate that. But once I get this threaded one time, whenever I get ready to change over to one of the other threads, it's super simple, because if you look up here at the top, you may notice these 2 large white units that are here. These actually have really, really cool purpose. What they're doing is they're holding our thread tails, but then they also have thread cutters built in. So here you can see I've got this red spool currently threaded. If I want to change this over to like maybe my green spool, all I have to do is pull a little excess, floss it through my threader. I can leave that little red tail hanging out up there so it's ready for me next time I'm ready to go. Grab my green tail here. Do a little overhand knot, because we're not going to go through the needle because we have an automatic needle threader. There's no reason to have to do any kind of like fancy knots on that. And don't do like I do and pull too tight so that you break the thread. But there it is. And then when I'm ready to go, all I do is come down, pinch in front of the needle, and then I'm just going to pull that through. And once I see the new color come through, I know I've got my thread in there. I'm going to take on my screen here, I've got my automatic needle threader. I'm going to put that into position. floss from one side to the other, use my thread cutter that's here on the front, push that needle threader, and just like that, I've changed the color of thread on my machine. If you weren't doing it from the side like I was there, it's even faster. So you can do this really quick and really easy. And then, like I said, your other 3 spools are just sitting up here waiting on you. I love that because honestly, I can actually sometimes change my thread here faster than my 6 or 10 needle can moving to the next needle. And that may sound kind of funny or kind of counterintuitive, but the more you play on this machine, the faster you get at it. And it's really kind of just almost like a fun game to see how fast you can rethread it. The other thing I love about this machine is the bobbin system and the fact that we have a bobbin winder. So the bobbin system is something that maybe we don't talk about a whole lot whenever we're talking about our machines, but this actually has a vertical bobbin with a vertical rotary hook. What does that mean? That means that if I was to lift up my project here and look down on the bottom of my machine, there's actually a little lever that I kind of open down here. And I don't know if we can see this or not, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this table off, and we'll talk about this table here in just a second. And then if I pull back my actual project, you can see that there's my little bobbin cover. I'm going to open that bobbin cover, and then my bobbin case is right there. All I have to do is pull that little case out, and then there is my actual bobbin itself. So what's really nice about this is, unlike on our flatbed machines, I can change my bobbin without ever having to take my project off of my machine, right? And I love that. That's one of the things I always hate whenever I see that low bobbin indicator come up on my flatbed, because that means I have to stop. I have to remove the hoop from the machine. I have to replace the bobbin. I have to put the hoop back on. And then it just kind of takes a lot longer. When you're doing it on our free arm machines, I don't have to worry about that because of that front loading bobbin that's on there. Now, the other thing here is that these work beautifully with pre-wound bobbins. So if you're one who doesn't like winding your own bobbins, have I got good news for you. These work beautifully with pre-wound. However, there's always going to be that project where we need to wind our own bobbins. And this is the only free arm machine in the family of free arm machines that actually has an onboard bobbin winder. And on top of that, the bobbin winder has a motor that's independent from anything else on the machine, meaning that it runs on its own. I think that is pretty special, because now if I'm doing that freestanding lace, or I'm doing freestanding applique, or maybe I'm working on that special project to where I want it to look great from the front and the back, I can wind bobbins that match my upper thread, or maybe it's a contrast bobbin to my upper thread just to give it a little bit of spice. I can do that right here on the machine. I don't have to have an extra piece of machinery to do that, right? So this is the only machine in the free arm lineup that actually has that built-in bobbin. So you can use those pre-wound bobbins here. These actually ship with MagnaGlide. I don't know why I'm saying MagnaCore. MagnaGlide unit. So it actually has a magnetized bobbin in it, so it doesn't rattle, it doesn't do any of that kind of good stuff. It flows off beautifully and it stitches beautifully. The other thing is when you go to put this back in, it actually gives you a little snap. So as long as you hear that little snap, you know without a doubt that that bobbin is in there correctly and you're ready to start sewing. Now, when we talk about sewing and we talk about what we can do on this machine, Colleen talked to you guys about the fact that when we look at free arm machines, what benefit does that free arm give us? Well, like she said, it gives us a lot of freedom, because now we can do not only flat things like this kitchen towel that I have on here, but I can also do things like ball caps, or I could do things like zipper bags or zipper pouches. I can do the shoulder cap of sleeves. I can do left, right, chest embroidery. I can even sew down the leg of a pair of jeans without having to take out the seam, which if you've ever tried to do that and you've ever tried to take that seam out and put it back in, sewing that seam back together on jeans, especially the old school denim jeans that have that fell seam on there, that can be a little bit of a headache. I can actually sew that and embroider that here on my machine without releasing that seam. So I think that is what's going to make my life so much easier, because I don't have to worry about doing extra work to get that beautiful result. My embroidery field on this machine got a little bit of a glow up. On the Alliance, it was actually only 8x8. On this machine, it's actually 7 7/8 by 11 3/4 We generally just refer to that as 8x12, but just for precision, remember these are manufactured with metric system. So whenever we look at this 200 by 300, that's going to convert just a little bit smaller than 8x12. But if you hear us talk about it, we almost always say 8x12. So it does come with an 8x12 hoop. It also comes with a 4x4 hoop. So you've got those two hoops, and then there's additional hoops that you can add on to the machine so that you get a wider variety of experiences, including those really tiny hoops that Colleen showed you. Those will fit on here as well. You get two different frame attachment arms for this machine. You get the A arm and the B arm. The A arm is the one that you're going to use most of the time. That's the one that actually works with the hoops that come with the machine. The B arm is going to allow you to use optional hoops and optional sizes that are out there. Now, the really cool thing is there are some hoops that don't require the A or the B arm. I actually happen to have one on the machine right now. This is probably my favorite hoop in the Baby Lock lineup for our free arm machines. And I use this hoop on this machine, the 6-needle machine, and the 10-needle machine. This is called our versatile magnetic hoop. And what I love about this, comes in two sizes, 4x4 and 5x7. But this actually gives me the convenience of a magnetic hoop. And you can see I can kind of lift this up here, and I've got magnets on the corners. But if I take all 4 of those magnets out, the reason that I really love this hoop is it's a combination hoop. So it actually is a clamp mixed with that magnet. And I love that because it means that I'm not having to fish as to where those magnets go back in place, because if you kind of look at that clamp on the top, there's holes in the clamp. So when I go to put this on, it goes right into position. I don't have to worry about it. Also, the other thing I love about this, if you have any kind of dexterity issues or hand strength issues, these actually have magnet release clamps here on the corners. All you have to do is push up on it, and it actually releases that magnet. So you saw me do that without anything in the hoop, which that's not how we recommend you store it. That's just me demoing. But if I had fabric in there, it's even easier to lift off. So I love these hoops. Do you have to have these hoops to make this machine work great? Nope. The hoops that come with it work perfectly fine. Now, you'll notice that if I'm using this hoop, I'm probably not doing things in the round, meaning I'm not taking advantage of the free arm here. I'm probably doing flat surface type embroidery, like on towels, beach blankets, quilts, those kinds of things. Anytime that I'm doing that, the chances are I'm probably going to have my wide table on.
Before we go to that,
Yeah.
So a couple of people asked some questions. Somebody asked if you could use the 8x8 hoop from the Alliance on the Capella, or an 8. They just said an 8x8 hoop. It was
It would be on your B arm. So that would actually fit on your B arm.
and it would be the quilt frame.
It would be the quilt frame.
It would be a little bit different than the one that came with the Alliance.
Right.
So,
But there is an 8x8 for it. Yes.
yeah. And then the other question is can you use this frame, the versatile magnetic hoop, with the Alliance?
Yes. No, not on the Alliance, because the Alliance actually didn't have the software update into it to where it went. So this came out after the Alliance. So you can use it on this machine, the 6-needle machine, and the 10-needle machine. The ones in the current lineup. The ones that have the Alliance has been retired. So even though it's tried, it's still a great machine. Don't let the word retire make you feel like something's bad. It's not. I hope to be retired myself someday and still want to be looked at positively. But this actually only works on the newer ones because it actually took additional programming for it to be recognized by the machine. But great question.
Yeah, and that hoop is great. Like I did a bunch of pillows on it.
Yeah.
When the array came out, and that was a new hoop. And it's awesome because you could actually just take one off, slide one back on, put the magnets back down, line it up, and you're good to go.
Yeah, because it's basically facilitating you hooping on the machine. Right. Normally, when we're talking about our standard hoops, we would tell you don't ever hoop on the machine. Right. Well, you can't physically hoop a standard hoop on your machine. But with these, I can actually hoop here on my machine, which is actually a lot of fun and really nice. Anything else?
Yeah. Nope. Everyone just says they love the magnetic hoops. So,
yeah, I love those.
Really
so on the wide frame table that you have here, you'll notice that it has a couple of steel bars on the bottom, and it has some posts. These little pieces that you see on my machine, those don't come automatically on your machine. You add them in. They're super simple to add in, but this is what's going to hold our flat table on. Now, normally you would do this when you don't have a hoop on, but it still slides in perfectly. And notice this is not going anywhere. So now what's really nice here is I actually have a nice working surface, right? So I have a really nice place that I can actually go through and do things. Like if I was using my standard hoops, I could actually do my hooping here on this table. Or if you're one of those people who like to do appliques, things like that, I've got a nice solid work surface to kind of manage there as I go through this. So I love this. If this is too big for you and you don't have the room for this, or maybe this is kind of sticking out into your space a little bit more than what you feel is comfortable for your workspace, we do have an alternate table for this that is called the narrow support table. I don't think we have it in here. Patty's going to jump up and see if she can find it really quick. But that was a new accessory that we launched a couple years ago. And that actually gives me the same support that I see here, except for I'm not having to take up all this real estate. Thanks, Savannah. All right, so this is the narrow support table. So if you look on the back, there's actually there's a sticker that tells you that it belongs in the studio, but there's a little handle here. If I pull that handle, it opens up a cage. That cage just slides right over my free arm, and then I can pull out the extension. And now I have the benefit of supporting my hoop so that I'm not putting excess pressure on the hoop in combination of the embroidery unit itself, okay? So I have this, I leave this on my 10 needle actually. So this is on my 10 needle pretty much constantly. It'll fit the 10 needle, the 6 needle, and this particular machine. Sure, we can talk about these things. Patty's bringing me arms of stuff. All right, so we talked about the hoops that come with the machine is the 7 7/8 by 11 3/4. But we also, like I said, mentioned that we have extra hoops. If you're someone who likes to work with round hoops are a standard in the commercial industry for embroidery. And the reason for that is because it provides excellent tension all the way around, because I don't have any straight runs on here. We have a 4-inch, 5-inch, and 6-inch circular frame that you can get that goes with this. These would go on to your alternate frame holder, which is the C frame holder. So this one doesn't come with the machine. It would come with the set with the hoops if you buy it that way, or you buy it individually, either way. The other thing is a lot of you said you like magnetic hoops, as Patty and I do as well. We also do have a large magnetic hoop with this. And one of the reasons I love this is because my magnets on this are actually angled. So they actually have like that little V in the actual magnet there. And the same for the bottom here. So whenever you clamp your fabric in here, it does not move. So if you've ever had issues with like what I jokingly refer to as the saggy diaper syndrome, right? When you're sewing and then it starts to sag out in the middle of the hoop, you will never experience that with this hoop. This hoop's going to hold that fabric nice and in place no matter how many stitches you put in it. So if you got that really dense stitch design, that's when I'm going to be reaching for my magnetic hoop. Actually, I use my magnetic hoop for pretty much everything. The other thing is, I know Blaine carries Durkee, and we do have the Durkee cat frame. Works beautifully on this. Now, this happens to be one for the 10 needle, but we do have one that fits on this as well. Is this one? Okay. But what I love about this is Colleen showed you the hat that she made, and she had that big area in there. This actually gives you an area of approximately 5 inches by 5.5 inches. So if someone hands you a hat that you can't stitch on this, then they have a really big head with a really big hat. So you can pretty much fill any space with this. But the nice thing about this is if the actual cat frame drivers and all that we have, which I'll show you in a second, kind of intimidate you a little bit, this is a nice way to kind of work your way into hats. This goes down flat. The only drawback on this is whenever you go into some of the hats like the trucker hats or the flat brim caps, you lose a little bit of your embroidery space because you're having to force that cap down on the front. So just be aware of that, but still easy to use and great results. If you want to actually use the cat frames that come with this, now this is the wrong one. No, this is the flat brim. Yeah. So this is the flat brim driver. So this would actually be sitting on the machine itself, but it has the hoop installed with it as well. Your caps go on here. It's going to give you a embroiderable field of 2 5/8 inches by 9 inches. So this would go basically from temple to temple, and it would do the whole front of the crown of the hat. And we have wonderful videos on these to show you how to attach these and how to use them. And then Colleen mentioned on the last segment that on your machines that you'll notice that there is a little film strip with a question mark on it. That is my machine help key. If I touch that, you're going to notice that I have some categories that are in here. So at the top, I have my operation guides, then I have my videos, and then I actually have a support site link. If I click on the video on this particular machine, a lot of our machines have the videos built in, but on the Capella, instead of taking up memory with the videos, we actually have a QR code for you. So all you have to do is take your smart device, whether it be your phone, your tablet, whatever the case may be, point your camera at this, a little website will pop up, click on that website, and you'll have all of your help videos to be able to walk you through this. I actually kind of think that's great because then I could have my tablet off to the side while I'm going through my videos.
Right. The other thing just to remember is when you purchase a Baby Lock machine, you also get a 60-day free trial for our
so ed
classes.
Yeah.
So you've done a ton of classes
we have
on this machine.
Yeah, actually, I did the full getting to know your machine series on this. So it takes you from taking it out of the box to stitching your first project, which is really fun. This has a ton of built-in features as well. So this has, I think it's 139 built-in designs, or 175 built-in designs, excuse me.
And somebody asked the weight. Do we know what
68 pounds.
68
So this weighs 68 pounds. It is a heavier machine, right? But you know, it's a free arm machine, but this is the lightest of all of the free arm machines. That makes this one great for those of you who want to do things like craft fairs, or if you want to set up like a monogram booth at like an event or something like that. This is perfect for that because at 68 pounds, it is the lightest of the machines that are out there as far as free arm goes. And it's actually very manageable for two people. And the nice thing is this is actually set to be moved. So it actually has grips on both sides. So there's two places on each side for you to hand grip, and you can carry these around. The other thing I will say that one recommendation I'll throw out there is make sure you have a good sturdy table to put these on. We've got ours here on our all stand. This is an adjustable height stand that we can go in, and it has storage space below. It has storage space for my frames. But as long as you've got a nice sturdy base, you'll be good to go. And this has actually got leveling feet on it. So if you happen to be somewhere where maybe things are a little bit not as level as you'd like them to be, you can actually level the machine itself, which is really, really great. Yes. And at 1,000 stitches per minute, it will crank.
Right. And a lot of people are saying that their 10 needles are heavy, which we both own.
Oh,
multiple 10 needles, and we do understand that. This one is definitely the most portable of any of the machines. So
it is.
You could take it to a craft fair. You could put it in your car easily.
Yeah, and we know quite a few people who do that and do very, very well with it. The other thing about this is it does have 39 built-in fonts inside the machine. So Patty and I know that all of us who embroider, all of us who sew, we kind of hoard those patterns and hoard those embroidery designs and things like that. This gets you started with 39 fonts right off the bat. And then, like I said, that 175 built-in designs, which the built-in designs are beautiful as well. But with those 39 fonts, you could pretty much go into a personalization business with no problem whatsoever.
You got to show them the puffy foam.
We do, yeah. So well, it's the puffy foam hat right now. This actually does have a puffy font in it, which I don't know if you've ever stitched with puffy foam, but this is what it looks like once you get it done. It's actually a wide satin, but it's specially digitized so that when you stitch it, you actually stitch over embroidery foam. And then when it's done, the extra foam just kind of pulls away, and then you have puffy letters. So this is actually a built-in font. This is the only machine in our entire lineup that has the built-in puffy font in it. So really fun to play around, and you can get some really cool results with this. And this is a wow, right? When you show people that you can do that, and it takes no longer to do than just a regular machine. So this is actually, like I said, for what you get, for the size of the machine, for the built-in features of the machine. This also has the 2-point alignment feature that Colleen showed you in the previous segment. So if you saw that, that's on this machine as well. So you actually can get that perfect placement if you, we'll say, hoop inappropriately on purpose, right? So if you were doing something to where you needed to make sure it was perfectly lined up, you can definitely do that with this machine. So it has that big extra large crosshair laser that projects down and does the 2-point alignment just like she showed you. So great machine, wonderful introduction to free arm machine. So if you've been on the fence for moving up from a flatbed to a free arm, or maybe you want to add to your collection, right? Patty and I collect machines. I'm sure some of you guys do as well. This is a great way that I kind of call this my gateway machine, right? It kind of gets me into that free arm. And these machines are semi-commercial, so they actually are going to last you forever. As long as you service them like you're supposed to, you will have a machine that will last you a lifetime. And it is such a fun machine to play with. And with that new 8x12 embroiderable field, there isn't much that you can't do on this particular machine.
Susan said, can you talk her husband into it?
Sure, Susan, have him call me.
All
Yeah.
right.
All right. Any other questions?
No, people love the puffy foam. Somebody just asked about the puffy foam. Does it just stay underneath the stitching? And
It does, yeah. So one thing we always tell people is a lot of people try to use craft foam underneath it instead of embroidery foam. Craft foam will deteriorate. It actually gets crunchy and then kind of just falls apart. So make sure whenever you're doing this, you're using actually embroidery foam that's made for this. But yeah, once it's actually stitched, all of the extra, it gets perforated so much as that satin stitch goes over. All you have to do is kind of pick it up. If you do have any little pieces kind of sticking out of your satin stitches, a good high heat hair dryer, run over it just a little bit. It'll shrink that foam just a tad. All those little pokey outs will kind of go away and you'll never even know the foam's under there other than the fact that it'll be lifted up. And there's different thicknesses of foam as well. So you can actually get really thin foams, you can get some thicker foams, and there's actually different density foams as well. So you can get some that are softer that'll round out, and you can get some that are a little bit harder that'll make sharp edges. So lots to do.
Somebody asked if there's a carrying case for this.
A carrying case?
It's called your car.
Yeah, that'd be a big carrying case. No carrying case for this. I will say that it does, the thread antenna that's here does collapse down so that you don't have this sticking up whenever you transport it. It does kind of fold, actually folds forward. But once you do that, it locks in place and you want to keep it like that. But as far as like cases, no, there's none of that. We do have covers for this. So if you are in a place where like we live in Missouri, we're in St. Louis, so lots of farmland and stuff around in the area, so dusty. So when you're not using it, it's a good idea to cover it. Either throw another quilt over it, or we do have those really pretty black baby lock canvas covers that go on it that let everybody know what's underneath it. Yeah. Anything else?
No, I think we're good.
Yeah.
See if Blaine's ready for us to send it back to him.
He went to a potty break.
we joke because we have dogs. We always call it a potty break.
Yeah, we always say go potty.
All right. Great job, Mike.
There it is. Thank you.
All right. We're going to tell everybody how they can get this. Thank you all so much for coming on. And again, I know this is one of your favorite machines. So we're going to tell everybody what we got going this week. And thank you all so much.
Awesome. Have a wonderful Hoop Fest.
All right. Thanks,
All right.
Blaine.
Thank you. All right, everyone. This is the Baby Lock Capella. And again, we have a call-in special on this. The regular price on this is $59.99. We have a fantastic Hoop Fest pricing on it. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. We do have special financing available, and we're going to ship this nationwide, absolutely free, right to your doorstep. Now, again, this is the single needle arm. You love these single needle arms because, again, what they can do, you can embroider bags, hats, shoes, all kinds of pant legs, shirt sleeves, things that you can, put around that cylinder arm. Makes it extremely easy. Has that huge embroidery field, an 8x12 embroidery field on it. It has the crosshairs on it, the positioning laser, so you can make it hooping so easy with that. It has the True View Designer on it. It has the quilt set built-in bobbin winder, automatic needle threader, 38 built-in fonts, 175 built-in designs. Embroidery speed is 1,000 stitches per minute. It has that convenient front load bobbin on the fronts, makes it so easy to change bobbins. It has the USB flash drive, connectivity on it. And then it has the multi-line text justification. Again, guys, this thing is just full of features, built in 1 megabyte of memory, and has those 2 LED work lights on it. Can't say enough about this. And I think Mike even talked about the weight. It's 68 pounds. Now, I know that's a little heavy for one person, but 2 people can move this thing around extremely easy. We sell these to people that go to craft shows, to flea markets, and actually embroidery hats and things right on site. And it's very easy to transport. And again, I've always said these type of machines are the premier hat machines in America. I know people that buy these and all they do is embroidery hats on it. So if you want to get one of these, the Capella, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 to get that call-in special. Or you can check with one of our chat agents on the website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Either place, they can give you that call-in special and get you all set up. So there we go. All right, we're going to move on. Let's bring Jane back into the show.
Hey, Blaine. Hi, everybody.
Well, Jane, we're continuing on already day one. And I know we're coming up and we've got Dime in the house. We're going to let you take it away and I'll be back in here in just a few minutes.
Awesome. Thanks, Blaine. Okay, everybody, let's keep the party train moving along today on Hoop Fest Day 1. Coming up, like Blaine said, it's Tammy Madden with Dime. So let me tell you a little bit about Tammy. She was introduced to quilting at a very young age from her grandmother. And it was about watching a quilt come together into something that you can see and touch that continues to intrigue Tammy today. Now, 10 years ago, Tammy wanted to buy a new sewing machine and walked out with an embroidery machine. And this new journey unleashed a love for everything embroidery today. She's learning to incorporate quilting into embroidery. I love that. When she's not tending to the needs of her 3 children, of course. You're going to find her trying to turn a sewing pattern into an in the hoop embroidery design. Put your hands together for our friend Tammy Madden from Dime. Hi, Tammy.
Hello, Jane. It's excited to be here with you today.
We are thrilled that you are here today, Tammy. Let me ask you this really quick question. Give us your favorite thing about embroidery.
Oh, that's kind of hard one. That is a very hard one. There's so many things that I love about embroidery, but when it's all finished, it looks beautiful. It looks like we spent hours and hours on it, and sometimes it only took us a couple minutes doing it. So I can't just pinpoint one thing. I love everything about embroidery.
Well, of course you love everything about embroidery, and today you're going to talk about the easiest way to quilt with an embroidery machine.
That's right. We're going to turn a laptop your flat top embroidery machine into a long arm. So I'm going to just talk to you guys for just a little bit, and then I will head underneath my camera. But first of all, I want to welcome everyone. I'm honored to be part of this program, and a big thank you to Sewing Machine Plus for putting this together. Now, today I'm going to show you how easy it is to quilt with your embroidery machine. You'll be able to quilt without writing that check. I'm excited today to show you all the easy tools to continue that we have here at Dime to show you that it's fast, quick, and very easy. Now, I'm going to use a table runner today, but the same process would go if it was a full size, king size, or a king size quilt. It's very simple. Now, we're trying to get that mimic a long arm look. So I'm going to head over to my camera so I can show you exactly how that's done. All right, so right here, you can see that I have a table runner all put together, and you would do the same thing. You would want to make sure that you based your fabric with your batting, and also with the back, you'll see I have my backing on there. So I have what you call a quilt sandwich, but it's a table runner. And as you can see, I already found my center. Very simple to easy to do. Find your center, and you still want to start in the center no matter how small your project is when you're doing the quilting. So the first thing I do is I found my center, and then I'm going to take my print and stick target paper and print out a template. Now, this can be printed out on inkjet or laser print, and it is a print and stick target paper by Dime. It's very versatile. You can use these templates over and over and over, and using one template will last me for my entire sewing for that day. Now, also, I will also keep these templates and I would put them in like a folder and store them for later on. So if I want to use that same template with something else, but it's very easy to do. So I'm going to remove my template. And as you can see, I already have my line there. So I have all those crosshairs already on there. So I'm going to start at the top because I'm going to go to the very top, and I'm going to line that with my line that I already did. I'm going to pull this a little bit further down so you guys can see it. Now, if you are familiar with Dime, you know that we love our snap hoop monsters. This will make your quilting a breeze, and you're going to see exactly how easy and quick this can be done. Now, this is a top frame. It is very powerful magnetic frame. The second part is your shield. Now, this is not trash. Please do not throw this away. You do want to keep this because I always like to store my frame with this between the magnetic and the base. Now, also, this is great too if you're working with embroidery. You can use that to carry your fabric to. So there's multiple things that you can use with it. Now, the bottom part of my frame here, you can see these are machine specific. So you do have to check for the right machine the right hoop for your machine. And if you're familiar with, I believe this one is for my Janome machine. It's a 5x7. So it's going to be the same attachment that that your standard hoops have. So that is why it's important, because once we load this onto your machine, your machine's going to be able to read it to tell us exactly what hoop that is. Now, on the back of our hoops, you're going to see these suede strips. Those suede strips are there to help protect the bed of your machine. So as our hoop glides across the bed, it doesn't scratch your hoop up. Love that. And I did see somebody, you do not need any stabilizer when you use these hoops. You just need your quilt top, your batting, and the back top. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to slide this under here. Now, a lot of times my hoop is already attached to my machine, and that's how I'm going to talk about it today. My hoop is not attached to my machine. And once we talk about hooping inside the hoop, quilting inside the hoop, you need to give yourself about a 2.5 to 3 inches extra room of batting and back fabric. And that's because I want my quilting to go all the way to the end. And if I stopped right here, I would not be able to put this in my hoop because your fabric has to be completely in the hoop. So once I have that lined up, and I'm just going to turn this off center because I want to show you guys how easy it is to fix it if you're crooked in the hoop. I can feel the placement of my snap hoop, and I can feel that it's right there, and I can put it down. Now, if I look here, I can tell that I'm off center, right? But no worries, we have what we call our snap guides that can even help us a little bit to get that right lined up. And so all I have to do is make minute adjustments in the hoop. And that's another great thing about these snap hoops is you can make adjustments. If I make adjustment on my standard hoop, it's going to pop that hoop right out of there. So I don't have to go back to my hooping station. I can do this all at the bed of my machine. So once this is all lined up and I know I'm perfectly straight, and I can tell this by if I'm a diamond in a diamond, and if that line is perfectly straight, I should go over here to it's a dashed line, and you can see that it's perfectly straight. Now, I also have horizontal and vertical ones, and I'm going to show you a little bit how to work that. So the next thing I would do is I would remove my snap guide. I would take my needle and place it right underneath and hit right in the center. Now, sometimes you're not right in the center, but that's no worry. Guess what? We have all those lovely features on our sewing machine. So all you have to do is do a little bit of adjustment with your machine to get that right in the center. Now, once that is right in the center, I will then remove my template. Make sure you remove that template. That is very important because you do not want to stitch through that template. And remember, I told you we can reuse this over and over. So I would start my stitching. It would do that stitching all over. And for this demo, I'm doing a edge to edge stitching. Once that's done, this is what I love. All I have to do is pull my frame up, and I have a picture I'm going to show you a little bit later, and I could rest this on my machine. Now, will we get questions a lot? Will this hurt my machine? No, it will not hurt your machine. And I like to tell people that even if you don't even know it, Baby Lock and Brothers actually have a magnet already in their machine. So long time ago, it may have done it, but not anymore, they will not hurt your magnets. So once that is done, all I have to do is slide my quilt top. My base is staying inside my machine, not even removing it. So all I have to do is slide it. I would find the tail end, and I'm just going to put this crooked where you can show. Now I'm going to put this back on my hoop, and you can feel your hoop through the fabric. And then I'm going to drop my hoop down. Now, if you don't get it perfectly, you can do some adjustments in here. If you accidentally have this all bulked out, no, look here, you can just pull that out and straighten it out with no problem whatsoever. Well, now I can see that I have this all crooked by using my snap guides. Now, these snap guides work with our snap hoop monster, but all I have to do is lean over here and I can see that this is very crooked. So I'm going to take this off and I'm going to just change the angle of here until I can get it straight. Now that it's straight, I can check it again. see that it's straight, and then I can start stitching. Now, I also put this on top. Sometimes we get asked, what if your stitches go, because when we quilt, it never seems like our pattern goes all the way to the end and finishes right there on stop. So what can you do when you get to the end? Well, there's two things that you can do. Now, the thing that I mostly do is I will stop here. I will advance my needle until my stitches start again, and then I will continue. However, I know sometimes that's not something you want to do. You can also use a washable stabilizer, an adhesive stabilizer, and put a strip right there on there so that when you are stitching and you come back on the field, your needle will not grab that at all. So that is another option to do. There's two different options you can do. Now, once that is done, you still want to make sure you remove that template. And yes, you better remove these basting things because that will tear them up your machine up too. So you gotta remember if you used pins to remove those. And then I would continue my continuous embroidering all the way across. And then this next step I would do is come back to the center. And then I would start with the bottom half. And as you can see here, I have centered my center line right there. I would drop it down and then I would do my bottom part. We get this here. So this is an example of why we need to make sure that we have that extra fabric to go on there. So how do I use my dime products? Well, I use my Snap Hoop Monster. I use my Snap Guides, and I also use my print and stick target paper to get my printing templates, so it's very nice and easy to use. Now, one thing I want to talk to you guys about real quick before we say goodbye and go back to my PowerPoint here is that a lot of times people ask what size hoop we get. Now you can see here, this is why that image that you just seen, that is why I love the snap hoops. You could just rest right on there. But a lot of times we get asked what size hoop we should get. Now I was just using a 5x7, but you want to make sure that you use a hoop that is towards your template. So if you are using like a 6x10 template, you probably want to use a bigger hoop. Also, I recommend if you're using quilting, you always want to use the largest hoop that your machine supports, especially if you're doing a king size, a queen size, because it requires less hooping. But really, it boils down to you can hoop with you can hoop with a 4x4 hoop. You're just going to have a lot of hoopings and a lot of connections. So no matter what size hoop you have, you can do you can do edge-to-edge quilting on your embroidery machine. Now, our snap hoop plasters are not only used for quilting, they're also great for bodysuits, sweatshirts, terry cloth towels, heavy bulky fabric, continuous embroidery, and if you have arthritis and achy hands, they're great for those too. Now, here is the print and stick target paper I showed you. This is transparent, so you can actually see your fabric. Also, what I like about this is that you can also use this for appliques. If we have anybody that likes to do appliques, it's great for that. You just want to trim that excess around there so you can make sure that you get that perfect alignment. It's low tacky, so it's not going to pull your fabric off. But like I said, you can reuse it over and over. And then I use my snap guides. These are helping me get aligned up, especially if you're doing a queen size quilt and you're moving that quilt down. Because remember, we're not taking that hoop off the machine. So that is how you can quilt fast and easy with some of our dime products. So let's check and see if we have any questions out there. I see that somebody said we need a bigger magnetic hoop, and somebody uses it more, loves them and they need them. So we have, find my really. I'm sorry, I'm reading the questions over here. If you guys have any questions, somebody said that they have a little difficult hooping process. Well, one thing that we have out there is our YouTube channel. There's lots of great education. It's really simple to do. I find that it's the easiest to do if I have that bottom hoop attached to my machine, so I don't have to remove it over and over. That is going to prevent you from having to get the top and the bottom together, but it's really easy to process, and it maybe take a few times to learn the process. I do recommend you start small, maybe like a table placemat, table runner. You can even quilt a square or rectangle piece of fabric and then turn that into a quilting project. So you can do a lot of things. The guides do not expand and contract. That's a great question. You when you are working with the guides, you have to pick the size guides that match the hoop that you have. So each guide comes with a certain hoop because for the length and the width. So you have to go on which magnet hoop. Now I saw if somebody had a 5x7 design, would you recommend a 6x10? Absolutely. You always want to give yourself that wiggle room because if you use a 5x7 hoop, you know our sewing field is not that 5x7. So you need to give it a little bit wiggle room so that you can make those adjustments at the machine. So that was a great question. How do you take the sticky residue off the sticky hoops? Well, that is a different hoop, but that is a question that I'd be happy to answer. If I had my sticky hoop here, I'd be happy to show you. I don't worry about it. Now, if it comes to be a problem, you can take any like Goo Gone or something and take it over there and remove it. But honestly, when you use our sticky hoops, you really don't have to clean it because when you put that new piece of adhesive stabilizer on there, it's actually covering all that up. So you don't have to worry about that coming in your machine. The guides are sold separately. That's a great question. We find that some people don't want the guides, so we have them separate. So you have to, you pick up which magnet hoop you want, and then the guides are sold separate. The magnet hoops are machine specific, but the guides are not. So the same 5x7 guide is going to work with our brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Janome, all those different hoops. Great questions. Green strips comes off well over time, and as you can see there, I did have a little peeling. All you have to do is call our customer service. That suede strips are replaceable. They will send you some. I've had my hoops probably for about 6 or 7 years, and it's just now starting to come off on that one edge. And I probably wouldn't change it until I can see a big difference that is coming off. But yes, you can replace those suede strips on the back of it. Yes, the border machines really do recognize the magnet. That's why we want to make sure that you check the machine specific and your model. So what you would do is say you have a brother or baby lock, you would select that field. And then it would drop down in the menu and you get to select the size that you want based on your model. Also, we also have them for multi-needle machines. It's just looking for any more questions that we have before I turn it back over to Blaine and Jane. Yes, somebody asked if they can use it with a new luminaire. Absolutely, you can. A lot of the times we stay up to date on the new machine. So, here at Dime, we have some little fillers inside there. So we try to get when a new machine is like the Janome just came out with that new machine with that huge hoop. Within about 6 months, we had a huge hoop for that too. So we try to stay up as fast as we can with the market when they get new ones. Somebody asked snap hoop. It's a snap hoop monster. All right, that looks like all the questions that I see. So I will give it back to Blaine and Jane. Hey, Jane.
Hey, Tammy, great presentation and great questions, everybody. I mean, sometimes it's the question that you're like, I'm thinking about this, and then somebody gets it out there. So Tammy, great on you for finding those in the chat. It really is a game changer, these hoops. Don't you think? The magnetic hoops have changed the way we embroider.
That is, true. The most of the time I felt that I had problems. You can stitch with your standard hoop, absolutely. But I had found problems with getting my alignment in there. So that's why the hoops are such a game changer. And like I said, you can sit there at your machine. You don't even have to get up if you don't want. And with my standard hoop, I know I had to get up and go to my hooping station and then come back. So that's a lot of time that you're using getting up and down. But right at that machine, it runs really quick. And also you got to remember these stitches are a run stitch. So the process, it goes a couple minutes and you're done. And I did see a question earlier about what type of thread that you can use. Well, basically any type of thread that you run into your machine, you can quilt with. I know that I have quilt with 40 weight, 60 weight metallic thread. If you have not used our Keenstar metallic thread, I even quilt with that. And you also can use that in the bobbin. And that brings up another great point is that you always want to make sure that the same weight of thread and bobbin match. So if you have 60 weight on top, you want to make sure that you have a 60 weight on the bottom. Now, somebody said the thick fabric is a problem. And Jane, it is not a problem. And I should have held it up here. As you can see, I can grab it real quick. I can hold my fabric here and you can see that my magnet isn't even moving. So right here is my magnet and my hoop. I can shake it and that magnetic frame isn't moving. Now, if you have a big puffy jacket, maybe it would. You know, you got to base it on what type of material, but a quilt sandwich, it's easy to work with.
Yeah, so much fun. I mean, we're just learning. Even if we have these hoops, we're using them. We're learning new things all the time, Tammy. So it's really so much fun to discover. I will say, everyone's like, "Oh, I stink at hooping." This makes it easy. You know, it's like not only is
It
it
really
game
does.
changer, but it also helps you out in the long run.
That is right. You know, I'll be honest, I will not quilt without these hoops because like I said, I spent most of my time getting up and down, changing my hoops.
Here's a question for you. It says, "I've heard you should match the weights, but usually bobbin thread is lighter." That's a good question.
Well, also too is what kind of look you want to go for. You know, on the back of mine, I would probably do like a blend. So you would always want to make sure that you kind of match that top fabric, the top bobbin. So a lot of times my thread on the back is going to be the same on the top. But if you were using the weight of just like a standard bobbin and you want that white on there, then you could probably just use your regular embroidery thread. I would just make sure that it's not causing loops. If you're seeing loops in your stitches, you maybe want to stop and then go back to using the same type of top thread and bottom thread together.
So great, Tammy. Wonderful presentation. Really, really insightful. Everybody say thanks to Tammy. Tammy, it's great to see you. I hope that your kids during the summer break are going to let you do more sewing and embroidering and quilting than they are going to be saying, "Mom, Mom."
Well, luckily, my last one got his license this year, so I kind of my taxi season is over, so I do have a little bit more time on my hands now.
Well, good for you. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you later. And thank you so much for joining us on Hoop Fest. I want to tell everybody how they can get their hands on these.
Sounds great.
Great. All right, everybody. This is so much fun. Of course, that was Tammy Madden with Dime, and she is talking about the easiest way to quilt with an embroidery machine. So let's talk about all of the products that she talked to us about. We're talking about the Dime Snap Hoop Monster. Now, you can see the special pricing there for this beautiful Hoop Fest. It starts at $999.99. But guess what? You got to call in if you want to purchase these products. There's going to be a little wink, wink, love, love. And I'll have to ask Blaine if I can tell you what that is. The hoops are available for Baby Lock Brother, Janome, Bernina, and more. And these are the Snap Hoop Monster hoops. And then we also have the print and stick target paper from our friends at Dime. You saw Tammy use it. You love it. It is a fantastic. Again, you see the screenshot right there. That's what you're going to see online when you go to order it. But again, if you're going to place your order, just call 800-401-8151 to get that special purchase price from our friends at Sewing Machines Plus. And then is there another overlay? No, we've got the two right there. We talked about the monster hoops. I love these, by the way. I know if you don't have them yet, I know it's early in the week, but this is the time to get these into your crafty stash, into your sewing room, into your embroidery machine. It's early in the week, but you got to get those on order and place your order today, 800-401-8151. And I'm going to keep things moving. I'm wondering if Carly Bell is going to be here. I haven't heard from my friends over in the studio, but if she is, I'll just introduce her. Okay, great. Carly Bell. I knew it was going to work out for us. Thank you. Thank you. Carly Bell here today to talk about monogramming baby items. We love Carly Bell. She's fantastic. I spent some time with her in her craft room and her kids and her husband. Carly Bell, full-time working mom and wife with a serious craft addiction. And serious is an understatement. When she's not being a dance mom, she loves to be in her craft room and sharing with you how to make beautiful things with an embroidery machine. You can catch her every Friday nights, Sip and Stitch. That's her show on YouTube. And it is a pleasure to welcome Carly Bell to the show.
Hi, Jane. How are you
Hey,
doing?
Carly, how are you?
I'm good. I am better now that I can actually talk to you because
And
this
so
morning
I noticed that you're in a remote location, but everything's cool with the internet.
yes, so I do not have internet at my home, unfortunately. It went out yesterday with hopes that it would come back on in the morning, but it did not. So I recorded my class on my computer, and then I rushed over here to my cousin's house so I could steal their internet and talk to you, and I could show you the recorded class from my computer.
So you're going to show the recorded class. Was it Carly? You are just, you guys, she's like tech savvy. She could do everything. Carly Bell just needs like 1 second to sit back and think about it. And then she solves a problem perfectly. Not only that, but she's creative too, and smart and beautiful. Carly, I know you started your whole embroidery career with doing baby items. So this is like kind of full circle for you, right?
Yes, yes. And that's exactly what I say in the class. I'm like, this is the whole reason why I wanted to learn how to use an embroidery machine.
And it's a great story too, because it was you and your aunt that came up with a idea. You're like, if I buy the machine, you have to learn how to use it. And you said, okay, let's do it. And then it just kicked everything off. And now we get you.
Yes, it's great.
And you're a fantastic teacher and patient and kind and a great producer, and everybody needs a Carly Bell in their life. I know I do. So I'm so glad that we're friends, but I could talk to you forever and ever. I know everybody wants to see your class because you are a great teacher. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for joining today. So I hope this works, but I am going to try to show you now the recorded video that I made this morning. I will be live in the chat. I think I'm only able to chat through YouTube, but I'll try to answer questions as the video's going, and then I can answer anything when it's done. So let's see if this works. Hi, everyone. My name is Carly Bell, and I am so excited to be a part of the 2024 Hoop Fest again. So I see my video, but it's not playing. Give me one more time. Hi, everyone. My name is Carly Bell, and I am so excited to be a part of the 2024 Hoop Fest again. So today I will be teaching you a class on how to personalize and monogram baby items. Now, unfortunately, I am having some internet troubles at my house, so I am recording this video for SMP to show live at the time I'm supposed to teach my class today. But don't worry, I will try to be on my phone and available to answer questions in the comments and chat sections of the video. And you can always contact me after the class today if you have any questions. So today, like I said, we will be talking about personalizing and monogramming baby items. And there's going to be a whole bunch of fun stuff we're going to talk about. And that is going to include the types of items that we can personalize, where we can get these types of quality embroidery blanks, where we can get beautiful embroidered fonts and monogram fonts, and lastly, how to put all of it together using embroidery software like Embrilliance Essentials. So because of my internet issues, I don't have my website updated just yet. However, later on today or tomorrow, please come and check carlybell.com/SMP. And that is my page that is dedicated to all the fun things that I like to do with Sewing Machines Plus for all of their virtual events. And you should see a new section pop up on today's class on personalizing and monogramming baby items. And when that is available, there's going to be a class handout and links to everything that I talk about today, including where I get my baby blanks from, embroidered and monogram fonts, stabilizers I use from Sewing Machines Plus, and any other items or topics that we talk about today. So all of that information will be there for you, hopefully this evening or tomorrow when my internet is back working. But check back there later. All right, so as I said, we have a few topics that we are going to talk about in today's class. And the first is all of the types of beautiful items that we can make. Now, the whole reason I got into embroidery and wanted to learn was because I had a little girl, and at the baby shower, before I had her, I received some beautiful embroidered gifts. And I just became immediately in love and obsessed with the look. And I wanted all of her things to have her name on it or her monogram on it. So then I set out to learn how to do it myself. So that was my whole story on why I even wanted to learn embroidery. So I have some examples of things that I want to show you. Some of these things are going on 12 years old now because my oldest daughter, Abigail, is turning 12 next month. But I have a few items, but not as many as I would like to show you because I typically give them away because I make them. But this is great for if you have grandchildren or friends and family having baby showers, coworkers having babies. I usually love to make a nice set of items that are personalized with their baby's name. So let's jump over to the craft table now, and I'm going to show you some of the examples that I have. So I would say one of the first things that come to mind is onesies when you think of baby items to embroider. Now, there are tons of options of where to get onesies, and I'm going to go over that after a while. There's also tons of options of ways to personalize them. You have the option of just adding the name to a onesie that you already purchased at the store. So this is just a basic little onesie. It already had a little flower print on it. And this was actually one of the items I received as a gift. And they just embroidered Abigail's name right above the flowers on their embroidery machine. And this looks like a font that was already on their embroidery machine that they were able to just plug away and then start stitching and not need any embroidery software or fonts or anything like that. So that's probably your best option to start with, is try to use some of your onboard fonts on your embroidery machine and practice stitching out on some scrap fabric. And then when you're ready, load your baby item of choice and add the name. Another option here is one that I made for my cousin's little baby at Christmas time. I took a design that I had purchased online and added a name underneath it. So you have tons of options, whether you just want to add a name, just want to add an initial, or you have a design that you like and you want to personalize it by adding a name or initial with the design. And that is called merging when we put those two together. So those are some examples for you. Here's another example of merging where I purchased this design here, and then I added Elise's name underneath. So I made this for my youngest daughter when she was born, and she just turned 8 years old. So this is lots of fun options of what you can do with onesies. The possibilities are endless, but there's your first example of a baby item that you can personalize. The next kind of baby item we're going to talk about are gowns. So this is a gown that I purchased. Excuse me, guys, I have a cold, so sorry if I keep making noises and coughing and everything. But this is a baby gown that I embroidered for my youngest daughter when she was born. And this is an applique font. So this is taking it to another level. If you know how to use applique fonts and how appliques work, not only can you just use embroidered letters, but you can also use applique letters to personalize your baby items. So this is a long baby gown that I was able to do. And the next item, this one might be a little bit more prone for girls, but I love the baby bloomers when they were little. So here are a couple bloomers. This is one that I received as a gift when Abby was born, when I had my baby shower. So they just embroidered her name on the bottom. And this is one that I made myself after she was born. So I took a fleur-de-lis design, and then I just added her name on top of it. So I merged those two designs together. So baby bloomers. Oh, this was another onesie I forgot to show you. This is one. I think a friend of mine made this one for Elise when she was born. But instead of doing a name or an initial, a monogram, she just chose a beautiful letter E and embroidered that on a onesie. So if you just want to have the one letter, that's another lovely option as well. Also, as you notice, I have all girl things. I don't have a lot of examples of boys, but they have a much they have tons of options online of places to purchase more, I guess you could say, boyish fonts and designs, things with trucks and dinosaurs and pretty much anything that you can think of, they will have online that you can add to your baby items. Another example I have here is actually an old SMP project. I think this was for Sew Fest a couple years ago. So that will also be on that website I showed you earlier, carlybell.com/SMP. You'll see the post for this and the video replay and all the information on how to make it. But baby blankets and loveys are good examples of items that you can embroider and add a monogram to personalize it. So I made this little lovey with minky and flannel fabric, but before I sewed it together, I monogrammed the bottom corner of the flannel, and then I sewed it so it hides the embroidery on the inside, gives it a much more professional look. So baby blankets, lovey blankets are some good examples of items that you can embroider. Another example I have here is just one I did on test fabric, but just to show you some options that you have. So not only can you just add the initial, but you can purchase things like frames. So this circle was a design that I purchased, and then I used my embroidery software to add a monogram in the middle. So you don't just have to, if you want to dress it up a little bit, not only can you just put the monogram, but you can add a beautiful frame around it to dress it up a little bit more. All right, so those are all of my set examples I have. Things that I didn't have already embroidered as an example for you are baby hats. So this is a blank baby hat that I have, and I've done these a lot for gifts where I will take the hat and kind of unfold it and then float it on some stabilizer and then embroider the name on it. And so when it's done, you trim the stabilizer, and then now you have the baby name right on the rim of the hat here. So that makes a great gift. Here is a beautiful burp cloth that I have that I love to personalize these. Let's see, I think I have an example of a burp cloth. Let me look. I'll show you in a second. But I have a burp cloth, and then I also have a bib. And these come in options of being ruffled and also being solid so that they can work for boys and girls, depending on who you're making for. And another option I have here is diaper bags. So I love if someone has a particular diaper bag that they want, I will tell them to let me embroider the name on it for them. I've also had friends and family ask me to embroider diaper bags for them to give as gifts. But any kind of diaper bag, it all depends on the machine you have. Whether you have a flatbed or a free arm machine will tell you how easy it is to embroider these types of items. But you can add just a name across here, or you can even add an applique design with a name. So this is just a little seersucker, tiny backpack. And this is one of the companies I'm going to tell you about in a second. So let me go and find my pictures that I made. Nope, not that one. No. This one. Okay, so here is a diaper bag where I just added the name to it. So you can see how that looks. Here's an example of a set that contained a onesie, a bib, and a burp cloth. So I used a applique fleur-de-lis design that I purchased online, and I just added the name right in the little split section. I used that same design to put on all three items. So that's an example of something I would give for a baby shower. Here's an example of a onesie that has a pretty V on it with flowers that I purchased, and then I just added the name on the side. We talked about baby blankets. They have these beautiful pre-made quilts that you can purchase and embroider. So here's an example of one, and here's another one I did recently, adding the name and then just have a monogram and have a frame around it. And then the last one is one of those bibs to show you. I just added a big applique W and then added the name on top. So those are some examples of items that you can embroider. So onesies, bibs, burp cloths, bloomers, baby gowns, blankets, lovey blankets, hats, diaper bags. And one thing I didn't cover is stuffed animals. They do sell stuffed animals that are made to be embroidered, where you can personalize them on your embroidery machine. And they're a little bit easy to hoop, but I definitely recommend you have a free arm machine if you're using one of those. So now let's talk about where you can purchase these baby blanks from. And here's where my website is going to be helpful, because I will have a list for you and have links directly to those places. But just to mention a few places are, one of them is AJ Blanks. And let's go back over here. AJ Blanks is owned by Angelina Jasmina. She's been on Sewing Machines Plus before. She has a blanks company that sells all kinds of baby items, onesies, toddler shirts. I believe she has hats. I'll have a link to her website so that you could check it out. But her baby blanks are very high quality, 100% cotton, and are thicker than what you'll notice some of the Gerber and Carter onesies are that you can pick up from places like Walmart and Target. So AJ Blanks is a great resource. Another blanks company is called Blanks Boutique, and that's where all of these items are from. They have the both ruffled and non-ruffled burp cloths, bibs, hats. They also sell onesies and gowns. So I think this gown is from Blanks Boutique. And the gown is nice because it has a zipper all the way up the side. So it makes it a lot easier to float and hoop on the machine. Then what else? Oh, Blanks Boutique onesies are different from any other onesies that I have seen before. And these are what I would call flatbed friendly. And that is because on the back of the onesie, it completely unbuttons with snaps, so that you can very easily hoop or float this onesie on your flatbed machine and not have to worry about turning the onesie inside out and having that whole mess babysitting your machine and trying to hold everything out of place. Highly recommend Blanks Boutique onesies if you have a flatbed machine. Now, I put this onesie on Elise when she was a baby. Didn't have any trouble with this bothering her on her back that I noticed. Like, she didn't cry or complain, because that was one of my concerns when I purchased it, but she did fine with it. She had several onesies that were made like this. I made for her when she was little. While we're on the topic of onesies, and this is going to go probably in my tips section on the website, whenever I am embroidering baby items, think about the rough inside of the embroidery on the baby skin. Every clothing item that I do for babies, I line the inside with something from Sewing Machines Plus called Fuse Sew Soft. Let me find it in my stash right now. Here it is. So it's called Fuse Sew Soft, and it is a lightweight, permanent, fusible interfacing that goes on the back of your embroidery, and this protects the baby's skin and doesn't allow any irritation to occur. So highly recommend using Fuse Sew Soft on the back of all of your baby items that you embroider that are going to touch their skin. Now, things like bibs, I don't think are totally necessary, because they will usually have a onesie on so that the back of the bib is not touching their skin. And so it's mainly just things like this baby gown, I have it on the inside, and the baby onesies. Those are the main items that you're going to want to use. Fuse So Soft. All right, some other blank companies. I don't have examples from all of them, but they are ARB Blanks is a great resource. So Sweet Blanks, Bayou Blanks. Now that is where this little seersucker backpack is from. Bayou Blanks. They have a ton of seersucker bags. They also have clothing items too. So I'll have a link for them on my website. All Stitch is where you can get the cubbies, which are the stuffed animals that are made specifically for embroidery. All About Blanks has some beautiful items that you can embroider for babies and adults. I love to get towels from them as well. And then there is another YouTuber friend of mine, Kelly, the embroidery nurse. She has started a Blanks for Embroidery business where she sells all different kinds of blanks. And I'll have a link to her Facebook group that you can join if you are interested in looking at all of the beautiful items that she had to embroider. Okay, running low on time, so let me hurry up and jump to Embrilliance and all of the different monogram fonts and embroidery fonts and how to set them up on your computer. So my screen is going to look a little crazy for a second. Let me get it all set up here for you. And I'm going to jump to my computer screen so that you can see everything. Okay, so now you should be seeing my computer screen with Embrilliance. And Embrilliance Essentials is an excellent software for beginner embroiderers to allow you to use all of those beautiful designs and fonts that you can purchase online and set them up on your computer before you send them to your machine. And I've actually just released a course on how to use Embrilliance Essentials that goes through all of the different functions and the wonderful things on how to use this program that I released earlier this spring. And I do plan to have that for sale on Sewing Machines Plus soon. It's not ready quite yet, but then within the next month or so, it should be ready for everyone to purchase. But quickly, let's just talk about the program and the lettering designs that it offers. So whenever I purchase a font online, it will come in a multiple embroidery formats. One of the formats that I look for is called a .bx format, and that is specific for Embrilliance. And you can install that font on your computer within the program. And so when I click on my lettering tool and I click my font box, it will show all of the fonts that I have purchased over time. And as you can see, I have a font problem. I buy way too many of them, but I love them and I love to have the variety and the different options. So on my website, I don't think I have enough time to cover all the places that I like to buy fonts, but when we're done with the class on the website, I'll have links to all the different places that you could purchase. So let's just start with monograms in general and how to set them up. So here I have one from Creative Appliques, and that's our friend Dawn. She's been on Sewing Machines Plus before. She's one of our jerky ambassadors, but she has a website with beautiful embroidered designs and fonts, and I get a lot of them from her. So this is the Elegant Circle monogram. It comes in several sizes, so I just picked 2-inch. Let's say I was putting this on a bloomers, so I wanted a 4x4. I would go choose the hoop, so I'm gonna choose a 4x4 hoop. Almost all the baby items I showed you are embroidered within a 4x4 hoop, and then some of the larger items are within a 5x7 hoop. So you can make these kinds of items on any machine that you have. So here is the monogram. So let's see if I did, my monogram is K for Carly. And then with 3-letter monograms that are typically like this, where they have a larger letter in the middle, the order of the letters is first initial, last initial, middle initial. So my name is Carly. My last name is Bonstaff, so I'm going to put a B there. And my middle name is Bell, so I'm going to put a little b. Depending on the font, you may need to have lowercase letters and uppercase letters to distinguish between the type of lettering it will use. I believe for this particular one, I can just do all lowercase, and I'm going to hit enter. And that is going to make the monogram. Let me change the color so it's a little bit easier to see. So there is my monogram. So all I would have to do now is if I like the way that looks, I could just go to File, Save Stitch File, as have your USB stick plugged in your computer, and save this monogram to your USB stick and then plug it into your machine. If you have a machine that has wireless capabilities, like a lot of our Brother and Baby Lock newer machines, you can click this button. And as long as your computer and your machine are on the same wireless network, you can send your designs wirelessly from Embrilliance to your machine. I unfortunately can't show you this right now because I have no internet, but that is under Utilities, Wi-Fi to Brother, and Baby Lock. So that's it. Now, if I wanted to do something a little different, let's talk about some of the options Embrilliance has. Now, remember I showed you that little baby lovey blanket that had the monogram on it? Let's see if I could show it to you real quick. I'm talking about this one. So you see how that one is stacked? That is something that I can set up in Embrilliance as well. So let's go back to Embrilliance. So that is, so say I wanted to do, I'll do the same initials I have there. So it's BCM, enter. Now I have to remember, but you can go right here to Style. And look, you can choose how you want it stacked. If you want the last name being first, or if you want it to be like this. So now the last name is M. So I need to have it ordered in a different way. So it did the first letter I put as the big initial. So for this one, I'd have to put the last name first, then the first name, then the middle name. And now it comes out how it should for this particular baby's name. His name was Bo and his last name was Momolo. So I know that the M should have been big. So just play around with the order depending on the stack. So that is an option for you as well. And lastly, let me show, this is a super popular font as well. It's a Vine font. I know I loved this one a lot when the girls were little. I think I got it from Itch to Stitch. Here we go. Intertwined Vine. You will see this one a lot. Excuse me. This is an example where you need to pay attention to the capital letter and the lowercase letter. The capital letter is going to give you the pretty swirly vine part. And the lowercase letter will give you the adjoining one. So if we did Elise, Elise with a little e, Bonstaff for her last name, and then her middle name is Evelyn. So a little e. And so that's how it would look with the vine. Now, sometimes I notice with these different monograms that the spacing is not quite right. And that is when you can click the letters and kind of slide them over. If you want them to overlap a little bit, I'm just clicking them and using the cursors on my keyboard to get things how I like. And then you can get it set up how you like. So I think I am out of time for today, but I hope you enjoyed this class. Again, I apologize for not being able to be with you live. However, I will have all this information on my website, carlybell.com/SMP. Links to everything. I'll tell you more about where I get the fonts and monograms from, all of the supplies that I love from Sewing Machines Plus, like that Fuse So Soft. I'll also link some of the stabilizers that I like to use for onesies and different tools. But I hope this class helped you. Thank you so much for watching. Bye, Blaine and Jane. I miss y'all. I wish I could be with you live and talk to you. But have a great day, everybody. Bye. All right. So
How are
glad-
you? Are you? I want you need some rest. Okay, wait. First of all, amazing presentation under all the pressure, and in addition to having a head cold, so we all want you to rest and feel better because we heard you struggling through that. But you always have some great information, and my favorite thing was like all the blanks are bibs, it's baby, it's blankets. Everything started with a B for a second.
Yes. So it was a lot of fun to make. And I also wanted to tell everyone that once the website is updated, I will have links to video tutorials showing you step by step how to embroider a bib, how to embroider a onesie. So I know we didn't have enough time today to really get into the details, but I'll have all those references and information on the website when it's done.
Fantastic. And your Embrilliance class, we can get that through SMP?
Soon. I just finished it a few weeks ago, and so I have to get with Blaine, and we are going to have it for sale on the website. So right now they have my beginner course on machine embroidery, which is great intro on how to use an embroidery machine. But I know for a lot of people, the software can be very intimidating. So I've made a course dedicated completely on how to use the software. So that's going to be coming soon.
I love your course on how to use the software. I had a sneak peek when I was sitting there at your desk with you, and I'm telling you, I have Embrilliance as well, and I need Carly Bell. I need you for all of this. And the reason is she's a researcher. She researches. She loves it. She gets to the bottom of it and she presents it back to you in a simple and easy way. That's why you're such a good teacher, Carly.
Thank you so much. I love it. I love doing this.
My gosh, you're so great. It's always good to see you. Please go rest. This is done.
will.
You did a great job. We love you. Drink some fluids and get some rest.
Okay, thanks. Bye, guys.
Wish her well, everybody. Carly Bell, she's so amazing. We love her. I hate seeing anybody that's not feeling great, but great presentation as always. So she's going to put all that up on the website so you can see where she gets her blanks. I know there were questions about that and then a couple other questions about Embrilliance, but you can see all that on her website as well. So let's keep the party going. And I'm going to bring my friend Blaine back in. And I believe hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane.
How are you?
Doing great. Well, Carly is just awesome because, think about that. Most people wake up, their internet's still not working. They're going to call me and go, hey, I can't do my presentation today.
Yeah, she did back handsprings.
Yeah. She texted me at 5:45 Pacific time this morning and said, I'm going to video it. I can't, my internet's down. Let me video it. Drives to her aunt's house, gets on with their cell phone and gets the connection, shares her screen. I know it was a little laggy out there, guys, and sorry about that, but hey, we got the class in front of you.
And always so insightful. Like she has such good tips on everything. So, it's just like that little thing that you may not have thought of, or all the things you may not have thought of. And that's the beauty of Carly Bell, because again, she does all the research and then gives it back to you in like spoonfuls of great information.
Well, if anybody wants to take that class, Jane, all they have to do is go type in Carly Bell in the search bar on Sewing Machines Plus website at the top. It'll take you to the product page and you can sign up for that embroidery class and take that. And then when she does this Embrilliance software class, I think it's going to be best out there. Cannot wait. And we're going to have that for sale. You can take that class and that's going to be launching just very, very soon. So y'all stay tuned and kind of pay attention to the emails and things that we send out, and we'll announce it.
Yeah, fantastic. I did see a little sneak peek of that when I was with her. So I'm super excited. I know.
All righty.
Okay,
well, hey, Jane, we're going to continue this party on. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Guys, we are going to unveil the brand new world premiere of the SWF 7-needle called the Sunny 22. And guys, this is a brand new machine. First time anybody's seen it is you. And guys, we have Dustin Gill in here. And Dustin, oh my gosh, what can you say about Dustin? This is the first time he's ever been on one of our live shows. And he is representing SWF today. He is a seasoned expert in the embroidery industry with over a decade of experience. He's renowned for his comprehensive understanding of embroidery. Throughout his career, Dustin has been dedicated to refining his skills and staying updated with the industry advancements, making him a valuable person and resource, both with the novice and the professionals in the embroidery community. And he works for SWF in the support department. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Dustin.
Hello?
There you are. We got you. Hey, Dustin, how
Blaine,
are
can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear.
Hey,
now,
how's
buddy.
it going?
It is going fantastic.
Good, good, good.
Welcome to our SMP live show. I know this is your first time on here,
Yes,
and
sir.
we're super excited to have you, and we're super excited to see this brand new 7 needle.
Well, I just hope I can live up to that introduction you gave me, Blaine.
Well, hey, Garrett told me that you could. He said you were the man, and so we're going to take Garrett's word for it, and I'm sure you're not going to disappoint. So we're going to let you take it away. I'll be back here in 30 minutes and tell them how they can get this brand new 7 needle.
Sounds great, Blaine. Thank you. All right, guys. So like Blaine said, this is new. This machine has not come into the market yet. We only have a handful of these here in the States with us. We have been testing this machine for quite a while now. This is the revised version of that machine as far as what that goes. We changed some of the interfacings in the control panel and so on, which we'll touch on later. So a few of the basics that we'll look at in the machine, as you can see, it is a 7 needle home hobbyist machine. It is very simple to set up. So when it comes to you, it's about 51 pounds straight out of the box, out of the cardboard. When it comes to you, the thread rack up on top will not be on the machine. Comes with a really handy handle. So when you get it, you're going to see this U-shaped piece on the top. You're like, what is that for? Strictly just to take it out of the box. So when you get done, you can file that under T for trash, or you can put it in a drawer somewhere, whatever you want to do. But the only pieces you're going to have to do here and assemble here, and if I can get in here, is these pieces here. So you'll see you got your base of your thread rack, and it's quantity 1 here. Then you have your upper piece of your thread rack here, and that's quantity 1. You've got your front arm, which is this one here, and there's quantity 1 on that. Then you have your 2 back arms. Those are here, 1 on this side and 1 on this side. And you'll notice you've got your screws that go with that, and so on. You've got your pegs, your felts, and your cones for your threads, which go right underneath here. So when you get this machine, comes out of the box, again, all those components will be inside of that. You will literally just need to assemble this thread rack here, and then you'll be set up to start putting your threads on and your colors on and pulling those through. That's something that we'll look at. Your machine is not going to come threaded. So some of your ESs, your KXs, so on, those machines actually come with thread pulled through, and you guys get to just tie off in the back and pull that thread through, trim off that excess, and thread that needle. Unfortunately, on this machine, it is going to come with no thread in it. So you're going to get it looking as blank as needle 1 is here. So that's one of the things we'll talk about in this 30 minutes as far as how we're going to thread that machine, how to properly thread that machine, and so on. So like I said, easy to set up, probably takes 30, 45 minutes to do so. You've seen the diagram of the pieces for setting up your thread rack in the back. Hoops. It comes with 3 sizes of hoops. There are a couple magnetic hoops, which I don't have in here today. I will get those for tomorrow's broadcast. And it's a sock hoop. They're magnetic. Apologize I didn't have those in there for you guys today. But we'll start here with our smallest hoop here, which is a 5x5. That 5x5 millimeter equals out to be a 2x2 in this hoop. And we'll move up to a little bit bigger, and we've got a 12.6 by 11, which equals out to be a 5x4 in this hoop. And then you'll come with one more, which is the one on the machine. And the one on the machine is a 24 by 20 in the millimeters, which is a 10 by 8. So those are going to be the 3 hoops that come with this machine. Like I said, there is another hoop that you can get with this machine. got like a little magnetic socks. You can pop on, pop off. You'll digitize it so you can actually do both of them at the same time. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I didn't realize I didn't have that in here. So that's on me. So let's do the threading and get started with going through the machine. So you've pulled your machine out of your box. You've set up your thread rack. And now you come to the machine and you set your thread on your thread rack. So if you look here, you've got your first hole here, second, third, fourth, and so on. So if you follow these grommets and you notice, you may be able to see this. There's a grommet here, and then wherever the grommet stops is directly where that thread's going to come from. So this grommet comes in, and there's no grommet behind it, which tells me that this is going to sit right here, and that's going to be my needle 1. When I come to 2, there's a grommet here and a grommet here, and obviously nothing behind, so that tells me I'm in the second row of my thread rack, and I'm going to thread through the back, and then down into the machine. So I'm going to go ahead and pull off a little bit of thread here. Okay, let me pull you in here a little bit closer. Okay, so you'll see that this grommet that I'm speaking about is right here, and we're going to go front to back right here. So we'll come in and we'll feed that straight through. And then we're going to come up here to the top of the machine. And on the top of the machine, oops, that's on me, there's this little grommet here, and you'll notice this picks up. See that raises up there? That thread is going to go underneath this little fork. So we'll pull that thread out from underneath that little, or we'll push that thread up underneath that fork, and I'll show you that when I'm done. Okay, and then it's just going to come across the top of this wheel. Okay, you'll notice that it will kind of go down in between those divided wheels, 2 discs that kind of sandwich together, and those will be for your tensions right here. So those will help to push those discs together or contract those discs back apart, which will help with the tensions on your thread. So inside the front of that, inside this little wheel here, get you in here where you can see it. There we go. So it goes in between this little disc here, and then you'll notice if I pull on this little white disc right in here is spinning. Okay, that disc is going to be your thread, one of your thread break sensors. So if that disc is not moving, and you call and you're like, I don't understand, thread's over here, whatever, it's not pulling, it gets on the outside of that wheel and it's not moving that wheel like you see it is here, it's going to detect a thread break, and that's going to cause you some issues. So make sure you get that right over the center of that white wheel. Apparently I need better scissors. All right. Perfect. So next step is we're going to come down and we're going to go through from the back to the front of this little eyelet right here. So you'll take this, and it's kind of hard to do with this camera in the way, and so for some of you, like me, who have big hands, you'll notice it can kind of be hard to get in there. So the machine does come with a pair of tweezers. You may be able to feed in there, grab your tweezers, and pull your slack. So you're going to come in and you're going to go to the right hand side. So if you look here on your machine, you'll look inside here, and some of them have a cutout. You come around that disc. I'm going to back you up just a touch. And so just like the grommet on the top, there's a grommet on the bottom, and the only difference is this time we're going to go front to back and not back to front. So top is back to front around the disc, and then front to back. So you'll notice I did not get that inside my discs, so that will cause us issues for tensions. So we'll grab that and pull it back over, and we're coming through. So we want to do this take up lever here. And so we always start on the right hand side and we work our way left, okay, on everything that we do. So you'll notice you got this little snap in grommet. You're going to push this over and pull that in. You'll kind of hear it pop in, and that'll kind of help line it up with this channel. So we're going to come down and we go around the bottom. Let me get you back a little bit further. So we're going to come down, we go around the bottom of this plastic piece here. So it goes around and brings you straight up into the channel that's to the left of this one. So come up, and now you'll be in the channel with the take up lever. So once you get in here, again, you're going to go take up lever, right to left. And this time we're going to go back down the channel that we were already in. So we'll go up this one to the right, or from the right to the left through the take up lever, and back down that channel all the way through. Okay, so I'm going to snap that in that spring for a second. And I'll come around here. You got your little white grommet here at the bottom. It says number 1. So you'll take your thread, push it through, and then from here, let's see if we can't lower this. Perfect. Get you in here a little closer. Perfect. Then from here, you're going to go from the front of the needle to the back of the needle. So for some of you who are just new in embroidery, there is such thing as the front of a needle and the back of a needle. The front of the needle has like a long little trough that goes basically from the top of the needle all the way down through the eyelet. And the back of the needle has a small little piece that looks like it's got a cutout C in the back. So you'll always need to look and see here, is my cutout C in the front, or is the long trough in the back? Now, let's stop for 2 seconds and just talk about, and I'll bring this up again later, but every Tuesday on Facebook, if you're not following us there, follow us there on Facebook. Every Tuesday I do a live 10 a.m. Central Time, and I cover everything from hooping hats, hooping garments, fronts of needles, backs of needles, threading, air codes, you name it. So great information. We'll revisit that a little bit later, but some of that information is in some of those videos. So you may go check out our Facebook and see what I'm talking about there. If not, maybe you'll be a follower later and we'll see it, and you'll see it then. So again, we're going to go front of the needle to the back of the needle. Put this in here. Okay, so you can see I'm pulling that through. It's going front to back. And then now I'm going to come in, and this is your presser foot. So I'm going to come down through the base of the presser foot and go through that hole. And then I'm going to come back up into my retention spring here. And then once I get into my retention spring here, I'll just clip that excess thread off. And that thread will be housed there temporarily until you run this needle next. After you run this needle next, back here behind the machine, right here, this is called a Velcro strip, magic strip. It has several different names in the industry, but you have an upper thread hook that fires when this trims, and after that trims, it'll pull that thread up here and it'll house inside this magic strip from there on out. So it will only temporarily sit inside this spring for now. So let's go back through that one more time. So let me pick you back up. You guys are going on a wild ride today. Sorry. All right. So we've got our thread here on our thread rack. Remember, grommets. Okay. Let's get you in here close. See the grommet here? See how there's not one behind it? See how it ends right here? Straight down. That's the cone you're on. Grommet, grommet, straight down. This is the cone you're on. Same thing here. 1 means I'm in the front row, and I'm going to end right there. So always keep that in mind. For some of you guys that may need a little bit extra time to figure that out, no big deal. You may just get you a label maker and just put 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, and label them so you know exactly what your thread path is temporarily, until all of that gets set up or it becomes muscle memory for you. So again, we're going to go front to back through this top grommet or through this top eyelet. We're going to come across. You've got your snap retention spring right here. We're going to go underneath it and then into this front piece. So when we get into the front piece here, you've got your disc. So remember, it's got to get sandwiched in between these two discs here because you're going to spin this wheel one way or another, and that's going to help increase or decrease your tensions that are in your machine. Fourthly, you're going to be looking at this wheel directly right here. You can kind of see it. It's a white wheel in between. That is your thread brake sensor. Again, if that wheel is not rotating, you will start getting false thread breaks on the machine and wondering why. It's because that board in there is sensing no thread being pulled through it. So then we're going to come down and hit this grommet here, or this eyelet. It goes front to back. We're going to come across the right-hand side, and we're going to go down to our Knox eyelet that's below that, which here we go. You'll hit this eyelet here. At this point, you're going to go front to back. Remember, back to front, to the right, front to back, over into our retention spring here. You're going to pull this in. Again, you'll hear that kind of pop into place, and it'll help you line yourself up with what channel you're supposed to be in. I understand it's a tad confusing because you're going to end up in this take-up lever, but it's the same concept. So you'll be here. Sorry if I'm crooked. Let's fix you guys. So you'll be here. It kind of lines you up in this channel. So then again, we're going to come down this channel, and then we're going to go around and come back up. This is what we call a take-up lever, and you're going to go right to left. So you're going to go straight through, and then in that same channel, you're going to go right back down that channel and down through this grommet that's here, and then down to our needle. So then once we get down to our needles, again, front of the needle to the back of the needle is how you'll thread it. Once you thread that, you're going to come through your presser foot from top to bottom, and then you're going to bring your thread back up and you're going to tie it into your retention spring there. So that is threading your machine up close and personal on the Sunny 7 needle machine. So let me move you back here and get you set back up to where you can see me. And let's talk about a few more things with the machine. Okay, so control panel is an 8-inch touchscreen control panel. It's able to count 40 million stitches stored inside of the design folder here. So you'll be able to store that many inside of it. It has up to 150 designs already stored inside of this control panel here. And like I said, I think there's 16 fonts you can choose from. So like if I go in here, let me come all the way out actually. Close out, let's close. So let's say like here, I've got ABC on my screen. And let's say you wanted to go into the design folder and you wanted to do something as far as CBA, okay? You would hit design. You'd come over, hit SES. And then it's going to bring up this box and you can see there's picture, there's a paint, and there's a text tool. So you would click on text and you'll notice that this folder comes up. You may not be able to see this up close and personal. I promise I'm going to come back and do that again here in just a few minutes. I'm just doing the outside overview. So you'll notice you have 16 fonts included in here. You even have 2 Korean fonts inside, and then you come over to the right hand side and you can choose anywhere from 1 to your font size being a 10. So you'll do that over here on your right side of your control panel. And let's just say we choose a 6 and we go with a bold font so you guys can see it. And we hit next. Oops. And then let's say I go C, B, and A. So for some of you folks, I'll age myself, you had the phones that had ABC on 1 or 2, and you had carpal tunnel from typing when you were younger. It's going to bring back memories. So to get to C is 1, 2, 3 clicks. Obviously, wait a brief second, and then click twice. You'll get to B, and then obviously click once, and you'll get to A. So you'll see that it implemented that, and it put it inside there, and then it populates on the screen. So if everything's good, I'll go ahead and hit the next arrow, and it'll automatically take that into the machine, and you'll see that it populates here in our control panel. So from there, I would just click on the image, and then the very top portion has like 2 mountains with a check mark. You're going to click those mountains. It automatically brings the machine or the design into the machine here. Every time you do this, it's going to ask you to frame center. So right now it's saying, would you like to frame center? You're just going to hit OK. You'll watch the head jog a needle, jog back a needle, and then it's going to move the frame all the way to the front right, and then it's going to slide back to the center of the hoop. There it goes. So you'll notice we went ahead and put that on the machine. At this point, we would just come in here and it automatically prompts us to either do an outline or a trace. So an outline of a design would be like me coming here and showing you that it's going to go in these little cutouts. So it's going to do these circles, and then it's going to arch over the top and then do these circles and come straight across. Versus in a trace, it's just going to be a box. So is that what you're needing? And in that, it's just going to go straight up, straight over, straight down, and straight across. So some of you guys may get that, you know, an intricate design, and you'll start to notice that when it's moving throughout its outline, that it can kind of seem like it's jittery. It kind of seem like it's all over, like it's just like the frame's just kind of real shaky. Well, that's because the frame in a fast motion is moving in its X and Y coordinates at the same time. So X and Y, and it's just kind of sitting there and jumping through those motions. Before you call and say, hey, I think something's wrong with the frame, it just seems like it's real sporadic, seems like it's almost in a buffering mode. Come to the next portion over, which is trace, and let it run trace, because again, it's just going to be straight over, straight down, straight over, straight up. Okay. If the frame moves smoothly in those motions, nothing wrong with that frame. It's just that it's trying to keep an intricate design when it's outlining and the frame's moving. It's just jostling around in multiple directions. So try that first before you give us a shout and say, hey, something's not right here. So max speed on this machine is 800 stitches per minute. That is one of the functionalities that we implemented on the second revision of this. The first one we weren't able to adjust that. This one we are. So once I hit next on that, after doing my outline, making sure it's going to fit in my hoop, the next step would be your colors. So obviously, you know, I've got needle 1 set up here. It's populating as red on my screen. Now, I know that sounds confusing, but that's because if I go into my colors, my first one is set up as red in the background of the machine. So whatever colors here doesn't always represent whatever colors here, and whatever colors here doesn't always represent whatever colors here. So if it helps you to familiarize yourself with that, you can come into this functionality and you can change these, and then I can hit save, I can hit OK, and it'll update that and change that color to yellow. If it doesn't matter, then all you got to do is look up here if you've got your numbers or you learn your numbers, and let's say I wanted to go white. White is on 2, so I would come and I would click number 2, and it's going to automatically change this number to 2, and it has a 1 next to it. So let me pull you in here closer where you can see what I'm talking about. Here we go. All right. So you're looking at the screen and you're saying, well, I see a 1 and I see a 2, Dustin, and that's just confusing to me. And you're absolutely correct, it is. But this, on this side, is the number of color changes that are going to be in this C, B, and A. The N on the other side, which is the 2 directly next to it, is the needle it's going to run. So on color number 1, we are going to run needle number 2. So for some of you guys that are new to embroidery, never been in embroidery, whatever that looks like, whenever you start working with a digitizer and they give you a sheet, you're going to see there that maybe you have a design that's 4 colors. And for the sake of what we're looking at here, I've got yellow on 1, white on 2, black on 3, and red on 4. So let's use those colors. And let's say it goes red, yellow, white, black. So I would have on this side where it says NO and the number 1 in black, it would actually say NO, and I would have 4 of those, because that tells me there's 4 color changes in that sequence, in that design. So I'm only clicked on 1, which makes it highlighted black. The other 3 would not be, and I would have to click on them to actually highlight those. Let's quit that. Perfect. I shouldn't have clicked on it. Anyways, so we'll come back here. Let's say I had to, yeah, you done did it now. So let's say I had to come in here and I had to set that up correctly. So red would be 4, and then yellow would be 1, and then we said black and white. So then my color sequence would be 4, 1, 3, 2. And over here, that's how I would implement those colors. So I would go to the control panel, I would push 4, I would push 1, I would push 3 and 2, and those 1, 2, 3, and 4 positions that were on the left-hand side would change to that sequence. So then it knows when it comes to that certain color, it's going to ask me to do an origin. Let's go ahead and stop that. Okay. So we'll go right back to where we were. Perfect. This is so fun to do this. So anyways, so let's say there was 1, 2, 3, and 4 here. We would go ahead and we would hit 4, 1, 3, and 2, and our color sequence is there. But again, we said we were going to use white, so we got 1 here and 1 there, so I need to press 2, and you'll see that changes to a 2, which means when I run my C, B, and A on the hoop, on the backing that I have here, it's going to run needle number 2 and white back here behind it. So let's go ahead and close out of this, and I'm going to hit design. Inside that design folder, there's a few things in here, so let me click this one. And again, remember mountains with the check mark. It'll hit apply design. You'll see it, frame center. I just canceled it, no big deal. So now, again, you have your outline and you have your trace. So we would press those to go through designs. And now this gives you a better idea. So you have 2 here, right? So you've got 1 and 2, and let's say I need to run 2 and 7. So I would press 2, and I would press 7, and then that's going to set up my sequence to say that I'm going to run the international in white here, and then theoretically it should be 2 and 4 because that's red. So then we would hit 4. It's going to run international. Once it finishes that word, it's going to pop up and change to red in the back, which would be the stitch it. So that is going through a design, setting up the colors, frame centering it, doing your data origin to find your center of your frame here and so on. Blaine, you're popping back on me. Am I too long-winded?
Yes, we got to cut you off, buddy. We got to go to the next one. But hey,
No, I'm running for mayor here, Blaine. You can't cut me off.
well, I know everybody's wanting to see more of this machine, but we got to hear the rest. We got it a couple more times this week, so we'll get on it a little bit more in depth then. But Dustin, thank you so much for coming on and showing the new machine. Let me tell them how they can get it.
Yeah, and again, real fast, guys, Blaine, before you cut me off, if you don't care, again, Facebook Live every Tuesday, 10 a.m. Central Time. I get on here and go through this stuff in depth. So if there's things you want to see in the industry, test in the industry, know about in the industry, so on, reach out to us here, give us that information, and let us do it. Blaine, I appreciate your time. I'll try and be a little faster tomorrow.
Okay, buddy. Thanks, Dustin. All right, guys, let us tell you all about how you can get this. Now, this is the brand new SWF 7 needle, and you see the price on the screen. $64.99 is the introductory price on this. We do have a call-in special on this. You have to call in today to get that special pricing, 1-800-401-8151. We have some special financing available as well. Now, this is the ultra compact and lightweight design. This thing only weighs 51 pounds, so it's going to be extremely easy to move, and it's got a very, very small footprint. You're going to love how the size of this. You can design, editing, lettering right in the machine. It has 150 built-in designs, has an 8-inch LCD touchscreen on it. Maximum embroidery speed is 800 RPMs. It has 7-color single head embroidery machine, 3 kinds of standard frames. You're going to get 3 frames with it. You're going to get a 5-inch by 5-inch, a 12-inch by 6-inch, or a 12.6 inch by 11, and then you're getting that 24 by 20. And again, you can get 2 other optional frames. They have a robot frame, which is available, and you can have a sock frame that's available. Again, the 8-inch wide touch screen, you can check the real-time percentage of the completion of your embroidery, compatible with the Janome and Tajima hoops as well. So if you already got some Janome and Tajima hoops, it's compatible. It has an independent bobbin winder. It has a lettering and monogramming function. And again, it has the mouse available as well. Anyway, you can get help on this. If you have any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We're going to have this a couple more times on the show this week. We're going to talk a little bit more about it. If you have some questions, have them ready for Dustin. I think he's going to be again on Wednesday talking about the 7 needle. So make sure y'all have those questions ready on Wednesday and we'll get to them. But anyway, brand new offering from SWF. We're so happy. World premiere today here. And so order yours now if you're interested. All right, guys, we're going to move on. And we've got a very special treat for you. We have Anna Avery Vaughn here with Baby Lock. And we're going to talk all about that Meridian 2 today. Now, Anna fell in love with quilting several years ago and has never looked back. Anna's favorite machines include the Solaris, the Altair, and this Meridian 2. You can find her teaching using these machines at her favorite techniques in shops around the country, online, and on Baby Lock Facebook pages. And you've seen her on the SMP Lives here many times. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Anna.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Anna, how are you?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
We got you loud and clear, good picture, good sound, ready to go. So, hey, we're going to let you take it off because I know there's a ton of stuff to cover on this Meridian 2, and then I'll come back and tell them how they can get theirs, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you, Blaine. Hey, everyone. I'm Anna, and I am a National Baby Lock educator. And today I'm here to talk to you about one of my absolute favorite machines, and that is the Baby Lock Meridian. Now, the Baby Lock Meridian is the sister machine to the Altair. And I have the upgraded version of the Meridian. So you can go ahead and purchase the Meridian 2, but if you already have a Meridian, you can go ahead and upgrade it with the Meridian 2 upgrade. Same thing for the Altair. Now the Altair is just the big sister to the Meridian. She has the sewing aspect added on. So no matter which one you have, go ahead, get that upgrade. Or if you just need a new friend in your sewing room, go ahead and check this out and see how much fun you can have. Now, what the deal with the Meridian 2 is, it is an embroidery only machine. So if you have a sewing machine, or maybe you have a sewing and embroidery combination machine, this is great to have. So when you are sewing over here and you want to be embroidering over there, I have a confession to make. I've got several of that happening around my room just because I love to create and I like to keep creating. I mean, I just don't stop. Everything's going all at once. My poor husband, his ears are shot because of me. So anyways, I want to show you some of the fun stuff that the Meridian 2 and the Altair 2 on the embroidery and IQ side has to offer. And this came out last year and we're still so super excited about it. I have so much. Betty, I love that comment. Always need a new friend. Girl, me too. I love getting new friends in the sewing room. I'm going to show you some of my favorite features, and hopefully you love them just as much as me because they're so much fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be switching over my camera, and I'm going to, hey Linda, I am going to show you all that I love about the upgrade and the Meridian 2. So let me click my buttons. Now I have to be honest with you, I am not tech savvy, but I try really hard. So just bear with me, okay? Okay, let me push this button. Ta-da, there she is. And sorry about the lighting. I will try to fix that a little bit here. Okay, now, regardless of what Baby Lock machine you get, when you first kind of turn it on, you're going to get a screen like this. So I'm going to start in the embroidery area just so I can show you the new features that are on that come with the upgrade, or when you purchase your new Meridian 2 or your Altair 2. But again, I'm just working in the embroidery / IQ side. If you're not familiar with IQ Designer, basically it is the, I like to call it the digitizing side of the machine. So that IQ Designer is in, if you remember the Baby Lock Destiny or the Baby Lock Meridian, Altair, and the Solaris machine. So that's where you can design. You can create a lot of fun stuff. You can make your own. In the hoop projects, there's a lot of fun fills that you can, mimic quilting with. There's just so much fun stuff you can do. And I'm going to show some samples. But we're going to start with the new features in embroidery. So as we know, when you buy an embroidery machine, you're going to have a ton of fun, beautiful built-in designs. And I'm pretty partial to the built-in designs that Baby Lock uses. And I don't think we give them enough chances. I think when we buy an embroidery machine, we really go out there and purchase all these fun embroidery designs. But take a look at the designs in your machine because they really are gorgeous. And I have to say, Baby Lock spends a lot of time on making sure their designs are beautiful. So you will notice that this has a ton of folders that have design, and they really are gorgeous. That's not really what I'm going to show you. I just want you to notice that there are beautiful designs in there. But what's new is the first thing that I will show you is up under this number 2 tab here is we have what's called the crocheted lace. Now we really can't see that very well, but I'm going to tap on this little butterfly and hit set. And I will be showing you this in person. And I'm going to change the colors real quick. And if you have never played on a Baby Lock machine before and you decide to, get one for yourself, then you're going to notice how user-friendly they are. So yes, I'm tapping on buttons pretty quickly here, but we have a lot of education out there to show you how to use the machine, not only from Baby Lock itself, but from the educators. We all have or the majority of us have Facebook groups where we do lives every week, and they're completely free. And we teach you all these fun techniques to learn how to use your machine. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see, and I changed the colors, but this is one of the crocheted lace designs. And this is only specific to the upgraded machines, meaning the Meridian 2 and the Altair 2. And again, I will show you this stitched out, but they are beautiful. I have seen a sample where one of our educators took it and made stitched out a bunch of them and stitched them on a jacket, and they were absolutely gorgeous. So that's one of the new fun features that they added into here. So I'm just going to go home. The other fun one that I just absolutely love that was just on the Solaris is yarn couching. So this doesn't look like much on the screen. Let me see. But you get a yarn couching attachment, and you literally run yarn basically through this attachment, and it stitches it down. So this butterfly stitches down with yarn. So if you've ever quilted with yarn or yarn couching, quilting, it's basically kind of the same process, except for your embroidery machine does it. And it's so cool. It's so beautiful. And of course, I'm going to show you some samples with that. But not only do they have designs in there, let's go back, they actually have letters as well. And so you can, make little signs or make little, wall hangings with words on it. But I have seen one of our education leads, her name is Patty Marty, and she is a complete genius when it comes to these, is she will take these shapes, I call them shapes right now, and let's say this one right here, and she will put them together to make these cool geometric shapes. And they look like, some of them look Southwestern, some of them just look really modern, just really cool. Your imagination can go crazy with these. It's so fun to play with. Again, I will show you those here as a sample in just a moment. So that is one of the new fun features. Another fun feature that they added into the Meridian as well is this cool little, I'm sorry, I just got tangled up, this pinpoint system. So I'm going to select this little guy right here. Now, you can actually use this pretty much on any design, but they added these cute little designs right here up at the top. And I'm actually going to select, let's select the bunny. And I'm going to zoom in. But what I want you to notice on him, we'll just zoom in on him. But what I just want you to notice on him is see how he's just kind of using his little paws and he looks like he's hanging over on something. This actual design is meant for the top of a pocket. So like he's hanging out of your pocket looking over. Now, if you've ever tried to stitch on top of a pocket, is that not the hardest, the absolute hardest place to stitch, right? To get it completely even, right? Well, now we have a function. And again, like I said, you can use this function for pretty much anything. But this is the most fun way to use it, or I shouldn't say that, but it is one of the fun ways to use it to get things straight. Now, of course, we can use our app and our awesome frames that have the, and now I'm forgetting what they're called, but that's okay. That's because I'm on the spot right now. But to do that, but if you don't want to do that, you have a little button in. So basically what's going to happen is when I go to embroidery, I'm going to go to layout, and I have this key right here. Oh, That's right, it's fussing at me. Let me slide on my embroidery frame. And I'm just sliding on my little 4x4 here. Okay. Okay. And it's going to ask me, you know, where do I want to start basically to put these lines? So I want where I want to make it straight. So I've got this area and this area because I'm going to go across a pocket, right? So I need the bottom area basically to be the straightest part. You know, I'm not going to be starting up here or wherever. So I'm fine with it being in the corner. So now what I want to do is select next, and it says select the alignment. So the carriage of the embroidery unit will move after pressing next. So the alignment's going to be this way. So it's going to move. Unfortunately, I don't have any fabric in. I should have prepared that. Sorry. And now my little LED light, let's see if I can put a little piece of fabric under there so you can see the little LED light. It's kind of hidden. So I'm going to move the camera over a little bit. I really should have been more prepared for this. But if you know me, you know I'm always running a little bit behind. But do you see that little LED light? Which is really one of the best things on this machine to me, because I use that for positioning a lot. So it's going to help you align this little guy. So it's going to walk you through everything. It's going to say align the LED pointer with the first point, because you're going to have a line, basically the top of your pocket, and then you're going to hit next, and it's going to move. And now you're going to use your cursors to move the second point to basically straighten it up on the top of the pocket. And then when you go to stitch out your bunny, he's going to be perfectly straight on top of your pocket. So I know that's a weird roundabout way of explaining things, but it works out so perfectly. And there are some great, our education team has made some great videos on this. So you really don't have to worry about my really fast explanation on it. However, it's such a cool feature. And can I use it on other designs? Let's see. Do I have to just use it on the bunny? I don't think so. Let's go to a fish. I don't know. Fish are fun, right? Oh, that's a pretty fish. Let's see. Let's hit set. Let's go to embroidery. Oh, okay. Well, see, I don't have my larger embroidery frame out. So let's go back to a 4x4. I think this little guy goes into a 4x4 frame. Yes, it does. So, but my big fish is in the way, so I can get rid of that easy. You see how easy it is for me to maneuver around this machine? Okay, we're going to go to boot. Yep. See, it works even for just regular designs. It does not have to be that specific design I picked out of that area. So you can use it for anything. So, all right. So, as I said, that is some of the fun stuff in the embroidery side. Not only that, if you're new to Baby Lock and you're new to the Meridian 2, or just new to their embroidery only machines or embroidery machines, this machine, its largest hoop that comes with it is a 9.5 by 14 inches. I mean, it's huge. It's a hula hoop. And so you have so much room to play with. So you actually have some really fun, large designs to play with in here. And I was peeking around in here earlier, and where did I see? There were some really, really beautiful, really large designs. That's small. That's not large. But these are like red work. How about I just exit out of here? Get rid of that guy. So you've got so much fun stuff to play with in here. So even if you're new to embroidery, you've got a lot to play with. You've got some quilting design. Ooh, who doesn't love that? Some kind of edge to edge right here. Yes, you can do edge to edge in your machine. Especially with that large hoop, you're going to cover a lot of area. I have used this one several times. I love this one. This one's so much fun because it's just so cute. And who doesn't need a sewing quilting motif? Okay, so let's talk about IQ Designer. Hopefully I'm doing pretty good on time. And I'm sorry you didn't even see that bottom half, did you? Yeah, Joanne, I just looked at your questions. That's a great idea. This one's great to take to embroidery retreats because it, you know, especially if you're going to be doing large projects, it's actually perfect. And, you know, when you go to these retreats, you know, your friend may be like, oh, look at this large design I'm working on. You should try it out. And you were like, well, I don't have but a 5x7 hoop, you know, so you never know. This one goes up to huge. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's talk about let's talk about IQ and what's different in there. Okay, so IQ Designer, like I said earlier, we can kind of think of it like a digitizer. That means you get to be the designer. And I have designed so many different things. I teach so many different things. The world is your sewing oyster when it comes to IQ Designer. When you're new to it, you look at the screen and go, what in the world? There's so much in the world you can do with it. But I'm just going to tell you what's new in here. So first off, when we go to the line properties, the little button I pushed is basically your drawing tools, your line tools. What is new over here is you are going to get some more new decorative type of stitches, of course. So you've got, you know, a few more added on, some really pretty cute ones. I love the hearts. I love is that a Greek key, I think, or something? I may be totally wrong about that, but I love that. Love the leaves. But for my fill lovers, and if you know, and you're excited about this, is when we go to our fill stitches, which is right here, I click right here. You guys have been wanting it for so very long. Y'all been asking. Look at all the new fills that are in. Oh my goodness, you've now got 30 fills. 30 fills! And if you're not quite sure what I'm talking about, let me show you real quickly. Okay, so this is not the only thing you can do with it, but this is the fun thing you can do. One of the fun things you can do with this. So I'm going to create just a heart within a heart within a heart. Okay, so I've got a heart there. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to move it to the center. I'm going to make that a little smaller. Perfect. To come back, I'm going to copy it. I'm going to move it to the center. I'm going to make that one smaller. Perfect. Okay, and then I'm going to add my fills. Why not? So I'm going to come here. Now that I've got 30 to pick from, I can do whatever I want to my heart's content, right? So I can come in here and I can pick. This one is one of my favorites. I love, love, love this one. So I'm going to say, okay. I am a color girl. I always go for green, pink, and purple, I think. Oops, what did I forget to do? I forgot to turn on my bucket. So turn on my bucket and I'm going to tap in there. All right, I'm going to go to another one. Let's go select a second one. Let's do that one. It kind of reminds me of mermaid-ish. Sorry, my finger's in the way. I forgot to bring my mouse over here. So you can plug a wired mouse in here. So let's do a different thing. Bucket is on, so I'll do it right there. So you can't use a wireless mouse, but you can definitely use a wired mouse. Okay, we need one more fill, right? So we're going to come up here and we'll do this one. Ah! That's what you hear a lot when I'm teaching, those noises. So if you're looking for fun and funny, come join me. So it's always fun noises. Let's do purple. Just 'cause. Now remember, when you're embroidering, you can put any color on the machine. When you're designing, you can put any color you want to. All right, so we're going to select next, and then I'm going to hit preview. Okay, and I'm just going to look at it right now. Now, I forgot to change my stitch. So let's go back. Let's see. Okay, so I can change my stitch from in there, from inside. So I'm going to say that. There we go. I should link them all and then go back and change them all to that same stitch. Okay, there we go. That was pretty bad, right? Did I get them all? Probably not. I don't think I did. Nope. There we go. My link now. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. What's really cool is what you're seeing right now is an editing process, and we're able to do it in the editing screen versus there we go. So now what you see is you see that I was able to put these pretty fills inside of each section of the heart. And now I can go stitch that out. But why would I want this? Well, for anything really. So those are some of the new things that are in the in IQ Designer. And the biggest thing that we kept hearing before the Meridian 2 and the Altair 2 came out was in IQ Designer, what did y'all want? More fills. So now you've got 30. Ooh, don't you love it? Thank you, Darlene. Now I'm going to quickly turn over because I don't know how much time I have left. And I am going to start showing you some of my samples that Denise, I agree, girl. I am an IQ junkie. I'm going to jump over and just show you some of my samples so you can kind of see how much fun I have. And quite honestly, the stuff behind me, a lot of it was made with IQ. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of it. Quite a bit of it was quilted or whatever with it. So talking about the, what were we talking about? Oh, the couching. So this is a little wall hanging I made. And I don't really know how to hold it. I'm still trying to figure that out. So it says sew. So that is the S. That is couching. So SEW just kind of hangs all kind of wonky. And if you look in the background, do you see those fills? So it looks like quilting, doesn't it? This thing's kind of heavy, but I love it. I just did a wonky piecing and that. But let me show you the other one. I keep it hanging right behind me, but I love this one. But this shows you the actual butterfly. And of course, that's some fill work. That is not me because this girl cannot free motion quilt to save her life. Couching is fun. And Kim, it is easy, girl. And then there's the rose. Again, that is not me. That is the machine. The machine makes me look good. And girl, it can make you look good too. Here we go. The butterfly. How pretty is that? Aren't those beautiful? It does kind of look like Chanel, doesn't it? But it's yarn. It's yarn. How cool is that? Okay. Another cool thing you can do. I mean, we've got 4th of July coming up. So you can make your own little flag. You can make your own. This was not my design. This was one of the other educators' designs. In the hoop pot holder. It's got Insel Bright and everything in it. Now, this is a class I taught. It's an in the hoop. We designed it all in IQ Designer. In the hoop zipper bag. So you can create your in the hoop projects in there. Going back to the 3 hearts. You can create your own applique. I still got some stuff I got to pick out of there. But yes, this was a class I taught. How cute is that? Look at the puppies. So create your own applique. I do too. I am an in the hoop girl. For Halloween, taught a class. It's quite funny, actually. If you're a quilter, you know what a Dresden plate is, right? Well, we did a Dresden coffin plate. We designed it all in IQ Designer. Ah! And then book covers. So we designed the whole thing in IQ Designer. The book cover, everything. So it says, but first, presents. So if you're not familiar, we do have, Baby Lock does have something called design suites. You can't use them directly in the Meridian or the Altair, but if you have Palette 11, you can use them directly in there. Or if you have a Solaris, you can use them directly in there. But you can see some of them stitched out here. They're different fills that you can use in Palette 11. So there are ones on the black. Pretty cute, huh? And what else do I have? Okay, so here is the lace, or the crocheted lace. So that's it when it's stitched out. Isn't that beautiful? So that was that butterfly I showed you. You just stitch it. I do double wash away stabilizer. And I don't use, where did my light go? It got really dark in here. I'm sorry. Oh, there it goes. Because I do like it to be a little bit of stiffness, I don't soak it for like, hours. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So I have another one of these and I don't know what I did with it. Oh, here it is. This is another one of the crocheted lace. Isn't that beautiful? So you could really, 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 really have a lot of fun. So yeah. You would like to see the machine stitch. I wonder how much time I have. Do I have much time? Because I could do a really quick little demo. If I had a little bit of time. I don't know how much time I have though, because I am not really looking at the time. Okay, let me do something here because, I don't have the right thread to do it. What I could show you, something really quickly. I just did a class on this and I'm going to use the IQ Designer app right here. And I'm using the 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop. I'm taking a picture of the hoop. And what I have in there, I know this is going to be hard to see, but I have one of the Dream Big by Hoffman panels in there. Can you see that? And I don't have the right color. Well, you know what I can do? I can unpick it. I can do this quickly if you want to see this. And this is not this is not a new thing, but I can show you this. So since this is part of it, so basically you're going to download the app. You take a picture. In the app, you are going to use the hoops that came with it. They have sensors on them. You are then going to use the button that says send to machine. And hopefully, okay, it sent it to IQ Designer. Let me jump on over to IQ Designer super quickly so I can show you guys what I'm doing here. Okay, I've got my hoop on. And then we're going to go home, IQ Designer, and watch this. So I'm going to click this button. I'm going to click Wi-Fi, click right here. There's my photo. I'm going to hit set. And it came in really light, but I can darken it up. And basically what I'm going to do is use my fills to quilt all of this. So I can go in, let me grab my stylus really quickly. Again, like I said, I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and I can start separating out areas. Say like this section right here, and go into my line properties, grab a line, and just drawing areas, say around this petal right here. Now this is quick and dirty. This is not pretty, okay? So I can draw around the petal. I can come into my fills. I can select a fill, and of course fill it in with whatever I want. And I'm going to show you my sample here in just a minute. Again, oops, there we go. And then I can do each petal individually. And do y'all want to see what that looks like? It's so cool. Sorry, makes a good project. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But I did just teach that class, and you can always purchase the rerun. Okay, let me show you. This is called the Dream Big class. So just quickly zoom in on that, and then I'm going to give the mic back to Blaine. All right, cool. All right.
That's awesome, Anna.
Thank you.
Great job as usual.
Yay!
And super excited about that. And we're going to let everybody know how they can get this Meridian too, okay?
Perfect. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Anna. All right, everybody, this is the Baby Lock Meridian 2. And I tell you what, for the price on this, you're getting so much bang for the buck. This has the latest and greatest technologies from Baby Lock just strapped into this. It is packed full of technology. Great machine. $64.99 is the price. We do have a call-in special. Get on the phone right now and give us a call if you're interested to know what you can get this for at Hoop Fest. Financing is available. We're going to ship this free nationwide. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And if you're on our website, you can talk to one of the live chat agents, and they can help you out as there as well. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we got Janome in the house, and we have Miriam Coffee going to be with us today, and everybody loves Miriam, and she is going to talk all about that MB4. And Miriam, as a young child, she loved textiles and anything she could create with them. She attended college at Maryland College of Art and studied textile arts. She has been published in several articles, appeared on the Show Fresh Quilting. Her work has been featured on the Modern Quilt Guild's Modern Quilts, Best of the New Century book. She has also won many of her awards, and she is a cosplayer. And guess what? Bring Miriam to the show. Miriam,
hello.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing great. Hey, and I understand we're going to make a little announcement. You are going to join SMP at this year's Comic-Con in San Diego.
Yes, I am. And I am so excited. I cannot wait. I have some costumes that I'm going to have to make before then. So wish me luck on getting them.
Oh my gosh. Yes, we need to have them so we can display them. But everybody, we are going to have a booth for Janome. We're going to have all the Janome machines in it at Comic-Con in San Diego this year. And we're super excited about it too. And Miriam's going to be there. So if y'all want to come and see Comic-Con and see Miriam, you can come and check us out there. But Miriam, I'll let you take it away because I know there's a lot to cover at the MB4. And we'll come back here in about 25 minutes and tell them how they can get theirs.
Sounds fantastic. Hello, everyone, again. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of such an exciting Hoop Fest event. I'm really excited today to be talking to you guys about the MB4. Now, a little disclosure, I am showing you the MB7. So if there looks like there's a lot more needles, there actually are. I didn't have access at the moment to an MB4. So, but don't worry, they are going to perform the same. The main visual difference between them is that this is going to have a smaller head right up here at the front. It's going to only have 4 needles instead of, this is the MB7, which has 7 needles. So It is going to look a little different, but it's going to navigate totally the same once we get to that part, because we are going to show you how to edit and do all that sort of fun stuff on the screen itself. It's going to navigate the same, but it is just a little bit different. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. But don't worry, you're in good hands. We're going to get right into it and start with why the MB4 is such a great machine. And one of the many reasons why the MB4 is so great is that it is a multi-needle embroidery only machine, which allows you to be so much more productive and so much more prolific in your embroidery life. We all have so many projects that we want to work on, and there's just never enough time to do it. And with having a multi-needle machine, you only have to change your threads until every 4 color changes. And that allows you to get a whole lot more done a lot faster than you can with a single needle embroidery only machine. There is so much more you can do, and that is one of the reasons why I just love this machine, because you can just get so much more done. And at the end of the day, we all have so much to do, and that is what this machine is going to do for us. The other thing that makes this machine so great is that it is wonderful for small businesses. So if you want to start a embroidery only business where you embroider for the general public, this is a fantastic machine for you. Not only is it going to speed up your process, like I mentioned before, but the other great thing about it is that it is a lighter machine than a lot of other embroidery only and a lot of other multi-needle machines. So it's only 45 pounds, which allows you to be semi-portable. So it allows you to take it to events if you wanted to go to let's say a craft show or an art show and embroider for the public and do on-site embroidery. This machine is going to make it possible. There is also an optional Ava cabinet, which is made specifically for this machine, that allows you to have an opening right at the front here, because there is an opening right there, and that cabinet has a little cutout which allows all that fabric to kind of drape down and pool in the center there and get out of the way from when you're embroidering. But don't worry, you don't have to have a special cabinet. You can use it on any machine. As you can see, I have it on a table here that's not specifically made for it. It's just a nice sturdy table. Make sure it just can hold that 45 pounds and you are good to go. So the other great thing about this machine is that there are 50 built-in designs into this machine. So you have plenty of options to choose from, as well as the ability to bring in any design that you want through a USB stick or direct connect cable. There are 10 fonts that are built in, which is great for if you did want to start a business. Tons of people want to have monograms or their names embroidered on things, and having those 10 fonts already built in can make that typing in of your the names a whole lot faster, because it's all right there on the screen on your machine. There are also 2- and 3-letter monograms that are on the machine that you can also use with the brackets or without the brackets. So that gives you options, which is also really nice. And there's different types of different brackets so that you can choose different options there as well, which is also really great. There is also a maximum size. The maximum size is 9.4 by 7.9. So basically 9.5 by 8 is going to give you your max size. There's also the max speed is 800 stitches a minute, which is nice and fast, but it also is a great speed for giving you a really good quality stitch, which at the end of the day, your stitch quality is what matters, because that's what everyone's going to see. It doesn't matter what you can do on and off the machine. What matters is what it looks like at the end of the day. And that's one of the great things about Janome is we're known for our being a workhorse and our easy usability and our quality. And that quality, amongst many other things, but that quality is really important when it comes to embroidery, because you really want that to be a beautiful stitch quality at the end of the day, and that's what you're going to get on the MB4. Well, and also on the MV7 too. But we're just going to be sticking to the MV4 today. So there's also auto return after thread cuts. So if a thread breaks and you need to repair that, which happens every so often to the best of us, you'll be able to return to that broken part and repair it very easily, which is such a great feature to have. It comes with 3 hoops. The maximum hoop size, like I mentioned before, is that 9.4 by 7.9, which is a nice large hoop here. This is the M1 hoop. The M2 hoop is 5 by 4.3, which is also a great size hoop. They do also come with these removable grids that help with hooping. And also all 3 of them come with that grid. And last but not least is the M3, which is 1.9 by 1.9, which is this really cute little hoop, which is perfect for monograms, perfect for embroidering onto polos, cardigans, and doing little names there, or any other small objects. You can even embroider on onesies, things of that nature, because you do have that free arm. You have that freedom of embroidering on those smaller objects, so that you have the options to embroider on smaller objects and without wasting so much stabilizer if you were needing to use one of the larger hoops. There is also a larger bobbin on the machine. It is 1.4 times larger than your standard bobbin. So this is what our bobbin looks like. It's probably going to be a little hard to see from this distance, but as you can see, it's a little bit, it is bigger than a standard bobbin. And when you use a 80 weight thread or bobbin weight thread, you can be able to get so much thread on that bobbin, and it allows you to embroider for so much longer without having to change threads or having to change your bobbin out, which is really, really nice. Next, we also have a separate bobbin winding motor, which allows us to wind our bobbins while the machine is sewing. So while it's embroidering, I can wind a bobbin and always have a bobbin ready for whenever the next time to change your bobbin comes. It will be all ready for you. There is also a separate spool pin in the back specifically for your bobbin thread. So it's always there ready for you to wind your bobbins, which is a really nice feature to have, not having to have a separate motor or anything like that. It's all right there. Another great feature that I love about this machine is how user-friendly it is. Janome is known for being really user-friendly, and the MV4 is no exception. The MV4 allows us to, if you've ever worked with any other Janome embroidery machine, you're going to be able to translate all of that information over to the MV4 because a lot of the icons are the same or very similar. So it's going to make that learning curve a whole lot easier. But don't worry, if you aren't in embroidery, a Janome embroidery user, don't worry, it is still really easy to learn, even as a non-Janome user. At least that's what I believe, because I think it's really pretty easy to use. And I've had, it's not been too hard to learn when I had to learn it years ago. There is also, it is made in Japan, so you know you're going to get that beautiful quality that you know and love with the Janome name. You know you're going to get some really beautiful stitch quality and quality of use that is just going to last you for years to come. So with that being said, let's go ahead and switch. I'm going to go around the front so that we can look at the screen, and we're going to go over the screen at the front. I'm just going to have to walk around, so just give me 1 second. Bear with me. We're just going to walk around the side. All righty. So now that we're at the front, we're going to be looking at our screen right here. So now that we're at our sort of home page here, at our main menu, which we've hit, It's giving us several options here. This first icon will be recognizable to any of our Janome users because it is our design icon. And when you select this button, it is going to show us all of our designs. And again, we have 50 built-in designs. And we can bring in any other design through our USB on the side here, which may be a little off camera, but there is a USB stick right on this right side of the display here. There are also arrows that you can turn. We can keep turning until we find something we like. And when you select it, it will go to your ready to sew screen or your edit screen, depending on if you were just on your edit screen, then it will go to edit, which the last thing we were on was edit. So when I select my design, which we're going to select this blue one here, it's going to come up to my edit screen. Now it's going to show me the hoop that I'm going to be on, and it also shows edit up here. That means that we're on our edit screen. This shows M1, which means I'm in my M1 hoop, which again is my larger hoop of the 3 hoops that the machine comes with. I can select my different hoops here on the side or turn back. We're going to keep with the M1 hoop, but we are going to adjust the width, size of the design, which you can increase your design by 20% larger or 20% smaller. So you can see it can get down to 80% or all the way up to 120%. Now, it's only going to be able to go up to 104% on this particular design on this at this angle. If I had rotated it, I could make it a little bit bigger, but I want to keep it vertical for now. So I'm going to turn the page, but before I do, it is going to show you here at the bottom what percentage you're currently at and also what degree you're currently at. So now that we've turned back, we can go ahead and rotate our design, and we can rotate it 90 degrees at a time. I can also rotate it a degree at a time if I want to, or I can turn it back, rotate it one more time, and let's get it a little bit straighter here because we want to keep it, we want to get it a little straighter. There we go. Now we're at 0 degrees, which means we're nice and straight. Now I can turn back, and I could trash this design if I wanted to, but I'm going to keep it. So I'm going to leave, we're going to skip that icon. Next, we're going to go to our save. So I could save this design into my machine, or I could save it onto my machine or save it onto my USB stick on the side, which is really beneficial for when I want to reuse that design in a future date. I'm going to turn my page. I can copy and paste it. So now I have 2. Now we're going to turn our pages again until I'm going to get rid of one of those because I don't really need both of those. You could mirror image this. It doesn't really show a big change because it is fairly symmetrical. This top did change a little bit, so you can see that rotate again. You also can mirror image it vertical as well. And then we have our alphabets. You may notice that they're all grayed out because we don't have any alphabets or any letters on our screen yet. So we're going to skip that for now. And that's a really nice feature because it's not going to give us anything that we don't need to use at the moment or we can't use at the moment. So having that is a really nice feature. Next, let's go ahead and change some of these colors. So we're going to just skip this first one, looks fine. Let's change this to purple, and we're going to skip ahead. I'm going to do this to a blue, can keep changing our colors. I'm going to do a different blue here. And then do another blue there. And we're going to keep that one there. And now we're back to our beginning. And if I hit the OK button, it's going to keep all of those changes. If I hit the X, it's going to forget anything that I did. But I do want to save those changes, so I'm going to hit the OK. So now you can see I've changed some of those colors here. And it's a little bit, hopefully it's a little bit more visible on the screen. And now let's turn our page one more time, and I can zoom in if I want to, and then drag around and move my design if I wanted to. I can always use my stylus, my finger, or my arrows and change it that way. I'm going to hit the OK button, and it's going to take us to our Ready to Sew screen. And that looks pretty good, except I do want to do one more thing to it. So let's go back to our menu, go back to our edit screen, and then let's add our alphabets to it. There are this first icon, which is very similar to our icon for on the rest of our Janome machines, which shows us how to keep, it shows us all of our fonts here. And again, we have 10 fonts. I'm going to keep it on Gothic for now, so I'm going to just X out of this. And let's go ahead and type in Janome. And I do also have the ability to enter this horizontally or vertically, depending on which one I prefer. I'm going to do it horizontal. It does also have the ability to enter these small, medium, or large. I'm going to keep it at small. There's also capital and lowercase. I'm going to keep them capital, as well as trashing and saving. But I am going to hit the OK, and it's going to bring it into the center of my design. And then I'm going to, it looks like it got behind here. So let's go ahead and it's behind here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shrink this down so that I can move it to the side and select that Janome down here. I'm going to put it down there for a second. I'm going to recenter this. Put that in the center. And then I'm going to make this bigger again. So that's now that's larger. And then I'm going to hit the back button. And we're going to turn the page until we get to our arc, to our fonts. And we're going to select our letters. And what we can do is, let's go ahead and trash that. Oh, I trashed the wrong thing, but that's okay. What we can do is I can bring that back, but what I'm going to do first is I'm going to curve our Janome and bring that in. So now it's got a nice curve to it. I can space that out if I want to. And I think that looks good. So let's go back to our menu, bring up our design, bring up that design, and now we've got it back. We don't have to rechange those colors anymore. I think they're fine as is. We're just going to go and hit the OK button. And now what we can do is we're at our Ready to Sew screen. It's going to show us our size of it, how long it's going to take, how many colors we have, and then this number of stitches. So what I can do is, this is one of the features that I really enjoy, is this icon where I'm able to change the thread color that's associated with the needle. So let me explain that again. So this first row is our needles, and then this is our thread color changes. Now, because I am on the NB7, this has more than 4 needles. This should only have 4 needles on it, and that's the only other difference. But if I want to change this colors, what I can do is, my first color is this blue, and if I don't want to stitch it out in the blue, I want to stitch it out on that pink, which my pink is on thread color number 5. I can now increase my needle to 5, and now instead of stitching it out in black, it will stitch it out in that really pretty pink color. And then we can arrow down and we can stitch out the next color, which is this sort of blue color. Let's go ahead and stick that with color number 1 because it is a blue right here. So let's go ahead and instead of 2, because right now it's at needle 2, which is my green, I don't want that. I want to go and minus it, and it's going to go to needle 1. And now what I can do is arrow down again, and I can continue this and continually matching the thread colors to the color changes that I want them to go with. And then all I have to do is press the OK button. And it's going to take me back to my ready to sew screen, which is ready right here. And then all I would have to do is load my hoop onto the machine, which this is my hoop right here. And then down below, there's a little latch. You just push this forward until you hear that snap, and then you're good to go. I think it is a little off camera, so you may not be able to see that. But it just snaps into place right down there at the bottom. Very easy to attach and detach, which can be very beneficial. One of the other quick things I want to point out is how easy it is to thread this machine. Once you figure out that you can just break it down into sections of 3s, there are multiple different holes along the front here, and there are sets of 3s that our thread colors are going to go to. So once you break this down, it can be a lot easier to thread because it looks a little intimidating at first because there's lots of thread colors and lots of different holes and lots of different numbers that you have to follow. But I'm just going to go over the thread path quickly because it's really nice and fast. So all we have to do is go front back up to the top through our first tension disc, through our second tension disc. We're going to go down up to our take-up lever, straight back down, and then through a little hook here in the back, and then you thread your needle. And it's really that simple. Now that we've kind of gone over the majority of the things, I know that we're a little behind schedule, so I can stop a little bit early, and I think we're pretty much got everything that we need to cover. So Blaine, if you're ready, we can go ahead and switch angles, and you can take on over.
All right. Well, thanks, Miriam. Great job. And we'll see you back here again tomorrow, right?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. That's right. Wednesday. Okay. We'll see you then. Thank you so much.
Have a great day, everyone.
All right. So everyone, that was the MB4, and she was actually showing the MB7, but we're actually kind of talking about the MB4. Again, the price on it is $54.99. We have financing available for this, and we have a call-in special. So if you want to get the Hoop Fest pricing, you have to call us right now or speak to one of the live chat agents on our website at 800-401-8151 or SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can go to either place and they can help you out, but we do have a fantastic special on us today and some great financing available. And we're going to ship this nationwide, absolutely free, right to your doorstep. So, all right, let's bring Jane Klaus back to the show.
Hello. Hi, Blaine. Hi, everybody. How are you?
I am fantastic. Are you good? Because you just had an hour and a half break.
I'm so good. I had lunch and then I took a nap. No, actually, I embroidered something because it is Hoop Fest. I will show it to you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Well, we'll let you get going. Got another great presentation coming up.
We sure do. I'm super excited to have my friend Jennifer Gleich with a brother, and she's a brother educator, and she's going to talk to us about the Brother PRS 100. Now, Let's talk about Jennifer for just a second. She learned how to sew by making Barbie clothes. And for 35 plus years, she kept the love alive for sewing all the way and made it her career. Her favorite place to sew is at a quilt retreat with her bestie sewing friends on the Oregon coast. That sounds like a dream. And her favorite machine to use is the Luminaire XP3. Let's everybody say a big warm SMP Nation welcome to Jennifer Gleich. Hey, Jen.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing well. I actually just got back last week from my quilt retreat on the
Amazing.
coast.
How
So
long are
yeah,
you there?
it was 7 days.
You were there for a full 7 days. Now, how many
Mhm.
did you complete a quilt in that time?
I got one quilt top done and another one started. But mostly we do a lot of eating. My mom comes along and cooks for all 15 of us, so we do not go hungry.
Oh my gosh, how fun. You get to have your mom there. You get to have great food, great friends, and you get to be creative and inspired. That's
Yes,
perfect. That's a dream right there.
yeah, it is a dream. It is wonderful, wonderful time.
Amazing vacation. Well, we're happy that you're back and you're here with us today. Now, I'm taking up too much time. Let's talk about this amazing machine. You're doing the Brother PRS 100, yeah?
Yes, the persona.
That's right. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to let you take it away, Jen.
All right, I'll take it away. All right. Hi, everybody. Like I said, I am just back about a week ago from my quilt retreat. And I'm going to apologize ahead of time because I came back and I came down with the flu. So I am a little crackly from recovering from that. So I apologize if my voice cuts in and out. But I am really excited to be here and talk to you about the Persona, which is the Brother PRS 100 machine. I have it set up behind me. This is my sewing studio. You can see all my fabric and my creative space. I'm not hiding anything. It is the creative space. We all have one. Um, so I'm going to apologize if I cough. I've got some water here. So I'm going to go ahead and switch my camera. I have two cameras set up. Let's talk about the Persona. The Persona is a wonderful machine. If you're looking at getting into maybe you want a multi-needle machine, but you don't have the space, the Persona might be the answer for you. It is not a multi-needle machine, but you can do so much with it. So give me just a minute. I'm going to switch my camera and we're going to cross our fingers. I tried this several times this morning. We're going to hope upon hope that we can get the cameras to cooperate. So I've got the Persona set up. As you can see, the Persona, again, it's not a multi-needle machine. It is a single needle machine. However, it does have this free arm capability. So if you want to do hats, if you want to do baby jumpsuits, t-shirts, sweatshirts, anything where you need this extra space, rather than try to fight by getting something on a flatbed embroidery machine, you've got the open arm, the open tubular arm here, bobbin right in the front. And it may look big here. I've got it in between on my workstation. Over here, I've got the Print Moda fabric printer, and then I've got the sublimation printer, but it does not take very much workspace. So 18 inches is all you need. It's an 18-inch from one side of the machine to the other. So again, not as big as one of the multi-needle machines, but still you get a lot of versatility. Tubular arm, you get an 8x8 frame right here. That is your largest frame. You get a 4x4 frame, and you also get a cute little set of compact frames, which are great. 1 1/4 by 1 3/4, 2x2. Those are great if you want to embroider things such as, again, baby jumpsuits, socks, any kind of little monogramming you want to do on a zipper pouch or something like that. You've got the cute little compact frames that make that so much easier. Again, a versatile bobbin right in front, and this also has a bobbin winder on it. So on the side, you can't see it from my angle of my camera, but on the side of the machine here, there is a built-in bobbin winder. Easy to thread, very simple. Again, it's a single needle machine, but you can store 4 spools of thread up here on the top. I have it threaded. It's just going to thread through the single needle. Usually if I change a thread, I do what's called a cut and tie off. So I'll cut my thread at the top, I'll tie on my next color, and then just pull my thread all the way through until I get to the needle, and then go ahead and run that needle threader. Let's see, what else can I tell you? It is a Brother machine that is able to use the Brother licensed Disney designs. So the multi-needle machines, the new PR1X, those you cannot use the Disney designs, but with the Persona, you can purchase Disney designs with embroidery and bring them up on this machine. So if you have little ones for personal use, if you have little ones, grandchildren, children that love their Disney like I do, you can bring those up and you can embroider those on this machine. I'm going to try to zoom in on the screen here a little bit. And I say this with every virtual video I'm on. I am not a videographer. I am a sewing educator. So I'm going to try not to make anyone woozy and do this slowly, but I'm going to try to get in here on the screen so that you can see a little bit better. I think I did pretty good there. Don't want to give anyone kind of vertigo today. So here on the screen, we have a wonderful large 7-inch LCD display, works touchscreen, just like our smartphones, tablets, whatever you use. It's all touchscreen. You can use a stylus. You can use your finger. Helpful videos built on board. A lot of people don't, or not videos, but helpful instructions built on board. A lot of people don't know that, yes, you get a manual that's probably 1.5 inches thick that you have to go through to figure out how to do things, but the machine rather puts instructions right on the machine. So if you are someone who may purchase this machine and uses it and then goes for about a month and says, oh, I need to remember how to thread the machine, you can go in here to these little instructions and go to like basic operations. I can go here for threading, and it will walk me through step by step right on the screen exactly how to do that threading, where to put the thread, how to load everything, and it's all right there on the screen. So there's no searching through a book, searching through a table of contents. Your machine has everything on screen right there for you. I think that that's wonderful because we all want to just turn our machine on and get started. So it's all there for us. Again, lots of basic operation, maintenance, shows you how to clean the machine, troubleshooting the parts for you. You've got settings screen. There are 4 settings screen. You can turn background color. If you're going to use a darker fabric and you want to see what that would potentially look like on your fabric, you can change the color of your background so that when you bring up that design, it will look like it's on a dark background. So I've changed it to black. So now if I go in here and I bring up a design, I can see what that will look like if I'm using a darker background. I think that's a wonderful feature. So I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to change that back to just a light background. Now I'm back to my light background. You can see the grid. There are 405 built-in designs on the Persona. So you have everything from little tiny designs. There's a little clover. You've got some larger designs, dragon. There's an eagle. We've got frames. So if you wanted to do some monogramming, there's some scrolls and frames in here. can bring up the frame, and then if we hit set, we can go ahead and hit add. We've got built-in fonts. We've got multi-line text editing, so we can add something in the middle of that. So if I wanted to add, I don't know, mom, and then that's pretty large. Down here on the bottom, I'm hoping you can see. Let me adjust my camera just a little bit. Again, like I said, I'm not a videographer, so close your eyes. Down at the bottom, I have some text editing options, large, medium, small. Now that I've typed in the M, I can go medium and we'll make that letter a bit smaller. Now I can finish my word. Maybe I want it in lowercase, mom, and I can hit set. And once I hit embroidery, I'm ready to embroider. If we go back to the built-in designs, we also have some built-in quilting designs. So that 8x8 quilt block is great for quilting. You can quilt in the hoop on this machine. There are some quilting designs in here. You can pull them up and go ahead and just drop them over the top of any quilt blocks that you may need. So if you have a quilt block sampler and you just want to do a different quilting design in each block, you can do that. Different colors. There's a couple designs that are multiple colors. This one is actually a quilt block itself. And if you look here on the screen, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. It is actually an applique quilt block. It has a fabric placement, tack down, and an applique stitch built in. So it's a Hawaiian quilt block. Those are built into the machine. Those are fun to do. You do multiple of those in different colors and then make a quilt out of that, all built in right on the machine. Again, frames. I like to use the frames. Frames come in multiple shapes, anything from a circle to a heart, and you can bring those up. I have some girlfriends that have me do, I have that group of quilters that I hang out with all the time. We go on those retreats. A lot of them have me do labels for them. I use my embroidery machine for labels, and a lot of the times I will pull up one of these fun frames and set it on my embroidery machine. This is a great way to do it. You set your frame. I can actually make that bigger here under size. I can go ahead and see how big I can make it. And then I can add in text. And I can, whatever my girlfriends want it to say, for dad. Okay. We've got upper. And I can do multi-line, so I can go down a line and I can put 2024. And I'm doing this on camera, so I realized that the A and the dad should have been lowercase, but we're live, right? So things happen live. So you can go ahead and design your quilt label right in your embroidery machine. You can set it. You can center the whole thing. We can move that 2024 down a little bit. If we hit embroidery, it's ready to stitch. Maybe I'm not ready to embroider it yet. Maybe I'm going to make up a few of them and then bring it up. I can hit memory and I can go and I can actually save that directly to my machine. I can save it to a USB. There is a USB flash drive on the side of the machine, or I can even plug in my computer if I wanted to save it somewhere on my computer. So that's a really neat feature. So I'm going to go ahead and save that to the machine. So quilt labels, something I do a lot of. Quilting, I do a lot of. Again, you've got that free arm, so you can do hats. You have baby jumpsuits. You know, we're coming into summertime, baby showers, baby blankets. If you had like a heavy or a larger baby blanket, you don't have to mess with that heaviness on your machine table. You can just put it on your free arm. I wanted to show you one more feature. I'm going to change cameras again, and I'm going to load in the 8x8 frame, and I'm going to stand in front of the camera here for a minute. But I'm going to switch over to my other camera because I do want to show you that this does have a needle point positioning on it with a drop LED pointer. So I think I have set this so that you'll be able to see the needle position. So I just have some white fabric. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pull up a design. And you won't be able to see the screen. I'm going to be able to see what I've got on the screen. But once I get it set, I'm going to turn on that needle pointer and show you how that works. So if we're going to imagine that this is a pocket of a shirt, or imagine that it's the sleeve of a sweatshirt, and we want to make sure that we want to position that correctly, I have this needle drop light here that's shining down, and I can actually, right on the screen, go into my needle position, and I'm going to switch over the camera so you can see, and I'm going to step in front of the camera so you can see the screen. When I go into this drop needle position, I can look right here, and if you look, you can see my design, and I can have that needle position go to certain areas of the design. So if I knew that the bottom of my pocket was somewhere down here, I could go to the bottom of my design and have that needle pointer go. Again, I'm going to step in front of the camera, that needle drop light, and I can actually then, now I know on the screen it's at the bottom of my design. If I hit OK, I can actually move that down, and my hoop will actually move so that I can position my design exactly where I want it. So that's a really nice feature on the Persona. One more thing I want to show you on the screen, and I know we're running close today. So it's a wonderful machine. Again, versatile, small. You can do so many things on it. I'm going to step in front of the camera one more time. I want to show you one of my favorite features. One of my favorite things to do lately, and you've probably seen a lot of it, are patches. People love patches. And you can make any design out of a patch, or you can purchase designs. Excuse me. My cold is not quite over. You can purchase designs that are patches. But I want to show you on the screen here one of the ways you can do multiple patches in a hoop. So if we wanted to say that this little owl was a patch, and I wanted to make, say I wanted to make 4 of him, I would go ahead and hit set, and then I'm going to hit my duplicate key here. There's 2 duplicate keys. This is a duplicate if I just wanted to say I want 2 of them, and I'm going to move it on the screen myself. But I don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want the machine to duplicate it for me so that it will automatically color sort. So that's important. Then we do a patch. We wanted to do all of the red first, and then all of the black first, and then all of the outside last. We don't want it to do one patch at a time. So if we go to this that looks like a little 9 patch, and we touch that, we have different options here. We can stagger or duplicate above or below, or left or right. So I'm going to go to above or below, and I'm going to put an owl above. And then I'm going to go to the horizontal position, and I'm going to put a set of 2 owls to the right. I'm going to hit center. It will center it in the hoop. It knows what hoop I have on. And then right here on this side of the screen, we can actually position those designs away from each other. So I'm going to move them away so that I have some space. And I'm going to go back to my vertical placement, and I'm going to do the same thing and move them apart that way. Again, hit the center. It will recenter my design. Now I am ready to stitch. I'm going to stitch 4 patches. It has automatically color sorted, and I've got my colors here. I can do my patches and do multiples at a time, and then be on to my next project. So I'm going to come back to the computer and switch my camera and see. Pray that my camera works. It worked. No little gremlins today. I'm going to see if there's any questions. I don't see any questions, and it looks like we're right about at time. So,
You're
Jane,
so good. You are so good. No gremlins on the computer. Just a couple
no gremlins today.
gremlins that want to live inside you going, I want to make you have a
I
cough.
know, I'm
today."
too sorry.
Okay, it's going around. I mean, everyone's coughing in season. Let me ask you this. 2 questions. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do have a YouTube channel. I haven't posted anything on there. It's Perfect Stitches Creations.
Perfect. Perfect Stitches Creations.
Perfect, like a cat, because I'm a cat lady.
Oh,
So
perfect. That's right.
P-U-R-R.
I
Yes.
love that. Perfect. And then what stabilizer do you use when you make patches? Because patches are a thing. I mean, they were a thing and now they're a bigger thing.
So I use water soluble, and then I use, I think, his brother doesn't have one. I think I use something called Badge Master.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
I've heard of that. Okay, cool. And let's see. I think you covered all the points. I want to get this in everybody's cards to get it home, to
Yes.
put into their makerspace. So, Jennifer, I'm going to say thank you so much. Everyone say thanks to Jennifer.
You're very welcome.
You're amazing. It's great to see you.
Thank you. It's
Enjoy
great
the
to
rest
see
of your
you.
day. All right.
You
Let
too.
me-
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye, everyone.
Let me tell everybody how you can get your hands on the Brother PRS. There we go. Here we go. PRS 100. That's your Persona PRS 100 single needle free arm embroidery machine. Oh my goodness. We want this so much. Look at that great S&P live pricing, $4499.99. But guess what? Oh, Blaine, call for more information is what he says. You got a big price drop and you get your free Durkee 4-piece easy frame. And that's the value of that set for $249.95. Call now for your special pricing on the Persona PRS 100 single needle free arm embroidery machine. You guys, this is so great. If you're thinking about it, today is the day. 800-401-8151. Remember, you've got that 8x8 embroidery area. You've got you get your 6 standard frames. You're getting the footprint in weight. It's about 68 pounds, so it's a little on the heavy side, but it's a nice size. It's 16.25 by 19.5, and of course you got your 405 built-in Brother exclusive embroidery designs, and you're also getting the embroidery lettering fonts, 20 size adjustable embroidery and lettering fonts. A lot of you guys are already saying, I don't even mind changing the thread. I love this. So that's your single needle free arm embroidery machine from our friends at Brother. Again, call for more information, 800-401-8151. Okay, let's move things along because it is that time of day. Again, it is time for some education. And we all love to be inspired. We all love to learn. And our next guest is a great teacher. We are welcoming to the show Lisa Knight, and she's going to talk about coloring inside stitches. Now, let me talk about Lisa. She started sewing at age 6, or as she puts it, a long time ago. Over the course of all of those years, she fell in love with the endless creative possibilities that sewing provides. And when it comes to teaching, Lisa says she loves to interact with her students and seeing their reactions, but she also says that teaching is a two-way street. she learns from her students and they learn from her. So it's so true. And that's a lesson that she's kept through her entire career. And it's helped her keep a fresh approach to teaching. And we're super excited because Lisa is an educator. She is going to educate us now, and she's a teacher. So everyone say hi to Lisa Knight.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Lisa, how are you?
I am good. I'm out here in hot Las Vegas, and I am also known as the Las Vegas Sew Girl. So hence the headdress.
Every time you do it right. You are the Las Vegas Sew Girl. And I love that your idea of education, it's a two-way street. You learn and then the students learn.
I love to actually interact with people because they ask questions that maybe make you think about how you're trying to teach them, or they may ask a question that you never even thought of. And you go, oh, okay, well, let's explore that. So it's a fun, creative process.
I think that's fantastic. All right. So I don't want to take up too much more of your time. So you're going to be talking about coloring inside stitches.
Coloring inside stitches. Basically, I'm going to be working with one color of stitches and kind of like, adult coloring, but with fabric and thread and fabric markers.
So much fun. Okay, cool. I'm going to let you take it away, Las Vegas Sew Girl, and we'll be sitting here taking notes.
All right, I'm hoping my screen is shared, so I'm going to actually go to my camera and let me know if you can't see what I see, because I don't know. We didn't do the back room thing, but this was where it started. I'm a baby lock educator. I'm also a dime educator. And when I started with baby lock, this was all the rage in their machines. But to be honest, this is what it looks like when you stitch it, which is pretty, but it's not as pretty as when you add color. Now this is a little bit more advanced, and we're going to show you some things to get you excited about, and then I'm going to show you how to go about doing it. So right now I'm going to do a little inspiration. So here's another one, and these designs can be found online. You can find them in designs that you may already own. You may look at certain designs and say, well, there's a lot of one single color stitching. See if by not stitching the other colors or doing it all in one color, you can get that same effect and have some open area to color. Here's some lighthouses. And what I used on these were alcohol markers. So these, if you were to try to wash them, this color would start to fade away. So I'm going to show you two different methods. But the one, if you want to wash it, you want to be able to use it often, you want to use fabric markers. But for something that's going to go on the wall, maybe behind in a frame, alcohol markers are just fine. And alcohol markers can be found at the craft stores, at art supplies, anything like that. I found that the alcohol markers gave me a real watercolory effect. Now I can do that with my fabric markers, but it takes a little bit of practice. Here is another one, and this was fabric markers, and this design was not necessarily a single color design. This design, let's see if I can bring it in. This is a prototype. This areas where you see lots of different colors, that is fabric markers. Areas where you see, and I don't know if it picks up, but this is stitching here. The darker areas are stitch, run stitch type designs. And then these areas are fill stitch. So this was a tiny design, and I actually kind of exploded it. I think it was about a 2-inch by maybe 3-inch design, just a little bitty design. And I was going for that, Bass Pro Shop look. So here are some. Now these are strictly fabric markers. So you see the color saturation's a little bit brighter, a little bit deeper than the alcohol markers. Here's another one. Here is a tiger. So you can see I had a lot of fun with this, and it is a lot of fun, and you can really enjoy it if just start looking for designs that have kind of a single all over color stitch, or something that has limited amounts of different colors or limited amounts of fill areas. Now this is why Blaine heard about me. Xandra Shaw recommended me because I did something with her designs that she'd never seen before. So I stitched this, I colored it. This is a piece of just Kona cotton, white. But then I did it on white denim and made shoes. And this is all fabric markers. So it'll set, you can wear them. And this is from her Sew My Souls collection, and then one of her design collections from the embroidery shop. So let me show you how this works. So I've got 3 designs here, basically the same design in different stages of coloring. And I'm going to use fabric markers on this. But one of the things I highly recommend that you do before you start doing anything is test your markers on the edge of the fabric that's probably going to be cut away or not used. And then also think about, you're going to work from light to dark, which is, I think sometimes for people is a little bit reverse, but you can always add more color. You can't take color away. So I look at the areas and figure out where I'd like the light or the shine, the highlights to be. And that's where I start. And I will just kind of brush some yellow in here, because I can take my blue and blend blue over top of my yellow and start to create green. And you can pick up fabric markers all over the place. You can get them at big box stores. You can get them on, out there, wherever you shop. There are several brands that, depending on what you're looking for. I like to look for things that give me a lot of color opportunities and variation. I know how to blend color, but if you're not very adept at, taking a color and turning it into another color, because now I've got a nice lighter blue, and when I add that to my yellow, it starts to read a little green-ish. And I'm just going to add a little bit at a time. And I'm just taking small brush strokes here, or pen strokes. Another thing that you can do is, if you're concerned about it bleeding out over to areas, you can take a little bit of aloe, preferably aloe that doesn't have color in it. This is all I have. We're doing a home remodel, and some of my supplies are just not accessible yet. So I grabbed some sunscreen, or not sunscreen, but stuff from our sunscreen area in our restroom. So this, you don't necessarily want one that's got actual blue in it, but that'll prevent your colors from bleeding out into your other areas of your design. So now I'm taking a green and I'm just lightly brushing. And once I get a coat of what I want laid in, then I can come in and start adding some more deeper red, deeper, darker green tones to it, or even adding some brown. This one seems to be a little dry. So one of the bad things out here in Vegas is supplies like this tend to dry out on you. All right. So we're adding color in all of the areas. Keep an eye on my time. So I'd like to show you how to do your flower too. Then we can come in here. Oh, that one's better. That one's got a little bit more juice to it. And I just keep blending until I'm happy with the colors that I'm getting. And then you can, go over and layer colors in. So if you don't have quite enough color in there, you can add more. You can add more yellow. You can come back with the yellow so that this greens up a little bit more than the blue. We can add some yellow over here. And then we can even come in with some brown. Or a darker blue to get that deeper tone. So you get the idea, and you just keep building on it as you go. And I can even come in and depending on the use, this is an alcohol marker, so I'm just going to actually come in and add a little bit more color. Because more than likely, this is going on something that's going to be decorative and on the wall. So I'm not really concerned about it holding the color because it's not going to get washed a lot. So let's work on the flowers. So the flowers, I use a lot of yellow in to get that base color in, depending on what color I'm going to make these flowers. I mean, I could do them in a red or a pink. But you come in and you give a base color of the lightest color you want it to be. And then you come back with, let's see what the pink looks like on this. I think the pink will look interesting. We're going to come in with this pink. That one's dry. I have another one here. All right, so it's very faint, but I kind of want that. I don't necessarily want it to be super heavy. Let's go with a darker one. There we go. And I'm using a really light hand. I'm scrubbing at the base of the petal and kind of lifting my pressure. Because like at the beginning when I said you can always add more color, it's next to impossible to take it away. And then I think I want some orangey color in the center. And there's a lot of thread there, so you're not going to get a ton of color in that area because of the density of the stitches here. But now I can come in and, since I've made it so that my light is coming from this direction, I'm going to put the shadows over here. I can come back in and put shadows at the base of my petals. And we can make the petals in behind a little bit darker. So that's, in a nutshell, how to blend on this. So you've got this kind of coloration here, and you can add some some tabletop to the bottom by selecting several different shades of brown and dark colors, and just give yourself some table to work with. And most of the secret of most of this is not going in super heavy, doing it light as you go, and adding a little bit more along the way. And I'm just adding some shadow right here to create a shadow of the bottle. And I've done this on denim. I've done this on that poplin that the fishing vest was on. I've done it on a lot of different substrates, and it works really fun. You can even, if you want to, on dark material, take a bleach. Don't recommend liquid bleach. It's hard to control, but those gel bleaches you can get that, you know, for sometimes for countertop cleaning and things like that, you can put that and you can control it. Just be aware that once you've used it, your brush is going to be destroyed. So don't use a nice brush on it. Let's see, what else do we have here? And you can look for markers that have a nib type tip like you see here. Let's see, do I have brush ones? No, these all have the brush, or these do not have the brush tip. Let me see if I have one with a brush tip. This is my favorite kind of tip to utilize. It gives you a lot more ability to not be scrubbing at it so much. The nibs, the tighter nibs make it a little bit more challenging. So you saw how I just kind of lightly laid some color in there. Here I have to kind of scrub it in. So that's the fabric markers. And let me grab my sample that I had. Is it buried? I think it's kind of buried here. Just a sec. Bear with me for a second. Get this sample. And when I stitch them out, I leave the stabilizer on the back. I do not take that stabilizer off. Let's see what we have. We have this one that might look nice as a sandy color for, say, your castle. And again, you're going to go where you want that darker tone and then lighten up as you go. So the marker that I have in my hand right now is an alcohol marker. But they do make fabric markers with that this type of brush nib. Happens to be one of the things that I could not figure out where it was, because 90% of my stuff is in a box right now. Not a box, many boxes. Lots of stuff. You realize how many wonderful sewing supplies you have squirreled away over the years when you have to move it for a redesign of your home. So you can add all those beautiful colors to that. And then let's see what else we have here. Okay, so I have a nice brown. So I can come in. Oh, this one has a brush tip on it. And if I want to have this deeper down towards the base to really bring this out. And you can purchase alcohol blending solution. And let me put some on my little paper plate here. How are we doing on time? All right. And I've got these little blender sticks you can purchase on, and they give you a little bit of extra ability to be able to do stuff. And as you can see, as I add that, I don't think I gave myself very much on the plate, but it's enough. It's helping these two colors to blend together. Plate's white. This stuff is clear. It's a little hard to see, but see how I can get the darker brown to blend in to this. So now it's starting to look like an ancient stone castle. In fact, I'm going to put some more of that blending material on here and see if I can get that yellowish brown to blend as well. Oh, that's nice. Okay, we can play with this quite a bit. You just want to be aware not to overwork your area and not to scrub too hard on your threads, because I use a polyester embroidery thread for this, and that's not going to be damaged by adding color. It may have, I don't know, I haven't dealt with bleach after I've stitched. I've only done bleaching on things before I stitched, like chose the area where I wanted it to be on the darker fabric and use the bleach to create a lighter area to work with. But see how fun that is? Now we can come in and let's see what other color we have here. We've got a nice turquoisey green. So we could come in and do a little bit with the water. I'm doing this a little fast so that we can see a couple more techniques before my time is up. But let's see, let's put some more blending solution. It may be because I live in Las Vegas, it's an alcohol-based item, so it evaporates quite quickly. This one's not blending as much as I'd like it to, but it is a little bit. Let's play with this and see. I'm actually going to put it directly on. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Now it's blending out. But it's also, this is where you'd want to have put some aloe vera to keep it from bleeding into an area that maybe you didn't want the color to go. So the aloe vera acts as a resist. So let me put this aside. I've got a couple more samples I want to show, and then we are done. So you also want to be aware of what you're doing this on, because alcohol markers will bleed through. So here's a tiny one. So you can do this really small, or you can make it really big. It's all up to you. This is one that I did as a class. It was actually a very small dabble into the painting and then some IQ designer fun things. So I'm going to, let's see, go back here because I'm about done.
Lisa, that was amazing.
Was it fun? You liked it?
I mean, I've never thought about this. A lot of people are saying the same thing, like mixing embroidery with art. It's so great. I have questions for you.
Okay.
My first question is this. I have this.
Uh-huh.
See it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's like a stencil and it says love. Okay. I'm trying to show
perfect.
it. So is that what I would color in?
Yeah, you could color in the love. You could color in anywhere that you have negative space.
And not only that, I just got loads and loads of markers. So I was thinking to myself, what am I going to put on use my fabric markers for? But you just answered the question.
And you could even do it on denim. Like you could do the bleach resist.
Love that.
On denim, you pick out your areas you want to work with. You got to be careful with bleach because if you leave it on too long, it'll eat your fabric.
Yeah.
So you got to kind of play with it.
You did that very detailed. Let me ask you these super quick questions from everybody. We've got a couple of minutes. A lot of people are asking about the colored markers. Do the colors wash well? Is there anything you need to do to set them, like heat press them or let them dry? What happens?
It is a manufacturer's they're different between manufacturers. So read your instructions. And like the alcohol markers, I said in the very beginning, those are not going to set. There's no way to get them to set. So if you're doing something for just a quickie thing and you like it, fine. But realize that when you wash it, it's going to go bye-bye over time. So most of the things that I've done alcohol markers on are wall hangings, quilt things, that type of stuff.
And then they wanted to know what kind of fabric. You said bleach on the denim, but they were asking, let's see, what fabrics are you embroidering on or are you coloring on?
Mainly mainly most of the ones that I showed were Kona cotton, just white, the brightest white that you can get. I've done several items on white denim. It turns out really nice. The shoes,
Beautiful. The shoes are amazing.
white denim. And in fact, something's packed. I can't get to it, but I have a beautiful bag. I mean, it's been 7-week process. We're like in the home stretch. I can see the end, but we're not quite there.
Oh, the joys of having everything packed away. You're doing the remodeling project. That's even better.
Yeah.
Do you have to let the color dry before you move on to the next color?
No, not necessarily. It depends. If you don't want to blend it, then let it dry. But I'm working quickly, mixing between each one because I want them to kind of meld.
And someone just asked right here, do you wash the fabric first?
Depends on end use. I mean, like if it's going to get washed, wash it first, definitely.
Yeah. And again, that black that we're seeing, the flowers that were in the bottle vase, that's just an embroidery stitch.
That is just embroidery thread. And I stitched one this morning. Where did it go? Because I forgot that I had one that was still had places to color. So this is what it is.
Wow.
It's an embroidery design. This one's fresh off the machine. So
wow.
That's all it is. And you can look at a lot of different designs and figure out, oh, there's like the vest, the fishing vest. There was areas where there was colors and fill designs, but I just brought it down to a single color.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I am floored. Listen, I travel the globe and I look at every piece of art that I could see or any kind of craft or anything that's creative in making. And maybe I've seen this, but I've never seen it done. So thank you for enlightening.
Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. I love sharing this with people because I think, coloring as a hobby to be relaxed, you just combine that with stitching. Because I honestly looked at these stitches outs and went, they're boring. And what can I do to fix this? And I just got out the markers and started playing.
You are an artist. Wow. You're an artist. You're an educator. Everyone put your hands together. And a huge thank you to Lisa Knight. Amazing. Thank you for that education session. It was so great.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And you'll see more of me this week. I'm back with Baby Lock and back with Dime later on in the week.
Lisa Knight, the Las Vegas Sew Girl. You've seen her right here on SMP Live on Hoop Fest Day 1. Lisa, thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thanks, you too. I am so excited. I don't know if you're going to see me anymore because I just walked over to this was a tester that I did. And I'm going to just start coloring it in. So Blaine, I'm sorry. You may have lost me with that education. I got work to do.
Man, I tell you what, Lisa's pulling triple duty this week. She's doing stuff for Dime, Baby Lock, and then she was one of our education sessions. So fantastic job. And yeah, I think everybody out there has got a good idea now they can do some other stuff with their embroidery, especially wall hangings. You don't have to wash it. It'd be awesome.
I can't. I'm just like, my mind is going wild. I have all these fabric markers and I'm like, what am I going to do? And I have these empty stitches. But you just started a whole thing for me, Blaine. Like I'm on to something new. That's awesome.
We're that's what this is all about. It's bringing new things and the latest trends out to everybody. And that was some of the things that people wanted to see this year on Hoop Fest with education. So we brought it. We found out somebody could do it. Lisa was the one that could do it. And we said, all right, Lisa, let's see what you can do. And she did not disappoint.
No, not at all. I mean, I am blown away. That was really, really cool. I never thought about combining the two, but I'm going to stop gushing about how amazing that was. And I'm going to start. I mean, you got me. Sometimes you guys trick me with the titles of these things, but this wasn't a trickery. This was amazing. It's so good. Well, they're all good, but you know what I mean?
All right, Jane. Well, we're going to continue on. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes and Jane can do some coloring while we're gone. But hey, next up, y'all are in for a treat. We have Dawn Chance from Durkee Hoops today. And Dawn, she is an accomplished sewist with over 40 years of experience under her belt In 2007, she started an embroidery business selling embroidery applique items in her local area, followed shortly after by opening an online store creating personalized applique and shirts. She merged her love of embroidery and quilting 10 years ago by starting Creative Applique, and she has since created over 6,000 designs, including applique designs, embroidery fonts, designs in the hoop projects. And so it's so fitting that Dawn is here today to talk about Durkee hoops. So welcome to the show, Dawn Chase.
Hello, Blaine.
Hey, Dawn, good to see you.
Great to see you as well. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have you on our shows, and I know you're just a wealth of knowledge, and I know you're going to talk about Durkee hoops today, but you go way beyond Durkee hoops with your knowledge, but we're going to let you talk all about the Durkee hoops, and then we got a great special we're going to talk about today, and I'll come back in about 25 minutes and let them know what it is.
Excellent. Excellent. Sounds great. Well, first I want to say thank you very much to Sewing Machines Plus and S&P Nation and Blaine for hosting this amazing event. I know you all are going to receive tons of knowledge and inspiration this week, along with lots of specials and hundreds of $1,000s worth of prizes. And so I'm just so honored and so grateful to be part of the 2024 Hoop Fest this year. So I have a new product to share with you today, and I hope you're as excited as I am to learn all about this new product from Durkee Hoops. So let's get right into it because I got a lot to share with you, and I want to make sure that I have all the time to get it covered. So let's go to my mat. So one of the things that if you have a multi-needle machine, you know, if you want to stitch on ball caps or baseball caps, trucker caps, those kinds of things, and your machine did not come with a cap frame system, then you might be in for a shock and a surprise with what we've got to show you today. So with your traditional hooping system, cap system for a multi-needle machine, first you need to have the cap hooping station. You need to find a place in your room, in your sewing space to mount this because it needs to be mounted in order to use it. So that's the first thing you need. The next thing you need is you need to have the cap driver. Now this thing attaches to your machine and you got to get it on there the right way and make sure it's situated and make sure you have the correct frame and hoop size and everything selected. And then you still need to have the cap hoop. Now this attaches to the cap hooping station, and then once you get the cap on here and it's got to go around the teeth here and get it sandwiched correctly and then clamped onto here, and then you got to get this on the machine on here correctly, and all of this stuff is so bulky, so big, so heavy, and it costs over $1,000 at least, unless your machine came with it. Now, this whole system here is great for structured trucker caps and ball caps. But what if I said you could save a couple $1,000s and also a lot of space? Let me introduce to you the Durkee Easy Cap Frame. Now, let's talk about this. This is for multi-needle machines, as I mentioned before, and it is so low profile, but one of the things you might notice is there's a really large sewing area here. So let's look at a few samples first. So this cap here was stitched on the traditional cap driver, like I just showed you. All those pieces, those 3 pieces that I needed to be able to stitch this cap. And if you see though, the most amount of space you can usually stitch these type of designs on a cap like this with that traditional cap system is only about 2.5 inches high. You may be able to stitch, you know, from ear to ear, which could be about 270 depending on your machine and the whole system. But the problem is you are limited to this small space here. With the Durkee Easy Frame cap system, you can stitch a much larger design. Look at how big this one is. This is much larger compared to the one on the left. So you see, you can stitch a much larger design, almost the size of a left chest, right chest logo design. But the other amazing thing that you can do with the Durkee Easy Cap Frame is you can also stitch on the back of the cap. And I will show you how you can do that also all in one hooping without ever having to remove the cap once you've hooped it. So you can stitch two designs in one hooping and only with having to load the frame and the arm to your machine once. So what makes this better than the traditional? Well, as I mentioned earlier, you have a larger, generous sewing field, 5 inches by 4 inches. That is so much larger than the 2.5 inches with the traditional one. So there's a much larger design that you can stitch. You can stitch on the front of the cap, and you can also stitch on the back of the cap. Now, one thing, if you know about traditional cap frames and stitching, it needs to be specially digitized for the cap. It needs to be stitched from the center out. So you need to stitch from the center to the one side and the center to the other side, and then you need to go top to bottom. So it needs to be specially digitized for stitching on a cap. Not with the Durkee Easy Cap Frame. You do not need to have any specialized design specifically digitized for a cap. You can stitch a design that is digitized for your left chest, right chest, any kind of design you can stitch, because when you place it on the Durkee Easy Cap Frame, it's going to lay flat. So you don't need to worry about going around the curves of the hat. The other thing you can do as well is you can embroider closer to the bill, so lower down on the hat, and you can stitch up higher, closer to the eyelets. And as I mentioned, on the back of it. But one of the beautiful things about the Durkee Easy Cap Frame is that it's a fraction of the cost of the traditional hooping system with the driver and the cap frame and the hooping station. So that's what makes this extra special for so many reasons. Now, the type of caps that work best with this, especially for starting out, are unstructured caps. So soft ball caps work really, really well on this. You can also do a moderately structured cap. So this one is not super structured like some of the trucker hats are, but you can use a hat such as this. You can also do structured caps, but I caution you to make sure that you get enough experience and enough times trying out how to use this cap frame with unstructured and moderately structured caps before you venture into the structured caps. Okay, so that's the type of hats we need. So let's talk about the frame itself. So it is all metal anodized aluminum with a steel clamp here, and this is where we will stick the bill. So when we load the hoop to the machine, we want to make sure, as with all Durkee Easy frames, you want to make sure that you attach your Easy frame onto the blue adapter arm before putting it on the machine. So what does that mean? You want to have it all as one unit. So if you're not familiar with the Durkee Easy frames, you will need to have an adapter that fits specifically to your multi-needle embroidery machine. Once you have that, all of these frames go on the same way. So there's these beautiful thumb screws right here, and you take the U parts of the frame and you slide them onto the posts that are attached to the blue adapter arm. And then I like to squeeze like this. So I have my index finger holding on to the blue adapter arm, and I like to push my thumbs towards my index finger like this to hold securely on the cap frame, the easy cap frame, and then tighten down the thumb screws. That way I can ensure I have a nice solid the frame is nice and solid in and sandwiched tight underneath the thumb screws with the blue adapter arm. So when I mentioned earlier, you need to attach it as one unit. This is how you will then go to your machine and put it on your machine. So you would not put the blue adapter arm on your machine first and then take the easy cap frame and try to get up under around the needle bars and all of the presser feet to get it on there correctly. So now that we've talked about putting it all on as one unit, let's talk about how to hoop the cap. So I have my cap frame here, and what we need to use with this is adhesive backed stabilizer. So that's the one thing that's going to get the cap to stay nice, securely in and adhered to this frame. So I'm going to take the cap frame and I'm going to turn it over, and I'm going to take the stabilizer and I'm going to stick it onto the back of the cap frame. So what I like to do is I like to just adhere one side of it, one edge of it, and then I take the other side and I pull it away from so I can get a nice taut edge, a nice taut flat part of the stabilizer. Okay, so that is going to be nice and smooth. So once I put the cap on here, there's not going to be any bulb and movement of it. All right, so now on the front side, I'm going to take my cap, and you want to take the strap and open up the back. So whether it's Velcro, the plastic clips that slide into each other, a metal buckle, something like that, you want to open up and have the strap out from the back of the hat. That way it will lay flatter. So the next thing you want to do is you want to flatten the brim. Okay, so a lot of caps have a nice curve like this. Now I want to give you a word of caution and warning. If you're stitching a cap for someone that you know, please do not do this in front of them because they might get very upset with you. You have to flatten out the brim of the cap in order for it to seat correctly under the metal frame here. It will go back. You will be able to get it to go back to how you need it, but make sure that if you are stitching this for someone you know, that they're not around at this point in time. Okay, that's just a word of caution. All right, so I'm going to flatten out the brim, whether they may be plastic or cardboard. You know, one of the things you can do if it's cardboard, you can hit it with some steam to help reshape it afterwards. But that's after you remove it from the hoop or the frame. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure we take the sweatband and we move it out of the way. We do not want to stitch through the sweatband because when we lay this on the stabilizer, if the sweatband is up here like this and it gets stitched down, to the hat. The problem with that is that it is going to cause some puckers here. And also, if you're stitching through this, you're going to have stitching on the forehead, which is going to be uncomfortable for the wearer. So we want to make sure we take the sweatband and move it out of the way. So I like to flatten out the bill first, and then I take the sweatband and fold it onto the brim. And I take some tape and I tape it down. And I like to tape it in 3 places, one in the center, and then one on each of the sides over here. All right, and I'm making sure that the tape is not up on the hat where I'm going to be stitching, because I don't want to stitch through the tape. So now that we've unfolded or folded over the sweatband, we have it here so it is away. So now I'm going to take the hat and I'm going to turn it over. Okay, let me get this out of the way. And I like to take the hat and I like to roll it in towards the top of the hat. And by doing that, that also helps to get the strap out of the way, but it also helps to take that sweatband and fold it in out of the way as well. So that way you have it all kind of tucked in, and now you can see how the hat itself is flattening out by taping that sweatband forward and hooking that strap and rolling the hat in towards the center makes it so it's going to be flatter here. Okay, so now that we have the hat like this, we're going to take the Durkee Easy cap frame and we are going to loosen the thumb screws. Now, be cautious not to loosen them or take them all the way off, because then it's going to be challenging to try to sandwich the brim between the frame and the metal clamp here. So just loosen them up so you can get the actual brim of the cap underneath. So one of the things I want to point out here is there are alignment guides on the frame here. So you can see this circle right here, or this oval right here. This is where it aids in being a centering mark for the hat. Also, if you can see up here, this notch is specifically for centering your cap. So I also have on my table here this mat, and you can see the line. I think you could see the line there, the center line that I have lined up. Now, you don't need to have a mat like this under you, but it's just easier for demonstration purposes so you can see. So now I'm going to take the cap and I'm going to put my index finger and my thumb right here, and I'm going to pull up on this metal bar right here. And that way it's going to help me get the brim of the cap underneath the metal clamp. Now I'm going to gently nudge it so that I can get the brim in there. And I'm looking, excuse me, I'm looking as I am sliding the brim under this metal clamp. I'm looking at this center seam line here to make sure it's lining up in the center of this oval. Because as I mentioned before, that is one of our alignment guides, remember? Okay, so now one of the things I like to do before I start flattening out the hat and getting anxious to get to the machine and start stitching, I want to double check here that my sweatband is still towards the front. It has still stayed out of the way. Because sometimes when you push it onto the hoop here, it might get pushed forward, and we don't want that. So you can check this way, but you can also turn it over and make sure that it's still towards the front there. So that's a word of caution to make sure that the sweatband still stayed where you put it before. Now I like to push it as far in as I can and get this seam as much as I can against the front or the back of this metal clamp here. That way I feel like it's where I want it to be. There, you can also see here on this silver metal clamp, there are alignment guides there as well that you can use to even up if you have stitching on the sides here that you want to make sure that it's all even. That's more important for if you have a cap that does not have the center seam here, okay? So now that we've pushed it as far forward as we can, we have the brim here as underneath the metal clamp. I like to tighten down the wing nuts right now, okay? So now you've noticed I haven't pressed down the cap onto the adhesive stabilizer just yet. So now that I've got the wing nuts tightened down, the brim sandwiched between the metal clamp, now I like to take the hat and follow the line to make sure it's lined up with the center of the frame there, the guide on the frame. And I like to kind of walk it back. So I'm looking to make sure that I'm centering the stitching line along that line. And once I do that, then I can smooth out the hat onto the sticky stabilizer. And I like to hold one side as I press the other side so that I can ensure I'm getting a nice, solid, smooth, flat part of the hat. All right, and so now I make sure I have this still all turned in. So you will notice there's going to be a little lump here, a little bump, okay? And that's just, we're trying to take a curved product item and stick it on a flat area. So this is going to be normal and natural. If you're doing a moderately structured cap or a trucker's cap, one of the really structured cap, this part is going to be even higher and there's going to be more of a ledge there, just to be aware. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about design size, just because when you get a design that you want to stitch, you want to make sure that you're not stitching a square, okay? So if you wanted to stitch a square, you want to make sure that the part of the design that is lowest in the front here is not going to be any lower than right about here. So if you're taking a design that is a square, you don't want to bump it all the way down here, because that way you're not going to be able to be stitching over on these areas. So you want to make sure that wherever the lowest part of the sides are is going to be where you can actually stitch. So I like to print out a template of my design to stitch. And so I like to put it on there to see exactly where it's going to stitch. And this will help later when I get to the machine and look to see where it is. So what size do you want the design to be? Well, it's going to depend on the look that you want, but there's a few parameters that you can use. So obviously we don't want to be wider than the actual hoop will permit us to stitch, okay? The other point is these eyelets on the cap are not just for breathability and comfort. They are also where the cap starts turning to the top of the head. So if you end up stitching higher than these eyelets, it's going to end up becoming part of the top of the cap and not really seen very well. So you want to make sure that your design goes below those eyelets. Another point is with this cap, the eyelets are stitched. Not all caps have stitched eyelets. Some hats have metal eyelets. So you definitely want to make sure that your design does not go be above these or stitch over these eyelet parts, because then it's going to stitch on the metal if they're metal. All right, so now we've talked about design size. So you can measure, get your cap and measure exactly where you want it and how big. And, with a monogram like this one's 2.5 inches high, but it's 3 inches wide because of the spacing of the letters. So I'm able to accommodate a bit of a wider design than higher. I probably could have done the 3 inches, but then, as you get here closer to these sides, it might be a little, get more into the area that we don't want to stitch on. All right, so now that we've got the cap on our Durkee Easy cap frame, we are now going to attach it to our Easy Blue adapter arm, just like we did before. And I showed you how to do it before, just so that you can see without having all of this in the way. But I'm using my thumbs to push on the frame to make sure that it's pushed up, bumped up, and you want to make sure that it, it's even here so that you can see that, it's not crooked in any way. So now that we've got it on, attached, and mounted onto the Easy adapter arm, the blue adapter arm, let's go to the machine now and put it on the machine. Okay, so here at the machine, we're going to take the arm, the blue adapter arm, and you're going to put it on your machine just like you would any standard hoop onto your machine. You want to make sure you're clearing the needle bars and the needles. Watch the cap so you don't get it caught. Get it underneath all of that, and then slide it onto your arms, just like that, okay? Now, one of the vital things about these kind of frames here is the fact that they are not programmed into your machine. So you want to make sure once you have the design loaded to your machine that you have it centered on in the frame where you want it to stitch. And again, this is another reason to print out the template so you can look at it and go, yeah, that looks like a good spot. I think that's great. So one of the things I like to do is when I go into my machine settings, I like to choose a hoop size that is larger than this frame so that I can guarantee that I have the space I need to stitch. Because when you use the blue adapter arm, it does create a little more space in the back of the machine. So the frame is a little further away from the pantograph than with if you just had a regular hoop on your machine. So you want to make sure that you choose a larger hoop size, but the most important thing to do with this is to trace your design first. And that means you have to select the trace function before you start stitching, because you want to make sure you're not stitching up on this brim, because this is not programmed into your machine. The machine is just going to stitch, okay? So on my machine here, I am going to choose frame, and I have the option to trace the outline of the exact design, not just the square. So I'm going to choose the outline. The square works as well to do that. And so now you can see it is tracing to show me exactly where it is going to stitch. So it says it's done tracing, and now we would stitch the design. But I have more to show you, so I don't want to take up your time stitching a design. So you would remove it just like you would any of your frames, and making sure you get the back of the cap so you don't mess with any of your presser feet. And now let's go back to the table, and we will talk about stitching the back of the cap. So there are two ways you can stitch the back of the cap. First way, okay, go back a second. We've stitched that design. Now we're going to remove the cap from the frame. So all I do is I pull it towards me, and as I start pulling, the stitches on the frame or on the stabilizer will start pulling the stabilizer away, okay? So you could leave the cap right here, just like this, to stitch another design on the back However, you will now have a hole right here where you already stitched. So instead of taking a whole new piece of stabilizer, adhesive stabilizer, what I do is turn it over, and I take another piece of my sticky adhesive, and I will take it and stick it down onto and covering that area. That way I don't have to get a whole nother piece. I don't have to waste a whole nother piece. I'm just going to cover up that spot that I already have, that open hole there. And that way I'm ready to go again. So cover up the hole. And now on the front, you will take it and you will open it up. And I like to take as much as I can of the cap towards me. And again, I'm going to use my guide here on the frame and on the table, and I'm going to press it down just like that and flatten it onto the stabilizer. And now so I don't stitch this strap, I just take another piece and I tape it right there. And you can take another piece and tape down this side as well. And that way, now you can take it to the machine, put this right on the machine, and then you can stitch your design. The important thing to remember about when you stitch this one though, when you hoop it this way, is you have to make sure you rotate the design 180 degrees. Okay, so if you're going to do only one hooping where you stitch the front, pull the stitches, bring the cap back, flatten it down again, and put another design on your machine, load another design to your machine, you rotate the design 180 degrees. So you're essentially stitching it upside down. Okay, so that's the one way you can hoop it for the back. The other way is simply remove it, remove the brim and the hat. So after we just stitched it one time, and then you can take it and again, flatten it all down. And if you have two straps or one strap, this one only has one strap. Some of them have, the Velcro and the extra plastic. You can put the straps in here like this and then tighten down the thumb screws too. So if you do it this way, you want to make sure when you're loading the design, the frame, the arm to the machine, that you get all of this out of the way as you get up under your needle bars and stuff, okay? And that this is nicely smooth. And if you do it this way, then you don't have to rotate your design. You can leave your design just like this, okay? So that is the new Durkee Easy Cap Frame. It attaches to the blue adapter arm that goes with all the other Durkee Easy frames. So if you already have the blue adapter arm and a set of the Easy frames, this will fit on your blue adapter arm already. And it allows you to stitch larger designs on the front. It allows you to stitch on the back. And you can also use the smaller, like a 2 1/4 by 3, or one of the smaller Easy frames to stitch on the side of the cap as well. So that is my demo for today. I hope you guys are in love with this new frame. I'm so excited about it. It makes it so much easier and faster, and you don't need all those extra parts and pieces and where to store them and how to figure out how to hoop them. And you can also stitch other things on here. You can stitch like the corner of a napkin. You can put the corner of a napkin in here and stitch the design on the corner of a napkin. It works great for dog collars. It works great for the tips of the corners of men's shirts. it is amazing for so many other things other than a cap. So you can take this frame and use it for multiple things other than just using it for a cap. So, Blaine, what do you think?
Well, Dawn, I tell you what, that thing is it's awesome. And what I love about this is if you already have the blue adapter arm with any of your easy frame sets, this hoop will fit right on that already. So you don't have to buy another adapter arm, but we have these for everything. And Dawn, thank you so much. Great demonstration. Sure do appreciate you coming on.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me, and I will see you again on Wednesday.
All righty. Okay, guys, we're going to tell you how you can get this. Now, again, this is the brand new one. Now, this fits a lot of different multi-needle machines, okay? As long as they have the adapter arm that fits your machine, this fits the adapter arm, if that makes sense. It's the frame is actually universal that fits all the Durkee blue adapter arms. So you can get just the frame, or if you haven't have an adapter arm yet, you can get the whole set. So we have it. We have a fantastic special. Brent Taylor is the owner, just texted me and said, hey, I've got a deal for you. So we've got a really good deal. It's a call-in special. You have to call in. And one of the things I want to remind you too, this is not just for multi-needles. We actually have the hat frames for flatbed machines. A lot of the Baby Lock and Brother and Janome machines, you can get a flatbed frame for those single needle flatbed machines. You can get a hoop for that. So there's so many different ones. And again, we have a lot of different combinations of the Durkee 4-piece, like a 4-piece set, 7-piece set, and 8-piece set that includes that brand new hat frame in there. So a lot of variety with Durkee. I know there's a lot of different things to look at. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. They can get the one it's the best for you. We do have it's a call-in special today. We have financing available. And I tell you what, I absolutely love these. And then if you need sticky stabilizer, we actually have the Stay Perfect sticky stabilizer that is pre-cut that you can fits on that size of hoop. That makes it extremely easy and fast for you. And we sell it in the rolls. So if you need some stabilizer to go with it too, we can hook you up on that. We have specials on that today as well. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, just talk to one of our live chat agents and they can help you out as well. All righty, let's bring Jane back to the show. Uh-oh. Jane is having computer problems today. I tell you what, today it's been a little buggy for a lot of people. I think computer problems nationwide, huh, Kennedy?
Oh, yeah.
So it's, I tell you, with starting out with Carly, and a lot of people have had some problems today. Jane's been kicked off 2 or 3 times, but it just... We haven't. You just hope you didn't jinx us, Kyle.
Or the Chick-fil-A twice in a day to make it crash.
Well, I hope that. Yeah, I hope that our electricity doesn't go off. We had that happen one time. So there's Jane. She is back right now. So let's bring Jane back in, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that Jane doesn't, get kicked off.
I know every now and then I'm just like, I see myself and then nothing is there. I'm like, wait, what's happening? I'm like, oh, it's me. Luckily,
Jane, I've been noticing
Yeah.
some of the other guests on the show, they've been kind of lagging a little bit here and there. So I think we're having internet issues nationwide today.
Probably so. Everybody, this is Monday, and just like internet's like, I'm tired. Really, people, you're gonna do it today. But anyway, it all worked out. Thankfully for me, it's happened on the sessions when I'm not on. But I was standing up because I knew you're gonna call me in, and I'm like, whoops. Well, it all works out. Here we are.
Well, hey, this is our last session of the day.
Can't believe
And we got a
it.
good one. And then we're going to give some stuff away, Jane. And we're
Yeah.
going to basically draw for our first finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway as well.
That's so exciting, Blaine. I'm having so much fun today. I mean, obviously learning a lot because I couldn't stop talking about it. But should we keep things going?
Let's do it.
Okay, cool. I'm very excited to welcome our next guest. Julia Friedenberg is a professional educator for sewing, embroidery, quilting, and crafting. And Judy's teaching style takes new technologies, we love that, and inspires students of all levels to find their unique creativity to exhilarate their sewing and crafting passions. Now, Judy has more than 30 years experience working in the sewing industry. As a former corporate educator, event coordinator, and retail store manager, and a small business owner herself, Judy is well-rounded in understanding the entire sewing industry. So we're excited to have her today. Welcome, Julie Friedenberg. Excuse me, Judy.
Okay.
Judy, you are from Floriani, who we love.
Thank you. Yes, I am. And I'm very excited to be here. It's going to be a lot of fun. We thought we would kind of like go back in history a little bit because Floriani is celebrating 20 years now.
Oh,
This
congrats.
is our 20th year.
Happy
And we're like,
anniversary.
what was it like in the beginning? So we're going to talk a little bit of tips about that. And then I'm going to give you some tips that you might not know or just need a little refresher or why we do certain things.
Well, this is going to be so exciting. And we know, Judy, that you are the teacher of the day. So enlighten us all about Floriani. I can't wait. I love the history. So what was it like in the beginning?
Well, in the beginning, you may not remember this, but for those of us who've been doing it that long, do you remember the paper towels that we used to use? Or maybe we used the dryer sheets. We had dryer sheets because when we first started doing embroidery on the home, we call it the home side, it wasn't well accepted and there wasn't a lot of product. And people were like, oh, but I want to do this and I want to do that. Basically, if we could get it under the needle, we were going to embroider on it. And we quickly found out from the commercial side, they had a cutaway. That's what they used. It was fast, it was easy. And they still, most of them do that now. If you go into the store and you look at something that's already made and you turn it inside out, some of you do this, I do it still. You turn it inside out to see what did they use to make this embroidery. It's usually a chunk of stabilizer, and that's usually a cutaway. As home embroiderers, you know, we want it perfect. We don't want to see any of that. So we were trying things like this because we didn't have anything. Well, nowadays, when you start looking at what we do, we will use tearaways, cutaways, water soluble. There's still truly only 3 types. However, we add things like adhesive, make it all water soluble, make it fibers. We don't have paper in our stabilizers because we don't want that paper in there. So we have wash away, 100% washes out. Could you imagine making lace and doing that on a tearaway? That wouldn't look very good. So we want to wash it out. So one of the things you want to do, especially if you're brand new, is you want to get a stabilizer that is high quality that's going to give you the best results. The reason being, and if you take a look at this stabilizer, you can probably tell, and I don't know the brands, I'm just going to tell you there is a difference. If you look at this stabilizer, can you see how it fades in and out? Well, that means there's not a lot of stability there. If you look at the Floriani's, it's a solid stabilizer. So check your stabilizer. Sometimes it's not your embroidery, it's not your machine, it's the type of stabilizer you're using. You might need to check that out. Because when you get to a place like this where there's no stabilizer, hope you can see that, where there's no stabilizer there, you might get a loop. You might get something that skip stitch because there's no stabilizer. The job of a stabilizer is to stop the movement. Okay, so that's pretty much what we were going on. I'm going to talk to you about one of them, and this is a mesh. Can you see how you can almost see through that? That's a mesh. And the job of this one is to stop movement, but it's also very strong and soft. So this is what you would use if you're doing a t-shirt. So for example, this t-shirt right here. You know what? Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. So for this t-shirt right here, I want to stop movement because if I don't, everything's going to sink. You wouldn't be able to see the writing. And when I pull on it, can you see it's stable? So that's what we want to do with it. But then we've decided, what else can you do with stabilizer? So for the mesh, let me grab some samples here. We use it to stop movement, but we can also use it for those of you that make a t-shirt quilt. All right. Take that stabilizer, fuse it to the back of the t-shirt, because you know when you cut a t-shirt, what happens? Everything curls. When you put it to the back of the t-shirt here, you see that? It acts like a piece of cotton fabric. There's no curl. It stops movement. So now I can treat this and look, no stretch. I can sew it to fabric. I can turn it into anything I want. I can stitch it to another t-shirt and have no issues. You can use it to make quick turn applique. This is where you're going to stitch it right sides together with your fabric. Then you will turn it to the inside. It gives you a nice turned edge for your applique. So you can see I've cut it and turned it. And then you would take it, put it down, and stitch it down. One way to do it. Another way, for those of you that are challenged like I was challenged, and like the quilt behind me here, to do this quilt, I was like, I am never going to get all those squares to be perfect. So I found an easy way to do it. You take your squares of fabric and you use a fusible mesh. There's the mesh. I fused the squares down. And then what I did is I folded them right sides together where the seams met and stitched a 1/4 inch seam and then cut that seam open. Then I went back the other way. So even though this is what the front looks like, the back looks like this, and it's totally flat. And because it's the mesh, look how soft it is. You can even turn it into small quilts. You don't have to make big quilts. That's a huge quilt. This little small quilt right here, this is something a kid can do. Just think about it. It's just laying squares down. It's a great way to teach somebody how to do quilting and do something new, easy. You just lay it out, fuse it, stitch it. So that's something else you can do with a mesh. Now, one of the other things you can do, let me get a hold of this. Let's talk about something else that we need in our arsenal to get going. We need to use something like template tearaway. Template tearaway comes in a package like this. But what template tearaway does is it allows you to print out your pattern with a crosshair. Now, if you can only print the pattern out and you don't have a crosshair, you can draw the crosshairs on there. The whole idea is to get this to help you for hooping. All right. So what I'm going to do, let's do this. Excuse me. I trim this down. So this is my pattern. I'm going to take my t-shirt. Now, when you're first learning to do hooping, it's challenging. I've put things on upside down. I mean, it gets very challenging. So what you want to do is you want to take your hoop, you want to take your fabric, and if you're looking at this, there are no marks. There's no pocket. I don't really know where my center is with just looking at this. Now, I want to place my design on the front of my shirt. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to peel my pattern piece off. Now, if you can try the shirt on, this works really well, because after you put this down, you can try it on and say, yes, that's in the place I would like my embroidery to be, or nope, that's going to give me the wrong placement. So this is where I want it. And I just eyeballed it. Now, yes, you can be exact. You can get everything you want. But sometimes just putting it on and then trying it on, you'll find that, yes, this is where you want it. So we're going to say this is where I want it. Now, on the back, I have already fused that mesh. So the mesh is already fused, okay? Remember, the job of a stabilizer is to stop movement. So if I were to put a mesh in here without fusing it, that doesn't stop any movement of that t-shirt at all. So I have fused it. It's bigger than my hoop. All right, that's key. It needs to be bigger. Otherwise, it doesn't stop movement. It'll still move in your hoop. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hoop and I'm just going to take a hoop here. I'm going to slide it up underneath and I'm going to put my top piece on. When you hoop, what you want to look for on your hoop, for those of you new, is the marks on your hoop. Every hoop, no matter whose brand it is, has centering marks, because sometimes the center of your hoop is not the center of the hoop. Doesn't quite make sense, but if you were to look at your hoop when you're embroidering, you can tell by the foot on your machine. Is it closer to one side than the other? Then you're going to know the center of the hoop is not center. So it takes a little bit, but once you understand that part of your hooping, all you have to do is use the marks on your template tearaway and line it up to the hoop and push it down, and you will be hooped and centered for your design. Okay, I got a little bit close here. So, and in doing this, I realized I put this too high. All right, so look, peeled it off. I'm going to stick it down again and then hoop it. Now, in hooping, when you're doing this, you want to make sure you don't catch the back. You line it up, you're going to push it down, and you're going to hoop it. That would be an easy way. But what about this? This is organza. Now, organzas are so much fun to embroider on, but if you think about this in your hoop, what it's going to do, it's going to move. It's so thin, and a lot of hoops will hoop it tight in the corner but not on the side, so your organza moves when you're embroidery. So what I recommend is you put double-sided sticky tape on the back of your hoop. Okay, that's what's on here, and the tape comes, it's called Stitch Perfection, 100% water soluble, so it's not going to harm your hoop. This is that front of the hoop, of the inner hoop, and this is the back. And how you know it's the inner hoop? It's the one without all the pieces on it. All right, you don't want the pieces. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to peel the cover off, the protective cover, leaving the tape on the hoop. Get this off of here for you, just like this. There we go. So now I've exposed this tape. All right, and I'm just going to stick it down on the organza and pick it up. See how that organza is held? It's nice and smooth. There is no wrinkles. And now all I have to do is slide it into my inner hoop. Sorry, to my outer hoop. My inner to the outer. And when I pick it up, you can see perfectly hooped. No stretch, no pulling. All right, and it's going to be perfect. And so now I can do my embroidery. Now, if you're going to do something that's going to have a lot of design on it, you might need to use a water soluble with this so that it will support it. But no stretching, no moving, perfectly taut. All right, so that's using the tape there. Now, sometimes we want to do an embroidery on a specialty fabric. So, for example, how many of you would embroider on lame? Lame is a lot of fun to embroider on. It's something easy to use, but you have to prep the fabric first. And you might have heard this before, but prepping the fabric before you use stabilizer will give you good results for your embroidery. Here's another example. This little piece of polyester right here, look how flimsy this is. Very thin, stretches all over. So what we do is we use Dream Weave Ultra. It's a foundation, and we put it on the back of the fabric. It's a permanent bond. And if you look, can you see the difference between the two? Whoop, let me shake this one out. This one now has more body. It's going to support stitches now. And it's still soft. It still moves. It still acts like fabric. But what it's done is really added more thread count to it. All right, so this is going to support more stitches now, and now I'll be able to embroider on it without making it run, without it puckering. I still have to use my regular stabilizer based on the design, whether it's a cutaway, tearaway, whatever I'm going to do. All I did was prep the fabric. All right, so this is Dream Weave Ultra. Now, some of the other things you can do with Dream Weave Ultra, because I always like to do more than one thing, is when you get done with an embroidery design, especially on a baby onesie, can you see that? Cover your stitches on the back with a piece of Dreamweave Ultra. This is not itchy that way. You know when you have an issue, because children are really good about coming up to you going, Nana, I can't wear this. I'm not wearing it anymore. It itches. So this is an easy way. Here's another little tip. Back when we have these little tags right here that itched us on the back of our neck, you can take a piece of Dreamweave Ultra and fuse it over the tag. It will hold it down and it will no longer itch. All right. So really some cool stuff there with that too. Okay. Another little product that you're going to want to have for your embroidery world. And this goes back to when we first started. When we first started our embroidery, and we were embroidering on towels. Okay, some of you have done this. Remember when you embroider on towels, if you don't put a topper down, look what this black towel did to my little bear. You can see all those loops coming through there, right? Big loops. Now, if you're new to embroidery, you may not know that. You may not understand that. But that's where the needle didn't catch the loop to keep it under the design. Well, then we had water soluble. It was our first water soluble. It was a topper. It was amazing. Still is amazing. But what happens with water soluble? You wash it out. So it's 100% gone. So over time, eventually the loops start working their way in. Well, and then we were like, okay, but I need to stop the loops. But the other thing you may not have noticed on this design right here is the white bear is kind of grayish. So with our other topper that we have, look how white he is now. This is color keep. This topping keeps my towel from coming up, and it keeps it from changing the color of the bear. And this is called color keep. All right, here's another little example to show you. Here he is right here. He looks really cute on this red towel. He's coming out really good. But look when I put him with color keep. Look how white he is now. Color keep helps you with keeping your project the color that the thread is supposed to be. So for example, on this red and black towel, I used white color keep, and this is what it looks like. You don't see through it, okay? So what it is it's a blocker between your fabric and your embroidery design. So by putting this down before I stitch the design, he now comes out white. So color keep comes in multiple colors, and you're going to use it mostly for your pastels. All right, you're going to stop your project from changing your thread color. Now, if I was putting black down here on the towel, if this was a black bear, I wouldn't be worried about the red towel changing the black thread, but I am when it's going to change the white thread. Okay, so those are some of the things there. Now, I mentioned this one. Let's talk about this. When we first started doing embroidery and we wanted to do 3D embroidery, we had what was called foam. It's like a puffy foam. And in order to use it, we had to digitize. Yep, that word digitize. We had to digitize for puffy foam, because in order for puffy foam to work, when we do an embroidery design on here, it has to cut the foam all the way around your letters in order to pull away the excess. And you couldn't go very small. Well, came out with a new product, and it is called High Loft Dimensional Water Soluble Stabilizer. Just call it High Loft. We all understand what that is. This is so awesome. It's amazing. It looks like batting. It feels like, see how thick that is? It feels like batting. Trust me, it's not. Don't use it as batting. It washes out 100%. But here's what's cool about using high loft topping in your embroidery world. Can you see those teeny tiny stitches? There is nothing special digitized. All you need to do is hoop up your fabric, use the stabilizer you need to use for your project. But then when you're ready to do a satin stitch, that's all you need is a satin stitch. All right, any satin stitch. Don't change tension, don't change anything. This whole design happens to be satin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it all hoop. I'm going to take this and lay it down on top, and I'm going to embroider right over the top of it. Just embroider. Trim off excess around and take it to my sink for lukewarm water and wash it out. That's all you got to do. And it will be raised. And so here's a real quick little sample. Let's see if you can see the raise. Can you see how thick that is? There is no way I would want to try and digitize for this to do all of this little design right here. It would take way too much. All right. You could imagine it would probably take me 3 months just to get all these little pieces, and it wouldn't be as good as this is. All right. It truly washes out. Here's a little tree of life. Can you see that? Can you see how thick that gets? All right. One more. Here, the heart is embroidered first, and then I put the topper down and did X's and O's. So let me tilt it. Can you see? Well, you can almost see X's and O's on top. So that's a way to take care of foam. Now, I want to show you something really quick, because this is an amazing little kit that we're going to be talking about all week. Kathy Quinn and Trevor Conkergood are with me, and we're all doing presentations this week. And one of the things we're going to be talking about, or during the event, is going to be the embroidery essentials. Now, the embroidery essentials, you'll find out more about this, but the mesh is in here. But I wanted to show you something special. This is in there as well. For our anniversary, we are celebrating again 20 years. This design, or this pack right here, has a design collection of 20 design packs. It's in this. And so real quick, I'm going to show you a couple of the samples, just because I thought you might like to see what you can do with them. Let me grab this stack right here. So I know we're getting close on time. And then I got one more thing to show you that's in the kit. And again, you can learn more. You may want to order them before they're out, but you can learn more about them. This is one of the designs. It is this one here, and it is called the American Applique. So it's raw edge applique. We have that. We have Say It With Stitches design collection. Again, these are actual collections. They're full collections, and there's 20 of them in there. This is the little design right here as well. This is one of my favorites. This is Day at the Beach, and Day at the Beach has a lot of little pieces in it. So on this bottom of this little tiny dress down here, did all the shells for the hem and the sandals and stuff. It's really a cute little design collection. Some of you have been with us when we did this. This was our watercolor design, and we made our little journal in our hands-on projects. That's where this collection came from. We have the antique letters. Those are in there. This is what they look like. Okay. Then we have some fall things here. Let me show you this one really quick. Oh, I dropped the design pack. I'll have to show it to you later. But this is one of the designs that's in there. It's got wheat, and it's got all different little kinds, paisleys, things like that. Shadow work. If you haven't done shadow work, now shadow work, you need to use a, oops, sorry, upside down. You need to use a water-soluble stabilizer, and you actually embroider on it with the brightest, darkest color first, and then you put your fabric on covering it for your project. And so the shadow, if you look here, see these leaves? The dark green is shadowing through the white shirt here, and it's shadowing through. It's what gives it the color. So shadow work's pretty cool to do embroidery. All right. We have, let's see, let's get this one right here. This is called Elegant Feathers. So there's different feathers and things on there. And I'm going to tell you, use a variegated thread. It's a lot of fun. It will change your feathers. It gives you texture. Even though this was supposed to be one color, all of this is just variegated. And that changed the whole design. Try variegated. We have actually something, it's called the alphabet. It's the animal alphabet. So every letter has an animal with it. I took the unicorns. It says, I love unicorns. But here's another tip for you. If you haven't played with glow-in-the-dark thread, children's clothing, it's a lot of fun to put glow-in-the-dark thread on there. I kindly made some pillowcases for my grandkids and I didn't tell them it was glow in the dark thread. Of course, I get a call in the morning, you know, hey, Nana, that is so cool because it glows in the dark. All right. Don't forget with the Halloween coming up, you might want to put some of that glow in the dark thread in things just because it'll glow and you can see it at night. That will work. Have some fancier fills. This is just a little zippered purse. This one here, bunch of little different collections. Applique, mother designs, Spanish flowers. This is a cool one. A lot of cool things. Remember that template tearaway? If you want to take your flowers, this is like 6 hoopings with those flowers. But I couldn't have done it without the template tearaway. I couldn't have gotten it to lay out. Let me show you the neckline here. I couldn't have gotten it to do this without that template tearaway to place it. All right. So that's a lot of fun there. Here's a little close-up of that. All right. One more thing that's in, well, actually, there's 2 more things in that box or in that bag. Let's get a hold of it real quick. Oop. Winter tidings. I forgot to show you winter elegance. Those are a lot of fun to do. This is embroidery on air. You can do that. This collection right here, this is called Winter Tidings. This thread collection is in the Essentials bundle for embroidery, but we're doing more things now other than here's a box of thread. Guess what? On the back, there's a QR code you can scan. You're going to get embroidery designs that are free. And one of them, I embroidered out on this little apron right here. It's called Warm Winter Wishes. And there's some little, I did metallic for the little snowflakes and stuff in there. All right, so some fun little things with that. And this is the colors from our winter tidings. Let's see if I can do a color here. You can see that better. There you go. So those are the colors that are in there. But here's something else. This is something that everyone needs. Doesn't matter if you're new, if you've never seen the scissors before. A toolbox has screwdrivers, hammers, pliers. It has the things you need to do the basics. This is the same thing about our Essentials toolkit. And this is special. This is bright blue, our 20th anniversary, Floriani blue, coolest tools ever. And every single one of these were created for an embroiderer. So you have, I'm taking it out of the package here so you can see it, because that glare, you might not be able to see it. You have your squeeze snips, your applique in the hoop. They're called the micro duckbill. These are perfect. Then you have your curved scissors. We get asked for curved scissors all the time. Can you see how curved they are? See how they stick up? All right, this is great for trimming. And then we have our straight edge micro tip scissors, and we have our pair of tweezers. So all of this is in that Essentials bundles. And I'm sure that Jane can tell you about that, or Blaine. There's a whole lot more tips, but we're out of time. Would love to be getting you some more tips, but maybe later on during the week. But I hope you get to join us and get some other things, other information you can do.
Oh, Judy, great information. And I love all the tips. They were fantastic.
Yeah. There's a lot. In 20 years, we got a lot. We had to pick a few.
I know. But like you said, we can still get more. And I love all the tips. And certainly because you gave us the tips, you went through all the fun products that you have. So I want to tell everybody on how to get these products and how they can get them and start using them, and then call you up for more tips, or try to find you and do some more classes and be educated by you.
Sure. Love to do it.
Judy, thank you so much for joining us today on Hoop Fest on day 1. Great tips. You're the best. I hope to see you soon. And how can people follow you? Let's do that really quick.
Okay, yes. So they can find me if you go to rnkdistributing.com and you look at our event calendar. You can look it up there. I'll be there. You can also reach me at Jay Fredenberg at R&K Distributing. I'll be happy to answer any questions if I didn't get anything answered for you. I see a lot of comments, but if you had questions or need more info, feel free to reach out to me anytime. I'll be happy to answer for you. You can also call R&K Distributing and just say, how do I get a hold of Judy? And they'll take your information and get it to me, and I'll get back to you.
That is perfect, Judy. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, let's talk about this really quick. Judy, thanks, Judy. Have a great day. She went through so many of the amazing Floriani products, and you know them, you love them, and of course, it is Sewing Machines Plus. So we know that Blaine has all of the products for you, ready for you this week on Hoop Fest, and of course, every day of the year. But it's Hoop Fest, so you're going to want to call in for a special on all of the Floriani products that Judy went through, those and more. Of course, it's 800-401-8151. It is a call-in special. All of the Floriani products that Judy talked about. So 800-401-8151. Right, Blaine?
That's right, Jane. It's you're always going to get the deals with us, I promise you. So we work really hard to try to bring the best of the best of instructors, products, and pricing.
Instructors, products, and pricing. Oh, that's great. How about people, products, and pricing? Then it's the 3 Ps.
There we go. Presenters, product, and pricing.
There you go. Presenters, products, and pricing. I'm going to write that down. Thanks.
All right, good. Well, hey, day one, wow, it's already over with. Unbelievable. I know there were some questions out there. It's like, hey, did we give giveaways during it? We didn't give any giveaways today during the show like earlier. We thought we'd save them all to the end because we had so many technical difficulties with some of the presenters. We kind of got behind schedule just a little bit. So we're going to try to make up for it now and give some extra stuff away this afternoon. But one of the questions somebody had too is all the specials are going to be this week. Yes, all the Hoop Fest pricing is going to go all the way through Saturday. Saturday close of business, which I think is 3 p.m. Is that right, Kyle, or 4? 3:30. So
split the difference.
Yeah, we're just going to say 3 p.m. all the way through 3 p.m. The specials will go Saturday all the way to 3 p.m. Pacific time. That way they can still call if they need to think about it, through the week. And then Saturday they can call and talk to somebody and get their orders placed. But we're going to honor all those prices till then.
I mean, so far today, I want everything on the show. So, that's just how it starts.
It always is. You got to feed that passion, and we're trying our best to do that. And
you do.
So we got a lot of great products, and I tell you, the educators to me are just unbelievable. This time we got some really good educators on the show. And presenters doing the product demos, just so many good ones.
So Blaine, let me ask you this. So today we've seen the products and so forth and so on. We could go online and browse what we saw today, but are there other things that may not hit the show this week?
Yes. As you know, there's always just limited time to show everything. So that's when I told them this morning, I said, if there's something that you've been interested in, you've had your heart set on, give us a call and just ask and see if it's on the Hoop Fest specials, because there's a good chance it might be. We have thousands of products are on the specials this week, and we can only pick, each manufacturer basically picks out what they would like us to show on the show. And so you're limited. Most of them have either 10 spots on the show or 5 spots on the show. So you think about that. If it's 10, you only got 10 products you can show, or you can do 5 twice. So very limited to how many products. And as y'all know, we have over 15,000 products on our website.
15,000. Have you counted every single one of those, Blaine? Because
no, Kyle did.
I thought so. You and Kyle did. I didn't
memorize most of them.
Yeah. That's when I need to know something. I ask Kyle. He always knows it.
That's great.
And then somebody else asked about the coloring pens that they were using, that Lisa Knight was using.
Yeah.
We do have coloring pens on our website as well. So you can just go in the search bar on SewingMachinesPlus.com and just type in pens, P-E-N-S, and you should see a bunch of variety of different type of pens that we have.
That's awesome. I didn't know you guys had fabric markers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
got it all, Jane.
I know you do. Over 15,000 trillion items, huh? And Kyle's counted them all. We know this already.
And don't get in the habit, Jane, of going to Amazon first.
Go to Sewing Machines
Go to
Plus.
Sewing Machines Plus first and see if we have it, because now we are shipping it as fast as Amazon. If you order it today,
does this make it any better already? Come on.
We've got 7 guys in our warehouse, and if you order it today, we're going to ship it today.
So we could be using
Before
it
3 p.m. Pacific time.
well,
True.
before 3 p.m. Pacific. Depending on that, we could be using it by the end of the week and shipping times.
Yeah, I mean we're getting it there quick.
Good.
And it takes just about 4 days from here to the East Coast. So you're going to get it pretty fast. And we're working really hard in the warehouse, and the guys are all pumped this week. We're getting them. We have a little spin the wheel incentive that they get to spin. It has different amounts of gift cards and stuff. And if they get each order out every day, that's ordered before 3 p.m., they all get to spin the wheels to win prizes.
Can we all go work for SMP? I'll do it. By the way, Cindy, you're right. SMP is better than Amazon. So for all of our needs, we just go to SMP.
Well, you can speak to someone at SMP. You can at Amazon.
Well, that's very true. You can actually get some answers and ask questions.
Yeah,
and you guys will answer those for us. And we can even sign up on a line, and then you call us later.
Yeah, and Jane, the other huge difference is the people that work for SMP, they know about sewing, embroidery, and quilting. Amazon don't know anything.
Right, exactly. No, you're getting the right information from the right people. And I think that's a really so huge to remind, because I was at this conference just for home stuff, and I talked to these people, and every single company said, oh, it's on Amazon. Every number one answer, it's on Amazon. And I'm like, but what about that individual human touch, that experience with humans that we want to get the answer? So thank you for doing that for us, Blaine.
Well, you're welcome. And it makes a big difference if you can call and talk to somebody when because you can read all the text you want. Sometimes you can look at all the pictures,
right,
but sometimes it doesn't answer the question that you have, and our people can. And that's what I love about SMP, and that's what we stress to everybody on our team is just make sure that we treat everybody like their family, and give them the answers we can. And that's what we strive to do.
And your customer service is amazing as always. So thank you, Blaine. This is great.
You're welcome.
I feel
well,
like
Dane, I am ready to give some stuff away.
I am ready to give some stuff away too, because we need to spin the wheel.
I know we do. So the first thing we're going to do out there, we're going to give a
I wish it was $25,000 right away.
$25,000. No, we're not doing that today. $25 gift card away.
$25,000 gift card. What?
I've been thinking about that dream studio.
You and everybody else.
Give a $25 gift card away to some lucky viewer. So Jane, you know what to do.
Oh yes, I do. Kennedy, spin that wheel. Woo! Oh, geez. Okay, here we go. Tap dancing. $25 gift card. You wish it was $25,000, but it's not. Are you ready?
All right, we're going.
Spin that
Woo!
wheel. I know everyone wanted me to stop singing.
There we go. Charlene Scott, watching today from Facebook, is our winner. So Charlene, we need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete. Once we get that in, we will email you back a gift card code that you'll be able to put in at checkout and save $25 off your purchase.
Amazing. That's awesome. What else do we have, Blaine?
All right. Well, next up, if you want to win this one, this is going to be some event bags. Everybody put the word bags, BAGS, in the chat if you want a chance to win it.
Bags.
Bags.
That's how you're going to do it. And then you put their names in the machine?
No, you just comment the word bags.
Yeah, you just put the word bags.
I got you.
In the chat.
And they all say something funny on them, right?
Yes.
Funny
8 different colors. They have unique sayings on each one of them. And just like the orange one you see right there, it says, we all come with baggage. Mine's just full of fabric.
That's awesome.
And so there's a lot of cool ones. Kennedy says her favorite one says, I love hoops.
I like big hoops and I cannot
There we go.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Do you have one that says she loves to run with scissors?
Yes.
No, we don't have that one.
But maybe someday you will, and that will be mine.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Running with
All
scissors.
right. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Here we go. Round and around and around she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows. Oh, Latonia E. Eggs, congratulations watching us on YouTube today. We love having you here. You know what to do. You got to go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom to redeem your prize. Give us all the information, and you are the winner of the pack of bags. Great job, Latonia.
All righty, our next giveaway. Everybody know what to do. If you want a chance to win the next one, put Matt, M-A-T, in the chat right now.
Ooh.
Matt, M-A-T.
Look at these mats.
And this is going to be our world famous sewing mats. And I always say this, Jane, if you don't have one of these sewing mats under your machine right
You're doing
now,
your machine a disservice.
you are. I'm telling you,
are.
these things are so functional. They come in 13 different colors, 4 different sizes of each color. And they start at $29 and go all the way up to $49. And but we're going to give some lucky viewer one right now. So Kennedy, what you need to do, Jane?
Spin that wheel.
Yeah.
Here we go. You know what, Blaine? I will tell you, you can really see and feel the difference when that mat is under your machine.
Yeah, you sure can.
I know it. Karen Green, congratulations, watching us on YouTube. Karen, you are the winner of a Sewing Machines Plus sewing mat. Of course, if you don't have a mat, you're doing your machine a disservice if it is not underneath your machine. What you need to do is go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll to the bottom, and the most important thing that you need to do is tell us what color you want. Is that right, Blaine? And what size?
Yes, color and size in the notes section after she fills all, her claim form out.
Yeah, it looked like a new. It looked like a new photo of the mat, so I wasn't sure. Maybe you changed the sizes, but they're the same.
Same size, yes.
Perfect.
And so they were good. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and give another one of these away, Kennedy.
I think that's a great idea.
So let's spin that wheel again.
Blaine, I made drapes for one of our second bedrooms, and I had to move my machine because I needed a lot of space. And I put Yvonne Hudson.
Yvonne is our winner. So congratulations, Yvonne, watching today from YouTube. So Yvonne, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv. I'll get it right in a minute.
Easy for you to say.
smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. And in the notes section, most importantly, tell us what color sew mat you want, what size, and we will get that shipped out to you. Now, all the winners, Jane, have 30 days to claim their prizes, or Kennedy puts it right back into the prize closet.
Oh, boy. You better claim your prize. 30 days starting now.
All right. So I think, Jane.
What do you think, Blaine?
I think we ought to give a sewing machine or two away.
Oh, yeah, we should give a sewing machine
Let's give 2 sewing machines away. What do y'all think out there?
Yes.
Okay. So the first word that you need to put in is Jane, Jane.
Yes, Jane. I love that. Thank you.
Put Jane in the chat right now. And we're going to give them just about a minute to get that in there. And we're going to pick 2 winners. We're going to draw it twice and get 2 winners out of it. So everybody put the word Jane, Jane, in chat.
Yes.
And that'll be a lot of fun. And then after that, Jane, we are going to draw for our first finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway worth $25,000.
Oh, that's so exciting. Ooh, and the way that you get entered into that is the amount of times that you interact with the show, the amount of times you comment, right?
That is true. The more you chat and the more interaction you have, the better your chances.
Because your name gets in there that many times. I love it. Wait, let me really quickly finish. So I had to make those curtains, Blaine, and I had to move my machine because I needed a bigger space to sew for the whole curtain to flap over because they were huge, but I didn't put it on the sewing mat. And I was like, oh my goodness, what is happening? I'm like, oh, I need my sew mat. When the second I put it underneath, I was like, wow, this is a big difference.
You know what? I tell you where I see the biggest difference in the sound of it is on a serger.
Yeah.
You put a serger on one of these mats, it quietens it right down. It's amazing how much quieter it is.
Yeah, it really does make a difference. And I will always have them on a mat, and I take it for granted. And then when I didn't have it on the mat, I was like, oh, they're doing your machine a disservice. I go, I'm sorry, machine, and I put it underneath there. Okay.
Well, you are correct. All right, so we ready to go?
Yeah, all the Janes, I love it.
Let's show the machine we're going to give away. We are going to give away a Baby Lock Zest. We're going to give 2 of these away. Matter of fact, so 2 Baby Lock Zest away. There you see it right on the screen. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
It's so exciting. How fun would it be to win a sewing machine?
I think it'd be pretty fun. Erin Potts.
I think so too. Be
Erin
amazing.
Potts is our winner. She is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Erin. We need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and we will get it shipped right out to you absolutely free. You have 30 days, Erin, to claim that prize. All right, Kennedy, we're going to give another one away right now. Go ahead and spin that wheel.
You can cut the tension with a knife with a pair of good scissors.
Is that Bethia?
Bethia? Bethia?
Bethia
Bernard, watching on YouTube. We love having you here.
So what you need to do, Jane, to claim that prize?
You need to go to smplive.tv, scroll down to the bottom, fill out all the information so Blaine and the team know where to send your sewing machine. And to win more prizes, you need to keep commenting on all of our shows and during the shows and continue to interact with the shows. But right now, you have 30 days, Bethia, to get this sewing machine to claim your prize. So be sure to go to smplive.tv.
You're exactly right. Okay, next up, Jane, we are going to give away our first finalist spot for the Dream Studio giveaway. Now, let me show everybody what the Dream Studio has in it, okay?
Yes, please.
If they haven't seen it yet, look at that. All right, so the first up, we're going to put in one of those brand new SWF 7 needles that we just showed today for the first time. You're going to get a Janome Skyline S9. You're getting the Brother Airflow 3000 serger, air thread serger. You're getting the Brother Print Moda fabric printer. You're getting the Floriani thread set. You're getting the TCU University bundle. So huge prize package they're getting, and $25,000 worth of goodies. And so one lucky viewer out there is going to win this on Friday, but we're going to pick the first finalist. Now, if you happen to not win the Dream Studio on Friday, all the other 4 runner-ups, Jane, are still going to get something, and every single one of them are going to get a Brother. Is it the 700? SE700 embroidery machine. They're all going to get something.
So it's a big deal right now. So
it is.
You're entered in for this $25,000 Dream Studio, which is a true dream based on what you just showed us. But you win a prize regardless. So this is
guaranteed. Today, whoever we pick is guaranteed this for sure.
Amazing. Oh my gosh. Okay, everybody, good luck. This is
all
exciting.
Right, so here we go. All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Oh boy. I always get a little bit anxious in my chest when this happens because it's so exciting. I'm so happy.
Here we go. Our first finalist is Lisa Taylor.
Lisa Taylor.
So Lisa is watching today from YouTube. So
and
congratulations,
and
Lisa.
down.
And Lisa, how you got to claim that prize is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete. And in the notes section, put I'm the first finalist for the Dream Studio.
Oh,
how's that for you?
Congratulations, Lisa. This is so exciting. I always wish, Blaine, that you had like a little camera on people, like on everybody watching, so that when they see their name, we could see what happened. Like that.
Oh, it'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
I know. Someday we'll be able to do that.
Yeah. One year we gave away the Dream Studio. I think it was at Quilt Fest, and it was worth $50,000. And so we kind of had a little trick. That year we picked the name ahead of time, and we actually called. I had the number. I called the winner and kind of tricked her. I said, "Hey, would you come on and give us a testimonial?" And she goes, "Well, I'm at the airport in Phoenix," and I think she lived in Tucson or something. And she goes, "We're on our way home now." So she finally got home that afternoon, and we got her at the end of the show. Worked out perfect, and she came on. She was talking all about it, and I said, "Well, you know what? You've been so nice. I just wanted to tell you, you're the winner of the Dream Studio giveaway. And she started crying. It was awesome.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. You guys have that on tape, right? That's so good.
Yeah, it's on there. You can go to our
Why
YouTube
can't we
and
do
see
that
it.
every time? It's
It
so
was
good.
well, it's very hard to do that, the logistics, and
Yeah.
so
I get it.
anyway, it just worked out that time that we could do it, but most of the time it works out a lot better to do it the way we're doing it right now.
I think it's fantastic. However you want to do it, everybody's just happy to be part of it all, part of the giveaways, part of the Big Dream Studio, or even a runner-up. It's all good as long as you pick the name. People are
That's
happy.
true.
So
And I
that's
got to remind everybody, Jane, it's watching right now. Important date on July the 11th. We're going to have a Sewing Machines Plus live auction. And it's going to be on Thursday. It's going to start at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And you can only get in this show. It's a private show. Is if you've been you've had to purchase from SMP, and then you have to sign up. So once we're going to send you out an email all the people who've purchased, and then you can go sign up and say, yes, I want it. And then we email you a code, a private code that you can get into the show. And then you'll be bidding by text message. So I'll give you a number that you send your bid on. And there's about a 4 to 5 second delay. It works pretty well. And we did it last year. It was a lot of fun. And we're going to have more fun this year. We're going to have some giveaways. We're going to have a lot of stuff.
That's so cool. So I was asking, is there a purchase date limit? So it's if you ever purchased anything?
I think it's 2 years, isn't it, Kyle? Yeah, if you've purchased in the last 2 years, you'll be in that list.
That's so exciting. I love the idea of an auction. Wow.
Yeah, and we're going to there's brand new unopened machines that, in there. There's some that have been used for events and shows. There's some floor models that came from the retail store. There's some refurbished machines. So there's a ton of stuff. And I know SMP Nation out there, some of them can chime in right now that got some really good deals last year on stuff. They were really happy. So we're going to have that. So if you haven't purchased something yet, you want to be on that, go purchase something, and that way you can be in on the show and get to see all the great deals.
And then you could look at it because you have such great specials this week. If you buy something, then you're in on it. And then let's say you win something in the auction. It's like getting 2 for 1 because you're getting a great deal now and you're getting the other thing for a really great deal. Don't you think?
Oh,
or is that a stretch?
Hey, I'm telling you, it was some of the pricing we had last year. I mean, there's some things that have reserve on them, but some things have no reserve.
Wow.
And so the highest bidder gets it. And but it was a lot of fun. And I tell you what, there was a ton of stuff that we auctioned off, and people got some just incredible deals on it. And I mean, we have things from multi-needle embroidery machines to quilting machines and frames, long arms. There's a little bit of everything.
How fun. And you said it's July 11th, starts at 10 a.m.
Yep, 10 a.m. Pacific time.
And it goes until everything's gone?
Yeah, last year it took us 4 hours. Hopefully we'll get it done in 4 hours this time. And, we'll kind of depend on how many machines that come across the auction block.
So when you obviously you're on the machines coming across the auction block, will you have a list ahead of time, or is it just kind of like you are accumulating these things right now? Like you don't even know.
No, we do have a list, and we actually emailed the list to the percent of people who get signed up, and they'll have a list of what's coming on the show beforehand.
And when do we sign up? Can we sign up now?
Not yet. We'll do that probably. It'll probably be kind of close to the 1st of July.
Cool. And we just stay tuned to you and the website for more details.
That is correct. Will it be actually, if you on the purchase list, we actually email it out, a sign up link. You go sign up, and once we verify that you've been purchased from us, then we send you the code to get into the show.
Oh my gosh, that's so fun.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I know it. Oh boy.
So this truly is a private auction.
That's fun. And then you feel like you're part of an exclusive club.
Well, you are, because you're getting very good pricing as well. So
well, you can get in the club. All you got to do is buy something. Buy it this week.
That is true. That is true.
There's no restrictions to be in the club. Just only you got to buy something. That's easy.
All right. Well,
Okay.
Jane, day 1 is ended. We're done for the day 1. We got day 2 coming tomorrow, and we got another great lineup of products, presenters, and educators. And I'm super excited about it. Looking forward to tomorrow. We're going to start the stream about 10 after 8 Pacific time, and then I'll come on air about 15 minutes after the hour, and then I'll bring you in, and we'll have our first demonstration at 10:30 Pacific time.
That is 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 Eastern Time. I cannot wait. Day one was so much fun. Such great presenters, such great information, such great products. Blaine, you are amazing. Thank you, Kennedy, Kyle. It's been so great to be here, kicking it off in 2024. It's Hoop Fest. I love it. And I'll be here tomorrow, even brighter and happier.
All right, Jane. We'll see you then.
Okay, bye, everybody.
So long, everybody.